Hello. Today I wanted to talk about how we view the past, the present, and the future. Because obviously, the past, the present, and the future are very relevant. The past, the present, and the future consume our minds probably 95% of the time. I mean, there's not much else to think about, right? I've had unhealthy and healthy relationships with these three time periods, if you will, throughout my life. And I can almost guarantee that you have too. And so today I wanted to talk about what I think healthy perceptions are of these time periods and what unhealthy perceptions of these time periods are. Because we constantly think about these time periods, it's easy to become obsessed with them in a way, to become obsessed with the past or the present or the future in a way that's imbalanced, I would say, and unhealthy. So today we're going to be talking about the unhealthy ways and the healthy ways to see each one of these time periods. So let's get into it. Let's start with the past. Unhealthy ways to think about the past. I think number one, and one of the ones I most struggle with, is feeling intense guilt and shame for past actions. Even if what you did in the past wasn't that bad. And even if nobody remembers, and even if nobody knows, you know, it's in your brain, it's in your memory. And as you go through life and you grow up and your moral compass becomes stronger and you become a better person and your conscience becomes stronger, you're going to look back at shit that you did in the past and be like, oh my God, like that was not okay. Why did I do that? Like, why did I steal $5 from my friend's backpack because I wanted to go buy a Snickers bar? Why did I not invite that girl to my birthday party just because I was jealous that she had a cuter outfit than me at school? Like, you look back at things that you did in the past that don't align with you morally now, and you feel regret and shame. And you can almost feel bad about yourself in the current moment for stuff that you did in the past, even if you would never do that now, and that is not who you are now, and you did those things that you don't approve of when you were younger, you know, and you were maybe even a child. It can feel very overwhelming at times when you're obsessing over everything that you've ever done in your whole life and basing your current identity on it. It can become overwhelming and it can make you feel confused about who you are, because instead of looking at who you are right now in this present moment, you're looking at everything that you've ever done and trying to form an identity out of that. And that's virtually impossible, okay? That is impossible. And that also discounts all of the learning that you've done over the years. Your past actions don't define you as long as you learned from your mistakes. If you didn't learn from your mistakes and you continue to make the same mistakes in this current moment, then yeah, that is a part of your identity. But if you made a mistake when you were in 7th grade and you beat up some kid because you wanted to take their lunch money, and then afterwards you felt so guilty you couldn't handle yourself and you never did it again and you became a better person from it, then that's not really your identity anymore. So I think in this way, obsessing over the past can be unhealthy. Attaching every behavior you've ever had to your current identity. You know, our identities are constantly evolving, and we have to hold ourselves accountable for things that we've done in the past that aren't good, right? But we also have to move forward at some point. There's not one human being on the planet who hasn't done something kind of fucked up, you know? Stolen something, hurt someone's feelings. Like, we're human. That's how we learn how to be good people. Messing up, hurting somebody in some way, hurting ourselves in some way, and then feeling the repercussions of that, feeling the pain that comes with that, is what forms us into good people. The guilt that you feel and the shame that you feel after you make a mistake is what makes you never want to do it again. It builds your moral compass. Another unhealthy way to obsess over the past is to feel like you've wasted your time. And I struggle with this so much because it's so easy to reflect on your past and say, oh, if I would have done this or if I would have done that, then I would be further in my career. I would be in a committed relationship. I would have more friends. I would have more fond memories. I would have this. I would have that. It's so easy to reflect on the past and say, if I would have changed this, this, and that, then my current present moment would be better. But the problem with this is that you cannot change the past. It's fucking done. It's done. There's nothing you can do. And obsessing over what could have been gets you absolutely nowhere. Okay? It gets you nowhere. Instead of looking in the past and saying, oh, I should have done this. Oh, I should have done that. Oh, I should have done this. Refocus on the present moment and say, well, why don't I do that right now? I almost feel like obsessing over what could have been in the past is a coping mechanism and almost a distraction from just doing it now in the present moment. Like, it's almost an excuse to not make the most of the present moment. Do you see what I'm saying? Because wishing you would have put more effort into a certain area in the past takes little to no effort. To look into the past and say, oh, I should have done that. You can do that while you're sitting on your couch and thinking. It's low effort. But getting up and going and making the change that you want to make, whatever that may be, make more friends, work harder, you know, on a hobby or on your job or at school, or starting to go on more dates so that you can find a committed relationship, like whatever it may be, getting up and actually going and doing that in the present moment takes so much more effort than dwelling in the past. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes dwelling on the past and wishing that you would have done more with your time can motivate you to change your life in some way that's incredibly positive and amazing. But if you obsess over the past and then don't let it motivate you to go and take action in the present moment, then it's useless. And you're just making the problem worse. The problem of not wasting your time. There's no bigger waste of time than just dwelling on the past, because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything. And it's only a good thing if it motivates you to go and work on something, right? Another negative way to look at the past is to feel like you peaked and that you'll never quite reach the same level of success or happiness again. An example that comes to mind is Uncle Rico in the movie Napoleon Dynamite. Okay, if you haven't seen the movie, I'll explain his persona to you. Okay, he's like this 40, 50-year-old dude who's just obsessed with who he was in high school. Okay, he was on the football team. They almost won the playoffs, but then, you know, one little thing happened and they lost the playoff game. And ever since then, he's just been relishing on those moments of when he was on the football team and obsessing on what could have been. But yet, even though it didn't go the way he wanted it to go, it was still the peak of his life, you know, being on the football team in high school. That was his peak. And he's obsessed with it because he's like, I'm never going to peak like that again, you know? Like, he truly believes that that was it for him. And so he's trying, in the movie, he even tries to buy a time machine online so that he could go back and win the playoff game and fully relive that moment and hopefully win, you know, win the playoff game. Okay, whatever. He's obsessed with the past. Even though in that scenario, the past didn't actually go the way he wanted it to go. They lost the playoff game. He wanted to win the playoff game, whatever. It was still his peak in his mind, right? He wants to go back there. He wants to do it all over again. The truth is, you can, you know, have had a really, really special moment in your life in the past. a moment when everything was going well for you, whatever that means for you personally. That doesn't mean that you can't have another really high point like that again. I would argue if you believe that you peaked, then you peaked, and you'll never have another moment of bliss like that again, right? There are moments throughout our lives that are memorably great. The moments that come to mind when somebody says, what was the best time of your life? And you have an answer. Although if somebody were to ask me that, I don't know what my answer would be. I don't know if I have that. But I mean, I would say probably 50% of us have that, right? I probably have that. I would have to think about it for a minute, but I'd probably have that too. You know, I think we all have that moment or those few moments that felt like a peak for us, right? If you believe that you won't have another peak, then you won't ever have another peak. Because I would argue that a peak in life is determined by how we perceive that moment. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's up to us what peaking is in our own life. A lot of our reality is dictated by our perception of the world around us. And so if we say to ourselves, I peaked and I'm never going to peak again, then you might have another moment in life that's incredible. You might have another chapter of your life that's incredible. But because you believe that you already peaked, you won't perceive this other incredible moment as a peak because you almost have a mental block in that way. A peak has no actual definition necessarily. It doesn't look any specific type of way. It's very fluid, and it's also in our imagination to a certain extent. So you have to believe that you could have another moment like that in order to feel a moment like that again. Like, you have to believe it could happen. Another unhealthy way to look at the past would be to actually not look at the past at all, okay? To completely shut it out of your memory. Anytime you have any sort of recollection of the past, you just shut your mind down and you refuse to go there. You refuse to look there. Now, the problem is, unless you allow yourself to look back at the past, there's a lot that can't be healed. You can't leave your past wounds unexamined. I think of challenging moments in my past as like open wounds. And it's up to me to go back and look back at the past, things that happened to me that traumatized me, upset me, hurt me, broke me, whatever it may be, and to give myself stitches, or to put a Band-Aid on it, or to put ointment on it, you know, like metaphorical ointment, okay? I think of it as an open wound. And if you don't go back and apply some ointment, put a little Band-Aid on it, put some stitches in it, then it will just remain an open wound that never heals. And this is something that a lot of therapists will tell you as well. It's important to look back at the past. It helps you understand why you behave the way that you do, why you think the way that you do, why, you know, you are anxious about certain things, why certain things trigger depression in you, it helps you understand yourself in so many ways. And so I think if you completely ignore it, then you end up living with a lot of unnecessary pain and discomfort. It is really painful to look at the past and to address the wounds that you have, but it's a pain that you need to feel so that you can eventually no longer feel the pain really at all anymore. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, you'll always have a scar there. This is a really heavy metaphor. We're doing heavy metaphors right now. You'll always have a scar there, but it won't hurt as bad, right? And you'll be familiar with that scar. You'll know, oh, I need to put some Aquaphor on this scar because sometimes the scar gets kind of dry and uncomfortable, and so I need to put some Aquaphor on it. But you become familiar with this wound. It's not foreign to you. You've addressed it. you're familiar with it. You know how to treat it better, right? I need to also mention, though, that this is a process. It's not something that happens overnight. If looking into your past and addressing open wounds takes your whole entire life. You never have no wounds. At any given moment, you probably have an open wound somewhere in your past. Something that bothers you, something that hurts you, something that traumatized you, something that you haven't addressed yet. There's almost always something there. It's an ongoing journey. You're constantly having to address these things when you feel like you're ready for it. And you're constantly having to upkeep it, right? And sometimes there'll be something that, you try to reflect on and you can't do it. And you're like, right now is not the time. I don't have the energy to do this. But maybe 3 months later, you do have the energy. And so you go and you address that wound and you're like, okay, I don't have the energy to put stitches into this wound right now, but I have enough energy to put a little bit of ointment in a Band-Aid, which is not fully going to heal it, but is like halfway there. And then 3 months later, you address it again and you sew it up and you put stitches in it. You see what I'm saying? It's a process. It takes time. You absolutely have to respect your own boundaries and address these sorts of wounds when you feel like you have the energy to do so. But you also have to have a little bit of discipline with yourself and say, okay, you know what? I don't want to address these issues, but also I know that I have enough energy to do it. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to journal about this. I don't want to talk to a therapist about this. I don't want to talk to a trusted friend or family member about this. I have the energy, but I don't have the motivation to do this. You have to balance discipline with also self-respect and patience. Let's change our tone here for a second. Let's talk about some positive ways to think about the past, because as much as there's unhealthy ways to think about it, there are also some very healthy ways to think about it. Number one would be nostalgia. There's nothing wrong with looking at the past and smiling at it. There's a difference between looking at the past and just enjoying those memories for what they are and just letting it bring a smile to your face. There's a difference between that and looking at the past and saying, I peaked. It's all downhill from here. It's only getting worse. It's like, that's different. There's a fine line between nostalgia and feeling like you peaked, but nostalgia is healthy, and telling stories and letting yourself return to those comforting moments that you had in the past is such a beautiful and joyous thing. I mean, it's just the best. It's so fun, And so I think nostalgia is just something that we should allow ourselves to do, I don't think that we should never look back at the past and say, only moving forward. I'm too busy to be nostalgic because I'm too busy grinding right now in the present moment. Fuck the past. I've known some people like that are like, I don't even think about the past because my eyes are only looking forward. It's like, no, let yourself enjoy a little bit of everything. You know what I'm saying? There's a healthy way to be nostalgic, and you don't always have to have your eyes completely looking forward. Another healthy way to look at the past is to kind of face the things that you did that you don't now approve of head on. Instead of refusing to look at past actions that make you cringe or make you feel bad, address them head on and try to figure out a way to forgive yourself and accept that these things happened. And accept the fact that you learned from them. And maybe you can even laugh about it. Maybe you can even laugh about it. But I think coming to terms with things in your past that you're not proud of just gives you so much peace. Another healthy way to think about it is to look back at past successes and think of it as a reminder that you can succeed again. Instead of looking at a past success and comparing your current self to your past self and saying, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do that again. Like, I wish I could go back to that time when I was succeeding at this certain thing. Instead, look at it as, wait a minute, I succeeded once before because I worked hard and I dedicated myself to something and I did it. So I can actually probably do it again if I put that same amount of energy and attention to whatever I want to succeed at now. Instead of being intimidated by your past self, look at it as, hey, that was still me and I can probably do it again. On the other hand, with your past failures, instead of feeling like, oh, I'm such a loser, like I failed that one time or I failed all of those different times, I'm probably just going to continue failing for the rest of my life. Look at those past failures as, I'm just going to work harder next time. I'm just going to dedicate myself harder next time. This doesn't mean I'm ruined forever and that I'll never succeed at anything. This just means that those other attempts didn't work and I need to approach things differently next time. This is a learning lesson. Next, let's talk about the present. Okay? The present moment that we're living in right now. Starting out with the unhealthy ways to view the present moment. I think it can be very easy to get too wrapped up in the small, mundane issues in day-to-day life. It's so easy to blow current situations out of proportion because they're current, you know? Things in the present moment feel a lot more important in the present moment than they do usually in retrospect. A good example would be, let's say you're throwing a birthday party, right? And let's say you're somebody who's really into birthday parties, like it is the best time of the year for you. You love your birthday party. It's a big deal. You want it to be perfect, blah, 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 blah. An example of getting too wrapped up in the small, mundane issues of day-to-day life would be finding out that they're completely sold out of purple balloons. And you had this vision that the whole birthday party venue would be filled with purple balloons because purple is your favorite color and it represents your aura, you know, purple is just your color. But you find out that they're sold out of purple balloons all across the country. Okay, they have a shortage of purple balloons and you can't get purple balloons, and now your birthday party is fucking ruined because you don't have purple balloons. And you cry and you scream and you're so pissed off because all you wanted was purple balloons, and it feels like the biggest deal in the world to you because it's current. That's an example of getting too wrapped up in the small, mundane issues of day-to-day life. And that makes you miserable because when you're too emotionally invested in every single little thing that's going on in the present moment, you become unable to go with the flow. And you're forgetting that it's just not that deep. Most of the things that we get all freaked out about on a daily basis in regards to the current present moment are not that big of a deal, but they feel like a big deal because they're current. And so I think if you can step back and look at the bigger picture, you know, am I going to care about this in a month? Am I going to care about this in a year? Is this even a big deal right now? Stepping back and being less obsessed about everything going perfectly in the present moment can just give you so much peace. Another unhealthy thought process that you can experience in the present moment is feeling like every present moment needs to be utilized properly and perfectly. Feeling like every present moment, every waking moment needs to be productive. And as a result of that feeling, forcing yourself to work too hard and beyond your limit because you're just obsessed with utilizing the present moment properly. The truth is, not every present moment is going to be utilized in a productive way. There are going to be days that you have where you just don't have the energy to get things done. There are going to be days that you spend on the couch blissfully watching TV and eating something that you ordered on Postmates, and it's not going to be productive and you're going to get nothing done, and that's okay. There are moments for me when I become too hyper-focused on the present moment and making sure I'm utilizing that time properly instead of looking at the bigger picture and remembering, okay, I have my whole life to accomplish the things I want to accomplish. I don't need to accomplish all of them right now. You know, I can spread it out so that I have time for other things in my life instead of obsessing over reaching a certain goal or getting a certain amount of things done as quickly and efficiently as possible. I try to focus less on the current moment and more on the next month. You know, look a little bit into the future and say, I can spread out this goal or this project over the next month, year, 5 years. I don't need to get everything done today. I can have time to go and hang out with my friends or sit on the couch for 2 hours and watch TV or lay in bed all day because I'm too tired and it's the weekend and I don't want to work on the weekends. You know what I'm saying? Being too hyper-focused on utilizing the present moment can burn you out, exhaust you, and make you miserable. And it can also isolate you from people that you love. And it can also prevent you from doing things that you just enjoy doing, like going on a hike, painting pictures, reading romance novels for fun. Like, I don't know what you like to do, but you see what I'm saying? And the last unhealthy way to think about the present is to completely ignore the reality that tomorrow will most likely come. And what you do in the present affects what happens to you tomorrow, right? What you do in the present affects the future to a certain extent, okay? We can't ignore that. And if you look at the present moment too intently and you don't consider the future at all, that's an unhealthy way to view the present. To think of it like the present is all we have, like tomorrow, who knows about tomorrow? I don't give a fuck about tomorrow. Tomorrow's not here yet. I'll handle tomorrow, okay? Being almost in denial that tomorrow's going to come and you're going to have to deal with the consequences of what you did in the present in the future. If you're like in denial of that truth, then there's an issue. Because if you're too focused on the present moment and you're not thinking about the future at all, then there's a good chance that you're going to be searching for instant gratification rather than long-term gain. And the thing about instant gratification is that it usually causes negative consequences down the line. Slow, long-term gain provides long-term happiness. Instant gratification causes instant happiness and long-term suffering in a lot of ways. So an example of ignoring the reality that tomorrow will most likely come would be to have something important tomorrow. Maybe it's a job interview that's really important. Maybe it's an appointment that's really important. I don't know. Maybe it's a test for school that's really important. If you're kind of ignoring the fact that what you do in the present moment affects your tomorrow, then you might make a bad decision the night before the important events of tomorrow. For example, let's say you have your job interview at 7 a.m. If you're somebody who's too focused on the present moment and having fun and having instant gratification in the present moment, then you might get invited to a party and go out until 6 in the morning and then get home and be an absolute wreck and be like, oh shit, okay, now I have to go to this job interview or I have to cancel it. And that could sabotage your tomorrow. The choices that you make in the present impact the outcome of tomorrow. And if you don't see that or let yourself see that, then there's a price to pay, you know? Instant gratification, in the example I just gave, going to the party because you got invited and it sounded fun and you wanted to go, feels good in the moment. In the moment, you're like, hell yes, we're going out tonight, bitches. You know, it's gonna be the best night ever. Going to Sammy's birthday party. Fuck yeah, we're gonna have tequila shots all night. Getting offered a shot and taking it is fun. It's instant gratification because it's like me and my friends all taking shots together. Yes, we're all laughing because we're taking shots, and then you get offered a third and a fourth. Instant gratification. Yeah, why would I stop? Seeing that it's 1 a.m. and knowing you should go home but staying out because you're having fun is instant gratification. Not getting the job because you weren't prepared for the job interview causes you a lot of pain and suffering because you chose instant gratification over discipline and long-term gain. Having discipline and long-term gain would be to skip the party altogether and just go to the job interview refreshed and ready to go. Or, if I'm going to be even more generous with this example, maybe you go out to the party, but you don't drink, or you have one drink, and you go to bed by 1 a.m., you know, still a little bit late, but at least you get 5 hours before your job interview to sleep, you know, and you wake up and you're not hungover. You know, you might be a little tired, but you're not hungover, and you go and you nail the interview, even though you're a little bit exhausted, and you get the job. Did you maybe have to miss out on a party? Or did you maybe have to not experience the party to the fullest because you were thinking about long-term gain? Sure. But it's worth it when you get the job because you were prepared and because you were responsible and because you were disciplined and you didn't allow yourself to forget that there will be consequences in the future for instant gratification. Okay, moving on. Now let's talk about the healthy ways to think about the present moment. I think that being present is extremely important nowadays, you know, because there's a lot of distractions. There's our phones. That's it. That's actually the only distracting thing. That's the big issue. Not to sound like a mom, but, you know, we know our phones are distracting us, okay? You know our phones are wasting our time. That's not a hot take. So I think now more than ever, enjoying the small little special moments is so important. Being as present as you possibly can and enjoying the present moment is so hard, but it's so valuable. It's how you make memories. It's how you actually find joy on a day-to-day basis, you know? Where does the most joy on a daily basis come from for me? I would say tiny little random things. For example, my cat crawling into my lap when I'm having a hard time. Because I'd like to believe that my cat can sense when I'm having anxiety. I actually think my cats, both of them, but especially one of them, can tell when I'm having really bad anxiety because they'll come over to me and like sit with me. And it's weird because I feel like they know that I'm anxious. But anyway, you know, a little moment like that might pass me by if I'm not being present, if I'm not hyper aware of what's going on around me and I'm not tuned in to the current reality. Something like that might just fly under the radar. I just don't even pick up on it. But when I'm sort of forcing myself to be mindful and present, I notice those things, and those things bring me joy throughout the day. You know, a little conversation with somebody at the grocery store. Maybe we're both going and buying the same thing, and I'm like, oh my god, isn't this shit so good? And then they're like, yeah, it's the best. Like, I love this snack. Like, let's say we're buying the same snack. And then I'm like, yeah, this snack's so good. And they're like, I know, right? And we have a little moment together. If I wasn't being present in the moment, then I wouldn't have noticed that they were picking the same snack as me. And I wouldn't have said anything to them because I wouldn't have noticed. Being present is magical because it just, by nature, brings these joyful small moments. I also think it's healthy to go with the flow a little bit in the present moment. If you become too obsessed with the present moment unfolding exactly how you planned, I have my fingers in air quotes, planned, then you can prevent great things from happening unexpectedly. Obviously, being present is an incredibly healthy and incredible thing. But you can't become too obsessed with everything going as you planned. You have to kind of let go, relinquish control, and appreciate the fact that every second that goes by will bring something kind of unexpected. You know what I mean? You don't know what's coming next. And there are curveballs coming at us left and right, every day, all day, every day. And if you just go with the flow a little bit more and become less obsessed with everything going to plan, then you'll be able to enjoy the present moment much more. And last but not least, let's talk about the future, okay? Starting with the unhealthy ways to view the future. I think a lot of us have a tendency to build out a plan for the future that is fully fleshed out. And the reason for that is that it gives us a sense of peace. Having a plan for the future gives us something to work towards. It gives us something to fantasize about. It gives us something to almost rely on. You know, the fact of the matter is, the future is completely unknown, you know? And that's really scary. And it feels a little bit less scary if you have a plan. If you've built a perfect model of what the future looks like for you. So that when you look into the future, you don't just see a bunch of nothingness, you know? You see your plan. Now, listen, I don't think that there's anything wrong with building a plan for the future, okay? I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. But it can get a little bit out of control if you start condemning anything that happens that doesn't fit perfectly into that plan. If you have such a rigid view on what the future will look like, then you will almost definitely become disappointed. Because, as I mentioned earlier, life is throwing curveballs at you left and right, okay? And there's a chance that the future that you're imagining right now for yourself will not come into fruition in the exact way that you imagined. Because you can't predict the way that things unfold. You know, you can make a basic outline of what you want your future to look like, but each little nitty-gritty detail, it's just not going to look the way that you think it is. I think the key to mapping out your future, sort of manifesting your future, sort of building out a model of your future, I think the key to it is to look at it as something that's moldable, something that's able to be altered. Instead of imagining it as being set in stone, imagine it as like a piece of clay that you can continue to mold over and over again, and you can continue to evolve it over time. And it's not rigid. It's moldable. If you look at your model of the future as something that is set in stone, then anything unexpected that comes your way that kind of takes you off the path that you initially wanted to go on will freak you out, make you uncomfortable, make you angry, make you upset. And it could prevent you from actually taking a different direction than you initially planned and potentially finding something awesome, you know? You want your future to be moldable. Another unhealthy way to think about the future is to not allow yourself to think about the present at all because you're too focused on the future. So you're so obsessed with this idea of what the future is going to be that you're willing to sacrifice your well-being in the current moment to hopefully make your future better. Now, listen, I think to a certain extent, this is like normal and maybe even healthy, but I think that the line is very blurred and it can become unhealthy so fast. If your current life is completely miserable and it doesn't really need to be, and the only reason why your life right now is miserable is because you're putting this intense pressure on yourself now to basically sacrifice your current self for your future self. You're not prioritizing the present moment enough. For example, let's say your dream is to be a CEO of a company, right? You want to start your own company, or you want to be the CEO of a company. You want to get hired, whatever. In order to accomplish this goal, you cut off all of your friends. You break up with your significant other, and all you do is work 24/7. That's it. And your quality of life is fucking terrible because you've ruined all things that bring joy just because you want to accomplish this goal so bad. I don't care what people say. I don't think that this is a good method because you can't function that way for very long. It's not a sustainable plan, right? It's easier to work hard when you also have moments of your life that are joyful and fun and relaxed. And so if you work yourself too hard as almost a form of sacrifice for your future self, you might not even be working any harder than you would have if you would have not just thrown all of your eggs into one basket. The truth is, the future is promising, but it's not promised. You know, I know it's kind of depressing to look at it like that, to be like, I don't know if today is my last day. You know, I don't know. But we don't know. We truly don't know. We never know. And that's the most uncomfortable pill to swallow. Don't get me wrong. It's not fun to think about, okay? But we don't know if we have tomorrow. Don't get me wrong. The future is promising, meaning that there's a really good chance that we do have a tomorrow, right? But it's not promised. It's not certain. So I think maintaining a healthy balance between working towards your future, but also making sure the present moment is enjoyable and has moments for you weaved in is crucial in a lot of ways because tomorrow is just not promised. Another unhealthy way to look at the future is to dread the future, to dread the terrifying things that the future may hold, especially worrying about things that you can't control. For example, something catastrophic happening, like, you know, a natural disaster or something. Somebody in your friends or family getting hurt, getting sick, you know, you getting hurt, you getting sick. The list goes on. I struggle with this a lot. I struggle with the fact that tomorrow could bring absolute chaos. Like at any moment, today could bring absolute chaos. But tomorrow has an even better chance of bringing absolute chaos because I'm halfway through today and so far so good, okay? But tomorrow, who fucking knows? Within the next year, there's so much time for something bad to happen. You know, that's the way my brain thinks. I'm constantly obsessing over the bad, catastrophic things that could happen in the future. And that's just such a miserable way to live your life. And I'm struggling with this right now. I've been struggling with this since I was a child. Definitely less when I was a child, but still when I was a child. And, you know, the truth is you can't control what you can't control. And worrying about it doesn't fucking do anything. I don't have advice for this, though, because I'm still figuring this out. I'm still trying to figure it out. The last unhealthy way to look at the future is to kind of use the future as an excuse to not do anything at all. Okay, not get anything done. Not get up and start working towards a goal or something today. Now listen, it's one thing to respect your own boundaries and energy levels and to give yourself breaks when you need them and to, you know, respect your own kind of capabilities at any given moment. But it's another thing to completely neglect your present life because you look at the future and you're like, well, I'm gonna accomplish that later. You know, I'm gonna do that later. I'll work on that later. If you have the energy and the ability to start working on something now, there's no better time than now. You know what I'm saying? Using the future as an excuse is not a good thing because you can continue doing that forever for the rest of time. Just continue, using the future as an excuse, and you'll never end up getting anything done. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to say, you know what? I have time to spread out my efforts over a period of time, and I don't need to do it all in one day. It's one thing to say that to yourself, but it's another thing to say, I don't need to do anything today. I don't need to do it this week because I have next week, and I also have a month from now to like start working on this, and I have next year even to work on this. Like, I don't need to start this now just because you're, for lack of a better word, lazy. You know what I mean? It's one thing to be lazy, and it's another thing to have balance. And I think that that's where we all run into problems sometimes, because the line is blurred, and you have to be honest with yourself about whether or not you're using the future as an excuse, or you're utilizing the future to have a healthier balance in the present moment. And the healthy ways to think about the future. Listen, the future is a blank canvas, and that is such an incredible thing, okay? The future is what you make of it. The things in life that you do and accomplish and work on and focus on, it's all in your control. Like, what a beautiful thing that is. You know, your idea of what the future is can change every single day, and that's okay, because it's a blank fucking canvas, and you can do whatever you want with it. You could wake up one day and say, I'm going to be an architect. And then the next day you could wake up and say, I don't want to be an architect anymore. I actually want to be a barista at a coffee shop. And guess what? The future is yours to create. And so you have the freedom to change your mind or hone in on a focus for the future that you're really excited about. It's all up to you. And what a beautiful thing that is. On top of that, tomorrow is kind of a mystery though too, because you can control what you do tomorrow, but you can't control what's done to you tomorrow. And that can be a really challenging thing to deal with, but it can be a positive thing if you just let go. And that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm just trying to let go and remember that tomorrow is a blank canvas, and all I can control is the marks that I make on that canvas, the colors that I use on that canvas. I can't control if something comes in and splatters a bunch of green paint all over my canvas. I can't control that. But what I can control is how I paint around the green splatter marks and make it look amazing, you know? Okay, I'm done, you guys. That's all I have for today. Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I had so much fun as always. It's such a pleasure to spend time with all of you. I really love it. I really love it, and I really love you, and I really appreciate you. And I mean, listen, until next week, love you. Okay, love you. And we will talk very, very soon. Follow Anything Goes on Spotify. Follow Anything Goes on Instagram at Anything Goes. Follow Anything Goes on Twitter at AG Podcast. And I'll talk to you next week. Bye. Hello. Don't you just love it when you're scrolling through social media and you stumble upon a little video of somebody showing their daily routine? And their daily routine consists of them waking up at 5 a.m., rolling out of their crisp white sheets, taking a shower, doing a 40-step skincare routine, and giving themselves a full blow-dry blowout so that their hair is perfect and wavy and gorgeous. And then they go and do a workout. Oh, well, I guess they would have done a workout before the skincare routine and the hair care. But okay, you get what I'm saying. They work out, and then they make a beautiful breakfast, and then they go to work, and they pack themselves the perfect lunch, and they're wearing a crispy, dry-cleaned outfit. And everything about them is just perfect. I did such a terrible job of painting that picture. That was a mess. That was a complete mess. But you know what I'm talking about. We constantly see people on social media who just have their shit together. And whether or not you're in a phase of your life where you feel like you have your shit together, seeing that doesn't feel good. I mean, I think in a lot of ways it can be inspiring, but simultaneously, it kind of makes you feel bad. Because what's portrayed on the internet is a lot more perfect than anything we could ever possibly do in real life. And that's obvious. How often do we all talk about how social media is not real life? That's common knowledge these days. But even I get swept up into the world of the internet still. I watch a video of somebody with a perfect daily routine and I feel poopy. Because I'm like, I'll never be like that. I'll never have my shit together like that. But the truth is, they don't always have their shit together like that. The whole thing is very unrealistic.
Thank you.
But we still envy these people because their lives seem so satisfying and so productive and so efficient and so organized and so picture perfect. And, you know, they're not showing their lazy moments when they're scrolling on TikTok for 2 hours in their daily routine video. They're definitely not doing that. They're not showing the moments when they weren't in the mood to work out that morning or when they weren't in the mood to cook themselves breakfast, so they went and picked something up from a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not showing those moments when they're not perfect, when their schedule isn't perfect. Most of the time, they're just showing when it's pretty impressive, you know, when they're having an impressive day. The truth is, a lot of us don't have the energy or motivation to have a picture-perfect routine. I almost feel like having a picture-perfect routine is like a full-time job within itself. You know, having all the perfect products, like aesthetically pleasing cooking pans and aesthetically pleasing skincare products and like having all of that stuff and keeping up this sort of image of a picture-perfect life, I guess, is sort of a full-time job within itself. And not everybody, and I would argue most people, don't have the time or the energy or the motivation to participate in that illusion. And that's okay. It's okay to enjoy the art of having a perfect routine. It's okay to enjoy that. It's okay to feel fulfilled and excited by that. There's nothing wrong with the people online who are sharing their picture-perfect daily routines. But there's also nothing wrong with feeling like, I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? This is not going to work for me. And I think for the people who don't really feel motivated to have a picture-perfect routine, it can be really hard at times to watch the people who do live their lives on the internet, because it can make you feel like you don't have your shit together, when in reality, you might. It just might look different from other people. I think that the pressure to have your shit together is definitely a little bit unhealthy. I think that there are pros and cons to it, but I think that it's definitely unhealthy. And I think that there's an obsession with it on the internet. And I've even found myself being obsessed with it in a way. Obsessed with having my shit together and having it be picture perfect. I think that it's unhealthy because, number one, it's unrealistic. We're not all gonna have the energy all the time to maintain our lives perfectly. You know, there are gonna be times when that one chair in our bedroom has a pile of dirty clothes on it, okay? There's just gonna be times when that happens. And there's gonna be times when that pile of dirty clothes doesn't get touched for a month. There are gonna be moments like that. moments like that are necessary, and there's nothing wrong with those moments.
We're halfway there, Captain.
The other thing is, for those of you who struggle with your mental health, as I do, I think it's the hardest to deal with the pressure to have your shit together when you're struggling mentally in some way. Like, when I'm in a depressive episode, and then I go on Instagram and I'm scrolling through my Explore page, and I see somebody's daily routine where they have their shit together, I feel so bad. It's so much more painful when you're already down bad, you're not feeling good, you can't get yourself out of bed, you can't get yourself to do anything, and then you watch something like that, and you're like, what? It makes everything so much worse. And the truth is, when you're struggling mentally in some way, whether that's a depressive episode, an anxiety-related episode, whatever it might be, seeing stuff like that and feeling that pressure only makes it worse. Because when you're struggling mentally, what you need to do is just get through it. You need to do the bare minimum to just get through it so that you can get to the other side of it and start feeling better. The last thing you need to think about when you're going through a tough time is your 14-step skincare routine. You know what I'm saying? I think that the pressure to have your shit together at all times does not leave room for the inevitable rough patch. And that's tough to deal with. And I've actually had moments in my life where I've been in a rough patch. And I think that I've had rough patches that have lasted longer than they needed to. Because every day when I would wake up during this tough time, I would immediately start bullying myself about the fact that I didn't have my shit together. And that I was a loser. And that I sucked because I didn't have the energy to get up and do my skincare routine and clean my house and organize this and organize that, blah, 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 blah. And it made it worse. And the truth is, there was no rush, okay? I could go do my dishes whenever, even if my dishes sat in the sink for a fucking month. Who cares? Who cares? But here's where it gets a little bit complicated, you know? The problem is that there's a fine line between not being mentally stable enough to perfectly maintain your life, or being too tired to perfectly maintain your life, and not having any discipline with yourself at all, and therefore not maintaining your life in a way that is positive. Do you see what I'm saying? I think it is important to a certain extent to have some discipline in your life and implement habits into your life that are productive and beneficial. But at the same time, you don't want to put so much pressure on yourself that it's causing you to suffer mentally. You know what I mean? I hope I explained that properly. It's totally awesome to have bursts or phases of having your shit together perfectly. You know, there's nothing wrong with just getting into a rhythm and just nailing it and just cracking the code to your own life, where you're in a routine that just works for you and you feel organized and productive and everything's just flowing. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that that is toxic. But what is unhealthy is never allowing yourself to let it go sometimes. That's unhealthy. And it's also kind of unhealthy to never hold yourself accountable for your own life at all, when technically you are in a mental place where you can handle it. You know, like if you're in a mental place where you can handle it, you can handle maintaining your life and stuff, but you just maybe feel kind of lazy, which we've all been there. There's nothing wrong with being lazy or feeling lazy or whatever. It happens. That doesn't mean you're a bad person or something. But if you're feeling lazy and you're not disciplining yourself in any way or not holding yourself accountable, that also can be a bad thing, because having discipline with yourself and, maintaining some sort of order when you can is a good thing. Okay, so that was confusing, everything I just said. I never know with me. I'm just speaking out of my ass, and I'm like, I don't know, I'll find out later. I'll find out later if what I'm saying makes sense. Today, I'm going to be sharing some realistic habits that I've added to my routine to make being productive and organized more enjoyable. Because I feel like a lot of us, watch people online who have the perfect daily routine and, have their shit together. And we try to replicate what they're doing exactly. And we get frustrated with ourselves when it doesn't stick. And the reason why it doesn't stick is because it's not catered to you. And the truth is, when you're figuring out what your routine is, you need to be thinking about yourself. So I wanted to share with you some ways that I've sort of set up my routines in life in a way that makes it fun for me. Now, these things might not work for you, but I just want to inspire, hopefully, someone out there to think outside of the box a little bit and figure out a way to make being productive and being organized and, getting your chores done and doing all that stuff. I hope that I inspire one person to think outside of the box and figure out a way to make it enjoyable, or at least as enjoyable as possible, because obviously a lot of this does require discipline to a certain extent. But I think there are ways to make it more fun, and there are ways to make it more you. So I'm going to be sharing the ways that I've made my routine very me. So first I want to talk about getting my chores done. Okay, we're talking about cleaning the litter box. I have cats, so I have to clean the litter box. We're talking about putting my clothes away, putting my laundry away. We're talking about doing the dishes. We're talking about stuff like that. I used to hate doing chores. Okay, I used to hate it. Like, I would constantly have dishes in the sink. I would constantly have clothes all over my room. I could never get it under control. I never wanted to do chores. I never, ever found it enjoyable. But ever since I started listening to entertaining things while doing my chores, it's changed for me. I think of doing chores as like a relaxing time. That's how I try to think of it now. I put my headphones on, I put my phone in my pocket, I put on something entertaining, okay? Listen, when I'm doing my chores, I don't want to listen to something educational. Sometimes I do, but I want to hear something fucking entertaining, okay? Maybe it's like someone telling a story, like on a podcast or something that's just stupid. Like, not something that's making me a better person. Fuck that. When I'm doing chores, that's my time to consume meaningless content. Okay? And it makes it fun. Okay? Because normally I try to control what I consume on the internet. I try to be thoughtful about it. I try to stick to things that are educational, things that sort of expand my mind in some way. But when I'm doing chores, no. This is my fun time. This is my fun time. So I've made chores my fun time. So it's like I get to listen to just dumb shit and just enjoy myself while I'm doing my chores. And you see, it's like now I get excited to do my chores because I'm like, this is my time when I get to enjoy the internet. I've also made it a routine to clean up my house for like 10 to 15 minutes in the morning and 10 to 15 minutes at night. Now, it's not rigorous. It's just kind of tidying up. And again, this is my 10 to 15 minutes in the morning and at night to just enjoy something stupid. Like, you know what? I'll tell you guys a secret. Okay, fine. I'll tell you guys a secret. I use my chores time to to watch stuff like videos about Hollywood drama. Okay, this is like, what's going on? Like, who cheated on who just got married to who unfollowed who on Instagram. Like, that's my time. Or like, if there was like recently like a red carpet, I'll listen to fashion critics talk about people's outfits and maybe say mean things about the outfits. I don't know, but it's just fun. It's just fun, stupid drama, stupid pop culture BS. It's delicious. It's delicious. And I look forward to checking in on like what's happening in the world, what pointless stuff is happening in pop culture. Like, this is my time to check in while I'm doing chores. It's changed my life. And it's kind of made me look forward to when I'm doing my chores, because I'm simultaneously rewarding myself with something that, you know, I don't normally reward myself with, or I try to avoid at all other times. And it's also kind of nice because I'm giving myself a little bit of time to indulge in this pointless, sometimes toxic content. You know what I mean? But there's also a clear end time. It's like, when I'm done with my chores, I'm done watching this stuff. Emma, you're done. And you get to enjoy it again later when you do your chores again later. But not now. Now it's time to be good again. Okay? So, I don't know. I've found that to work really well. I think the moral of this whole thing is, if something is really challenging for you, pairing it with something that is indulgent can sometimes help you form a habit. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I am combining a bad habit with a good habit, and it works out because it's like, okay, now I'm getting my good habit done, and simultaneously I'm controlling my bad habit by limiting it to the times when I'm doing the good habit. I don't know if that's actually a good thing or not, but I will say that this has really worked for me, because now I've actually come to enjoy doing my chores even in silence, just because I've gotten into the routine of getting chores done, and I realized, okay, wait, this actually isn't so bad. And I learned that through balancing good habit with bad habit, but now I actually enjoy participating in that good habit. So there's something there for sure that's good and powerful. But anyway, making it a routine to clean up for 10 to 15 minutes every morning and every night, as I mentioned earlier, that's a really great thing. Just making that a part of your morning routine, shoving it in there, it can make a huge difference. Even though it's only 10 to 15 minutes, it makes a huge difference. And if you don't have time for 10 to 15 minutes, you could do 5 minutes and it would still make a huge difference. And you don't need to set a timer and, you know, blah, blah, blah. No, just maybe while your coffee's brewing, you go and you do your little 5 minutes of cleaning, putting stuff away, whatever. It makes a huge difference. Another thing that has really changed the way that I do chores is by decorating my home in a way that makes me cherish the space that I'm in. Like, I used to be a lot less focused on the way that my space was decorated. You know, I didn't have a lot of personal items in my home. I had a few, but my home was not very personal to me. I just didn't put effort into making my space a place that felt homey and cherished in a way. And the truth is that making your home feel homey and comfortable and a reflection of your personality doesn't need to be some sort of expensive thing, okay? It can be, but it absolutely doesn't have to be. Like, it's not about having a perfectly decorated home. It's not about having the most expensive couch or the most expensive blanket. Absolutely not. It's about having things that spark joy in you. And those things can be from a thrift store for $3. They can be from Etsy for like $10. Like, it doesn't need to be an expensive endeavor, okay? A good example is I have this little sign that I hung up next to my bed, and it says something like slippers, breakfast, newspaper, walkies, okay? And it has buttons next to it. So it looks like you could basically push a button and like your slippers would go next to your bed. This is a replica of something that was in a TV show, Wallace and Gromit, that I watched as a kid. And I found this like replica of that little wall panel that was in the show that one of the characters had next to their bed, and then I put it next to my bed. This was like $20, but it was like the best $20 I've ever spent. This makes my home feel so me, you know? And it's little things like that that make you cherish your home and almost build this like respect and love for where you live. And it doesn't matter how big or small your space is, making it feel you makes you cherish it more, and it makes you want to take care of it more in a way. And I think that that within itself can be a motivator to keep your space cleaner, you know? It makes you more motivated to get your chores done, I guess. Because you want to see your place clean and organized so that you can enjoy the cute little objects that you have laying around your house. Listen, this might not work for everybody, but for some reason it works for me. The last thing that I've really gotten into the routine of that's sort of changed the way I do chores is I've really made it a habit through a decent amount of discipline, but I've really made it a habit to clean up after myself as I go. This is such a great habit to have, but it took me my whole life to finally nail it into my head, but it makes such a big difference. When I make myself dinner, for example, instead of letting all those dishes from my dinner sit in the sink until my sink is full and I'm like, now I have to do the dishes, I just do them immediately. And I know it's like, Emma, come on. But if you clean up your messes as you go, it prevents a moment where things become out of control. And it's like, holy shit, in order to clean up this mess that I've made, it's going to take 2 hours. You never get to that point. You know, doing the dishes as you make them takes like 10 minutes. And is it annoying? Yes. I never want to do the dishes. Okay, ever. There's never a moment where I'm like, ooh, I want to do the dishes. But doing it as you make them makes it so that, like, I never have a sink filled with dirty dishes anymore that'll take, 40 minutes to do all of them. I never have that. Same thing with, like, my closet becoming a mess. When I'm picking out an outfit for the day, it is an absolute train wreck. In my brain and in my closet, okay? I'm putting things on, I'm looking in the mirror, I'm upset because I'm like, that doesn't look cute on me right now. Take it off. This happens for an hour. Finally, I pick out an outfit. I look on the floor. There's clothes everywhere. There's just clothes everywhere. If I have time, and sometimes I don't, and I have to clean things up when I get home, but when I have time, I always pick up my closet and put everything away because it just prevents so much distress later on. Next, let's talk about organization. Okay, I recently have become organized in a way that I never was before, and it has really changed my life as well. But it took a lot of time. The process of becoming organized took me over a year to accomplish. It started about a year ago when I started cleaning out my belongings. I hadn't cleaned out all my belongings in multiple years. It had been multiple years. So I had a lot of stuff built up. Clothes I wasn't wearing anymore, random charging cords from random devices that I don't even own anymore, broken, chipped plates and bowls, like just stuff that like I wasn't using anymore because it didn't have a function in my life anymore. It took me so long to sort through all my belongings, okay? And it was awful in a lot of ways. It was awful. But I was motivated because I was like, I know that at the end of this rainbow, there's a pot of gold. When I finish sorting through all my belongings and I narrow it down to the stuff that I actually need, it's gonna feel really good. It probably did take a year to sort through everything and to sort of organize everything, kind of group everything together that needs to be grouped together. All of my charging cords, all in one place. All of my jewelry, all in one place. All of my sunglasses, all in one place. It took so much time to sort through everything and then to put everything together so that all of my belongings were, number one, stuff that I really needed or need, and number two, or want, honestly, not even just stuff I need, but stuff that I really want to have. Sorting through what I want and don't want in my life, and then putting everything together. That took a really long time. But after that process was done, I had another journey I had to go on, which was finding a place for everything that made sense. Basically reorganizing my entire life and belongings in a way that was thoughtful and easily accessible. But this year-long journey of slowly but surely picking away at this project and taking a few hours on the weekends when I had nothing else to do to sort of slowly pick away at this project, it has changed everything for me, because now everything that I own has a place to go. It has a spot where it belongs. And that makes cleaning up after myself so much easier. That makes staying organized so much easier, because I already have a sort of system of organization going on in my life. So maintaining that isn't very hard, actually, because all the hard work is done. I think being organized in a way is kind of like an investment of your time, because the initial stages are extremely challenging and they're annoying and they're tedious and they're exhausting and you dread it and you don't want to do it. But then once you finish everything, you finish getting rid of all the stuff you don't need, you finish putting everything away into a perfect spot where it makes sense, then you reap the benefits and you're like, oh, now everything has a place. Now I'm like permanently organized, and it's just a lot easier to keep it under control. The way that I organize my actual life, like my schedule, things that I need to accomplish, etc., is pretty much all on Google Calendar. Like, I feel like Google Calendar is what works for me. I used to be really into writing things down in a physical planner, like on paper, and I still really enjoy that. But I found that at this point in my life, I just want to slap everything into Google Calendar and have it accessible on my phone at all times. It's easy to tweak Google Calendar whenever you need to, and it's just great, okay? Next, let's talk about productivity. How I get myself to be productive in a realistic way. Number one, I think it's so helpful to have an organized checklist of what you want to accomplish every day and have that written down somewhere. You know, maybe it's in your Google Calendar, maybe it's in a physical paper planner, maybe it's on an app like Notion. I use Notion. Making a checklist and making that checklist realistic, okay? I like to make my checklists the bare minimum of what I need to accomplish that day. And then after I finish all that stuff, then I can go back and add more things if I still have energy or whatever and I'm down to, you know, get more shit done. Then I can add more stuff onto my checklist. But there's something mentally satisfying about checking things off on a checklist and eventually completing that checklist. And there's something motivating about it. And it also makes your day feel less daunting. When you see everything you need to accomplish all written down, you're like, all right, you know what? I can do this. Like, this is doable. And I think giving yourself the bare minimum of what you need to get done that day and having it all written down on paper is motivating, because the way I like to look at it is, okay, when I get all of this stuff done on my checklist, I can then do whatever I want. Like, I reward myself with, after this, you have free time. So if you finish everything by 12 p.m., okay, great, you're done after that, and you can do whatever you want. If you finish at 8 p.m., okay, well, you know, there's not a lot of time for free time, but at least you got it all done, and maybe you have an hour or two before you go to sleep for some free time. But I reward myself with free time afterwards. And sometimes I don't get any free time. But the possibility of some free time later motivates me to check off that checklist. And I don't know, there's just something inspiring about it. And it also organizes your day in a way so that you don't feel aimless. You're not like, oh, I don't even know what to start with first. Oh my God, like I feel like I have so much to do and it's all clouded up in my head and I don't even know what to do. If you write it all down, it just feels so much less overwhelming. Another thing I like to do is I like to plan fun things for my free time at the end of the day. Like maybe it's watching a TV show, or it's cooking a new recipe for dinner, or maybe it's going out to dinner with a friend, or maybe it's going to Target. Like I love going to Target. Okay, that's like an enjoyable experience for me. So sometimes I'll say to myself, okay, when you finish all of your tedious sort of work for the day, you get to go to Target. But just having something little like that you can look forward to motivates you to check everything off your checklist. I also have started putting my phone in a place where I can't see it while I'm getting work done. Because I've noticed that my phone distracts me more when it's out on the table. If I see it out on the table or out on my desk, I just keep grabbing it because I see it and then I'm like, ooh, wait, maybe I do want that right now. Maybe I do want to go on that right now. Whereas if I don't see it, then I don't think of it as much. So I'll put my phone in a drawer. I'll put my phone in the other room sometimes, or I'll put my phone in this weird thing I bought on Amazon that is basically like this bowl. It looks like a bowl, like a vase almost. And you basically put your phone in it and you can't see your phone. And it charges your phone and it sanitizes your phone at the same time. Now listen, this thing might not be sanitizing my phone. I know for a fact it charges my phone, but it might not be sanitizing my phone. I have not proved that, okay? I fell for the gimmick of it all. It might not be cleaning my phone, okay? I want to believe it is because I break out on my cheeks sometimes when I'm talking on the phone too much. I will literally get cheek acne from my phone on the side that I use my phone on. So I would like it to be sanitizing my phone, but I don't know. But I like to put my phone in there because I can't see it. And in theory, I'm also preventing cheek acne that's unnecessary. But not having your phone out makes a huge difference. Just not making it visible, making it invisible to you while you're getting work done. I also like to give myself one day a week where I do nothing at all. Nothing. Nothing on the calendar. I give myself one day a week, minimum, sometimes more, but minimum one day a week where I have nothing on the calendar. And what's interesting is that sometimes I actually end up getting more done on those days because I don't feel any pressure to do anything. And when you don't feel pressure to do anything, then you're like, oh, well, you know, maybe I will actually do it. Because you don't feel paralyzed by the pressure to do anything. So then it ends up giving you the energy to want to do things. But then sometimes I use that day to genuinely do nothing and just recharge. But I think that giving yourself one day a week where you don't have to see anybody, you don't have to do anything, you don't even have to move out of your bed if you don't want to. Giving yourself at least one day a week to do that can make a huge difference. And last but not least, when I take breaks in between being productive, getting work done, doing whatever, I don't let myself go on any social media apps, okay? If I'm taking a break, I'm not on Instagram. I don't start watching stuff on YouTube. No. I try to find something enjoyable and relaxing that isn't too distracting. Like, if I start going on Instagram or I start watching YouTube when I take a break from being productive for a little bit in the middle of the day, it's so hard to get back into being productive again. It's like impossible. I'm permanently distracted for the rest of the day. So I'll try to do something else. Like, for example, I love making little mood boards on Pinterest. I know Pinterest is kind of a social media app in a way, but there's something about it that's not as addicting for me personally. I go on Pinterest and I make little Pinterest boards all the time. And if anything, it actually makes me feel inspired and motivated. It doesn't make me feel bad about myself or anxious or distracted. It just makes me feel calm and inspired. So I love going on Pinterest when I am taking a little break in the middle of the day. I also like going on Spotify and trying to find new music. Sometimes I'll do that. Like, I'll go through different playlists. That can be really fun. Again, it's just fun and it's not distracting. I don't feel anxious when I do that. It just is a fun little pastime for me. Or maybe I'll watch something educational or listen to something kind of educational while I draw or doodle or go on Pinterest or maybe even just sit there. But the worst thing you can do is start scrolling through social media because it's so addicting and it's just so much information. It just messes up your brain, you know? So I try to avoid it. Listen, am I perfect? No. Sometimes I sit on the toilet in the middle of the day and I'm like, sorry, I'm going on Instagram. And I start scrolling on Instagram. Next thing I know, my feet are asleep and I feel unmotivated to get back to work. It happens at least once a week, if not more. But I try not to do that. And last but not least, let's talk about how I've made my self-care routines more fun. Because my self-care routine was non-existent, I wasn't very consistent with my skincare routine. I wasn't very consistent with my hair care routine. I wasn't very consistent about washing my hair all the time. I wasn't very consistent about shaving my legs all the time. And listen, you don't have to do those things. But I will say that I actually do feel good when my hair is clean and I have shaved legs. And the reason why I like having my legs shaved is honestly because when I wear pants, I don't like how my hair feels in my pants if my leg hair grows out. Okay, I don't like how that feels. My armpits get itchy when I don't shave them. Like, it's just, I like the feeling of having my hair clean and being shaved and having my skin exfoliated and moisturized. I like it. It's just that I never had the energy or motivation to do it before now. But I'm always so happy that I did it. I don't feel like a societal pressure. You know what? Maybe that was the first thing that made self-care more fun for me. Was that I think that growing up, I hated having a self-care routine in a way because I felt like I was being forced to do it. I felt like society was telling me what to do. Like, you need to wash your face and you need to, do this and do that and you need to buy this product and you need to do this and you need to do that. And it fucking pissed me off. But now that I'm an adult, I feel like I have a newfound appreciation for self-care because I feel like now I'm doing it for me. I'm not doing it because anyone's telling me to do it. I think that that's the first step in wanting to create a self-care sort of routine is doing it for you, not because you feel like you have to. And only doing stuff that makes you feel good and is enjoyable to do. Anyway, so here are some of my self-care habits. Number one, let's talk about skincare routines. Over the last 3 years, I've gotten into skincare a lot. I've just learned a lot about it. I'm not a pro by any means, but I've learned a lot more about it and I've just grown an interest in it. And because of that, I enjoy using quite a bit of products, I mean, I don't use them all at once, but I have quite a few products in my skincare cabinet, okay? I definitely have a lot going on in there. And I sort of have two different types of skincare routines. I have one skincare routine for the days when I'm fucking not feeling it. And I'm like, I don't want to do this right now. I don't care. I don't want to do this. I'm not in the mood for this. This sucks. And that skincare routine has two steps. It's wash my face and then put on a thick layer of moisturizer and a sunscreen. So I guess 3 steps. That's it. That's in the morning. And then at night, it's 2 steps. It's just wash my face and moisturizer. That's when I'm not feeling it. It takes me 30 seconds. It gets all the stuff off my face and it moisturizes my face, and that's it. On the days when I have the energy, though, I do like a 15-step skincare routine sometimes. I'll, do a face mask, and then I'll use like 4 different serums, and then I'll do, I don't know, a chemical exfoliant, and I'll like have fun and play around with it. And I'll set up sometimes extra time in the morning to do that before I have to get started with my work for the day, because I do enjoy that process. And at night, I'll light a fucking candle and I'll do my skincare routine and I'll take my time and I'll listen to a educational podcast or whatever, and I'll just do my skincare routine. Or I'll listen to music and I'll just do my skincare routine. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful time. I love it. But when I'm not feeling it, I also have a simplified version that I can do as well that still makes me feel good even when I'm not in the mood to do my skincare routine. So I have 2 versions and I pick and choose what I'm feeling that day. And I think having an ambitious skincare routine and a more simple routine allows you to choose what you're feeling that day. But also, the thing about skincare is you can literally have a 2-step routine and that be it, 365 days a year, and that be enough for you. But if you enjoy skincare like I do, then, I think having 2 routines is great because it gives you an option for the days when you're not feeling it. Another habit I've implemented is doing my bedtime routine immediately after I eat dinner. I brush my teeth, I do my skincare right after dinner. And the reason why I do that is because if I don't do it right after dinner, I will not do it. I will go to bed. I won't even brush my teeth. I swear to God, if I don't do it right after dinner, I'll lay in bed and I'll start watching something or I'll start looking at something or whatever. Next thing I know, I'm so tired and I'm just not getting out of bed to do my nighttime routine. I'm just not doing it. I'm not going to brush my teeth. I'm not going to wash my face. I'm not going to do anything. So I've made it a habit to do it right after dinner. And that has really helped me because, it's gross sometimes. It's not gross. Well, I don't know. It is kind of gross sometimes to not brush your teeth before you go to bed. Listen, sometimes we have our days, okay, I know. But it doesn't taste good. You feel dirt, your mouth feels gross. It's unpleasant. It's an unpleasant experience. But sometimes I'm too lazy. I can't do it. I can't get out of bed. So I try to do it immediately after dinner so that then I can go chill in bed for the rest of the night and I don't have to move if I don't want to. I finished my checklist for the day. I'm fucking done. It's time to go lay in bed for the rest of the night and enjoy that. Another thing I do is I'll sometimes pair a self-care activity with my chores. So for example, I'll put on a face mask or a hair mask before I start doing my chores. And this is nice because, I don't know, just groups 2 things together. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Or, if I'm planning on showering after I finish doing my chores, maybe I'll put in a hair mask and I'll put on a face mask. So now I'm hydrating my whole body, okay? I'm getting my hair right. I'm getting my skin right. Everything's going my way and I'm getting chores done and I'm listening to a video about Jennifer Lopez getting back together with Ben Affleck and I'm having the best fucking time of my life. Do you see what I'm saying? Another thing is vitamins, okay? I hate taking vitamins. But you know what's fixed that for me? Gummy vitamins. I never thought I'd say this, I'm not kidding. I really never thought I'd say this. Gummy vitamins have changed my life because they're yummy and I put them near my coffee machine. So every morning while I'm making my coffee, my eye naturally drifts over to my vitamins and I look at them and I see delicious gummies that I want to eat. And it's really helped me take my vitamins. Not all of my vitamins are gummy, but I do have a few gummy ones. And that just makes me dread taking my vitamins less. But also putting them next to my coffee machine so that I see them every morning, that really helps too. I also take a magnesium supplement every night, and I put that in my nightstand so that right before... see, but that's not good because I eat them after I brush my teeth, and you're not supposed to do that. But my dentist won't listen to this. And honestly, I don't even know if my mom will listen to this, so I think I'm good and off the hook. I do take my gummy magnesium vitamins after I brush my teeth. Sorry. But putting your vitamins in places that you'll definitely see them is super useful. And also, buying gummy vitamins. They're not just for kids. And last but not least, exercise. Okay, exercise is such a powerful thing because it truly helps with so many things. Like, exercise really helps me with my anxiety especially, but also even my depression at times. Like, I feel like going for a walk or even a little jog when I'm coming out of a depressive episode and I'm like, okay, I need to do something, but I don't know what to do first. Going on a little walk, going on a little hike, going on a little jog, going and taking a yoga class, something like that can just make you feel good and can help you sort of pull yourself out of those moments. Obviously, when you're in a depressive episode or you're in like an anxious episode, sometimes you can't. So that is what it is. But when you're kind of coming out of it and you're like, all right, I have enough energy to do something, but I don't know what I want to do. And I can't choose what I want to do. Exercise can be a magical first step into pulling yourself out of a shitty moment. But also, it can help with maintaining mental health, strength in a lot of ways. Like, I don't know, I've just noticed that when I'm in a routine of exercising, I just feel a lot more relaxed and calm and happy. But the thing about exercise is that it's got to be fun for you. I've had phases where I run outside. I've had phases where I go to workout classes. I've had phases where I do at-home workouts. I've had phases where I just go on really long walks every day. Not really long, but like an hour-long walk or something. I've had phases where I don't work out at all. There's no rules. There doesn't need to be rules around it. It just needs to work for you at that given moment in your life. But I do think figuring out a way to make exercise enjoyable is a really great thing. And I will say, it doesn't hurt to have a cute workout outfit. Okay? I pretty much wear the same workout outfit every time I exercise, but I like it. I'm like, it's cute, And that motivates me a little bit. Not really, though, now that I think about it. I think it used to motivate me, but I don't think it does anymore. Now I'm over it. But it might motivate you, so that's why I mentioned it. All right, you guys. Well, thank you all for listening. I hope that there was something in here that was helpful. I don't know. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. It's always just so fun when we get to hang out. Isn't it? Isn't it just so fun? Feel free to send me some of your habits. Follow Anything Goes on Twitter at AG Podcast or on Instagram at Anything Goes. Tune in next week if you want to, where we'll hang out again. Okay, talk to you later. Love you. Bye. Hello, it's me, Emma Chamberlain, the host of the Anything Goes podcast. The Anything Goes podcast is my podcast where I talk about, you guessed it, anything. From analyzing various topics to telling stories to giving advice, there's nothing that we don't cover on Anything Goes, okay? Starting February 2023, Spotify will be the exclusive home for Anything Goes, and a lot of really great stuff is coming. For example, I might start bringing on some guests. So it's not just me talking for an hour. I'm also going to be making some mini video episodes. And you know what? There may even be more surprises to come. Who knows? Anything goes. The moral of the story is get ready for more Anything Goes. Starting February 23rd, 2023, make sure you catch the latest right here, only on Spotify. Hello. Remember when you were a child and constantly you had adults telling you what the rules were? Go to bed by 9 p.m. Don't talk badly behind people's backs. Be friends with everybody. Be nice to everybody. Don't lie. Don't steal. Don't hurt anyone. Don't do this. Don't do that. When we're children, we're constantly being reminded of certain rules and principles that we're supposed to follow no matter what. And I think that this is important. You know, the things that we learn as kids, the principles that we learn as kids, follow us throughout our lives and become ingrained in our minds in a way that I think is good in a lot of ways. You know, children are very supple to information. You know, children are like information sponges. And I think that if we didn't teach kids these values and these principles, then it would be a lot harder to teach them as adults. You know, it's a lot easier to teach a kid something, I think, than it is to teach an adult. That's why they have the saying, don't try to teach a dog new tricks. Wait, don't teach an old dog new tricks. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Whatever that fucking saying is. That saying exists for a reason, because children are just so much more malleable. They are building who they are, and it's a lot easier to change things when you're building than to change things when things are already built. I will say that a lot of the values, principles, rules that we learn as kids are given to us without any nuance, and we're supposed to just take them as fact. And I think that for a child that makes sense, because children are not fully developed human beings yet. You know, their brains can't comprehend as much nuance. And so teaching kids simple rules to life is the only way that they could possibly absorb those rules. But I think in early adulthood, and maybe even in teenage years, we have to take it upon ourselves to find nuance in these rules that we've been taught as children. Because although all of these, or majority of these rules that we're taught are true and should be followed and listened to, I guess, they shouldn't be ignored, although there's value to these things that we're told as kids, they do need nuance. I kind of think of it like this. The stuff that we learn as kids is like an outline of a drawing. Just the black ink. No color, right? Just the outline. And then as we grow up, we fill in this drawing with color. So it becomes a full picture. And, you know, the picture will never fully be completed because we're always learning more and evolving our moral compass and whatever it may be as we grow up. And it's always kind of altering and changing. We're always kind of adding to the drawing or maybe erasing something. But over the course of your life, the sort of principles that you live by and the rules that you live by become more and more solidified, and they become more of a full picture. But as a 21-year-old, you know, I feel like I'm coloring in my little picture. You know? And I think it's really interesting how many of the things that we learn as kids need to be taken with a grain of salt as an adult. But because we learn these things as kids, we can sort of put ourselves in a corner and feel like, you know, we have to follow these rules no matter what. But I think that there are exceptions and there are just nuances that we need to become aware of. I've actually struggled in my life a little bit because I've felt this internal pressure to follow these fundamental rules that I learned as a kid. And there was never a check-in moment where an adult comes to me and says, hey, by the way, the things that you learned as a kid actually have some conditions that you should understand, because not everything is as black and white as it seemed, when you were a child. So I've sort of had to figure this out on my own. And today I'm just going to discuss some of my discoveries about these certain rules that we were told as children to take as Bible. And I think there are some things that can be beneficial to unlearn in a way. Okay, let's just get into it. The first thing that we were told as kids is that we must not gossip. Oh, this is a tough one. I did a little bit of research, and I found an article on time.com that said some researchers argue that gossip helped our ancestors survive. They also mentioned that it was a means of bonding, and that gossip, in a broad sense, plays a number of different roles in the maintenance of socially functioning groups through time. I think that, in a way, we might be sort of programmed to gossip. I think it might be something that we can't fully avoid. I think it's something that's ingrained in our minds to do. I mean, don't get me wrong, gossip is complicated, because if you gossip too much, you feel bad about yourself. If you gossip in unsafe environments with people who you can't trust, that information might get back to the person that you're gossiping about. And all of those things are bad. All of those things can lead to some sort of chaos. I mean, we've all, at least once in our lives, experienced talking shit about somebody and then it getting back to them and then it being catastrophic. There's no worse feeling than finding out that your gossip got back to the person who you were talking about. And I think that the line between good gossiping and healthy gossiping and almost borderline therapeutic gossiping and bad, toxic, unhealthy gossiping, there's a fine line between those things, which is why I think we're taught as kids, don't gossip at all. Because when you're a child, you can't distinguish where the line is between good gossiping and bad gossiping. There's no way. Because only with experience and maturity can you figure out where that line is. But here's the thing. I think that making it a goal to never gossip at all maybe isn't the right idea, because I think that gossiping is a healthy part of socializing to a certain extent. For example, I think we gossip as a way to release anger and frustration. If we feel frustrated or angry at somebody, we might decide to take our anger out in private with another person. So I guess not in private, but we might decide to take our anger out through gossiping rather than to this person's face, which might actually be a positive thing. Let's say someone in your life is pissing you off, right? And so you go to one of your close friends or maybe a close family member whom you trust more than anything, and you just vent, you just talk shit, you just get it all off your chest. Releasing that anger and releasing that frustration is so beneficial, because then when you encounter this person again that you're frustrated with, you don't have all this pent-up anger and frustration. You let that out in a safe environment. And you might even have worked through some of your anger and frustration and resolved some of it through gossiping. So now, when you're face-to-face with the person that you're frustrated with or angry with, you can now approach them with less hostility in a way, because you got all of that shit out in a safe environment. And maybe you even worked through it. And maybe you even eliminated some of your anger and some of your frustration. I think that that is a good thing. I think that that's a good thing. I think that getting your anger and frustration out through gossip can allow you to sort of express yourself in a way that you couldn't to the person's face. Or you could, but it would be not good. that would not be good, right? It allows you to fully express yourself. Because if you don't let out your anger and frustration, it just stays pent up inside of you. If you just keep it a secret, you don't speak it out into existence and work through it, then it just stays in your body, and it doesn't release. And it might release at a time that's not good, which might be to someone's face in a way that's maybe irrational or hurtful or too powerful, you know what I mean? So I think in that way, gossiping can be actually a valuable thing and maybe even be the right thing to do at times. Also, I think gossiping is valuable because it allows you to analyze other people's behavior with other people whom you trust, in theory, so that you can learn more about human behavior as a whole, but also you can learn more about yourself too. I'm really guilty of this. Like, I do this a lot. And maybe I do it too much, actually. There's a chance. Because I do this a lot. I am constantly analyzing other people's behavior. I mean, I'll call my mom or my dad, or even like, one of my closest friends. Like, I'm talking about borderline family member type friends, because these are the people I trust the most, and I really truly believe that they wouldn't go and tell anybody that I'm talking about them. But I go to these people and I call them and I just analyze a person. I discuss some of their behavior that I maybe didn't like or didn't appreciate or didn't agree with or whatever, and I talk about it with these people that I'm close with, and I share what I think this behavior is a reflection of, I try to crack the code and figure it out. And the people I'm talking to help me do that by providing their own sort of life experience and their own knowledge and wisdom that they've acquired through their life. And together, we sort of figure out why people behave the way that they do. And that can help you learn more about yourself, whether it's, oh, I don't want to act like that, I don't want to behave like that. Or it's like, wait a minute, part of the behavior that I don't like in this person actually exists in me too, and maybe that's why I don't like it, because I see a little bit of myself in this person that I don't really like. And wow, I want to work on eliminating that from my personality or whatever, like, or not personality, I guess, but I want to eliminate that habit, I guess, or that bad quality somehow. You know what I mean? It can be really helpful. And last but not least, I think gossiping helps us bond with other people. With the people that we're close to, gossiping in a way and analyzing other human beings and analyzing situations helps us bond with other people because we're working through a problem together. We're sort of trying to figure out something, how we can eliminate our anger, why these people are doing what they're doing that we don't like, why what this person did wasn't good, right? All of that helps us bond with other people. So there are some benefits to gossiping, and I think to a certain extent, healthy amounts of gossiping shouldn't be something that you feel guilty about necessarily, at least in my opinion. Although, as I mentioned earlier, the line is blurred because gossiping too much, too often, too frequently, gossiping irresponsibly to the wrong people who you can't trust, all of those things are bad habits. You don't want to be doing that because those things don't lead to anything good. Gossiping too much makes you feel like shit about yourself. It makes you feel guilty. It makes you feel like you don't have anything positive to offer if you do it too much, It can have some negative consequences on your self-esteem. But it can also be socially negative, if you're gossiping to the wrong people. Because number one, you don't want your whole identity to be somebody who's gossiping all the time. And so if you're gossiping to people who don't know you super closely and intimately, they only have a vague idea of who you are, then their idea of you is like, oh, this is somebody who gossips all the fucking time. Like, that's a bummer, And you don't want that to be your identity. And on top of that, if you're gossiping to people who you aren't that close with, they might go and tell the person that you're gossiping about that you're gossiping about them because they don't have any like allegiance to you. They're not close with you like people who are close with you. They don't feel loyalty to you in that way. And so they might go and tell people about what you're saying. And that's not good either, because the last thing you want is your gossip to get back to the person. Although I do try to gossip in ways where I'm like, listen, if it did get back to the person, maybe it would not be a terrible thing. You know, maybe it would actually be beneficial for them in some way. That's the way I try to look at my own gossiping routine, is like, for the most part, I like to say things that would maybe help somebody if it got back
Save
to
the
them.
ship and get out of here.
But that's only 80% of the time. The other 20% of the time is me just being like, dude, this person sucks. I can't handle it. And just getting that off my chest makes me feel better. It helps me release that feeling so that I can move on with my life. The next thing that adults tell us is that we must respect adults and that we should not question their behavior. When we're kids, we kind of look at adults as God, you know? It's like adults are a higher power than us in a way. And we are below them in a sense. Like, everything that they say is true. Everything that they tell us to do, we should do. And I think that that is necessary to a certain extent, because a world where kids don't have adults telling them what to do would be kind of catastrophic. I think a lot of kids would die and get hurt and kill each other. Who knows? Like, when you're a kid, you're not developed. So you need something or someone to be a higher power above you, or else, you know, kids would just run amok. Like, we need that. We need to be taught to respect adults to a certain extent. But the thing is that this can be damaging in adulthood, because once you become an adult too, you have to shed that belief in a way that we must respect all adults and not question their behavior. Because once we become adults, we don't need that belief anymore. It doesn't serve a purpose as much anymore. We are now adults. And don't get me wrong, part of the statement remains true. I think completely writing off older people as out of touch and old-fashioned and bad and evil and whatever prevents us from taking advice from them. And there is truly a lot of valuable wisdom in our elders. So I think that part should remain true in our minds, you know? We shouldn't completely write off adults as just being old-fashioned and shitty and blah, blah, blah. But also, we don't need to take everything that adults tell us to do as Bible, because as adults, we have to go our own way. And adults or our elders, you know, may have ideas about how we should go on with our lives, but nobody knows what the right way to live your life is but you. You know, nobody other than you can make that decision. And on top of that, not everything that adults say is right or true. An adult might come to you and say, you have to go to college, because if you don't, you're going to be a failure and you're going to be a loser and you're not going to have a job and you're going to die. That's not necessarily true. I think that as an adult, we should look at our elders and think, okay, listen, they do have wisdom and life experience that's valuable to me, but they also might have thoughts, opinions, or even demands that are unreasonable. And it's up to you as an adult to look at other adults and to weed through what they're saying or doing or thinking, and take the parts that serve you and that align with you, and then leave everything else behind. The truth is, adults don't know everything either. As kids, we kind of feel like, oh, adults know everything. They are the epitome of knowledge. They're all just human dictionaries and they know everything, and human atlas. I don't fucking know. They're just a human textbook. They know everything. What don't they know? But then when you're an adult yourself, you're like, wait a minute. I'm an adult now and I don't fucking know everything. and neither do they. So, there are going to be times when adults give bad advice. There are going to be times when adults do something mean or wrong. There are going to be times when adults have the complete wrong idea about something. And that's just because they're human. Adults are human, just like us. And not everything that our elders do and say should be taken completely to heart and should be taken as Bible. They have irrational outbursts. They have terrible opinions. They fuck up sometimes, but they also might have something valuable to offer as well. And so I think it's our responsibility to take everything adults do and say with a grain of salt as an adult. And not to mention, take everything that everyone does with a grain of salt as an adult. Once we become adults, we must add a lot of grains of salt to everything. It's okay to stand up to adults and to say, no, you know what? I disagree. It's okay to hear something that an adult says to you and say, you know what? I don't agree, and I'm not going to do what they said because I don't agree with them. It's okay to do all of that. One of the amazing parts about becoming an adult is that we can sort of let go of taking our elders' words as Bible. And that's such a freeing feeling. And it's one of the most amazing parts about becoming an adult is developing your own individual thought and opinion on things. So there's that. Another thing that we're told as kids is that we must be friends with everybody. We must not exclude anyone. Okay, this is complicated because in an ideal world, everybody would feel included all the time and everybody would feel like they have a social group that they fit into. And there would be no drama. There would be no need to exclude somebody sometimes. There'd be no moment when you're excluded, But I think that this is just an unrealistic expectation. I think this is an important rule for kids to follow because a lot of kids grow up going to school. They're going to school. And in a school environment, it is important to try to be friends with as many people at your school as you possibly can. And it's a good idea to be on good terms with as many people as possible because you're kind of shoved with the same people every single day. And so I think that this is a good thing to teach children. But once you're an adult and you're in the real world and you're not confined to your school for your social interaction, you have a lot more options and freedom in a way. I think that this topic becomes a little bit more complicated because as an adult, you don't need to be friends with anyone you don't want to be friends with. Obviously, being respectful and kind to people, whether you like them or not, should be the goal, but you don't have to be friends with people you don't want to be friends with. And I struggled with this for a long time because I would feel like I didn't want to be friends with somebody anymore once I became an adult. And I would feel immense guilt about this. And I would stay in friendships or in friend groups with people where the relationship was taking a negative toll on me, but I would feel a guilt to stay in that friendship, even when it was negatively impacting me in some way, because I was remembering this principle that I learned as a kid that we should be friends with everybody. Friendship is something we must hold on to and whatever. I just kept hearing that narrative in the back of my head. And so I'd feel guilty about walking away from a friendship when I felt like it had a negative impact on me. And it's interesting because I've noticed that this is something that we seem to judge about others as well. Like on the internet, for example, or in the public eye, when people stop being friends, they stop hanging out. It's like a big deal, oh, they don't hang out anymore. They're not friends anymore. I wonder which person in this friendship is a piece of shit. It's sort of assumed, I guess, that if a friendship didn't work out, or even a relationship for that matter, but we're not really talking about that right now. If a friendship didn't work out, that somebody must have done something really wrong or whatever. But the truth is that sometimes a friendship just doesn't work out. It just doesn't work out for whatever fucking reason. And that doesn't mean that anything necessarily super bad happened between you and the person. It might just mean that it just didn't work out anymore, It's normal and natural for us to just not like certain people. And for some people to just not like us. Forcing yourself into a friendship because you feel like you have to be friends with everybody, or because you feel too guilty to walk away from the friendship because you feel like you're not supposed to, that is not healthy. Because it causes you to, number one, gossip a lot. Because when you're in a friendship that you don't really want to be in, you're probably gossiping about them a lot. I've been there where I found myself in these friendships that were driving me crazy or making me feel bad about myself in some way. And instead of walking away from the friendship and saying, you know what, this is not serving me anymore, I'm going to walk away, I would find myself calling my mom or dad or whoever every time after I'd hang out with this group or these people or whoever, and I would just gossip about it. And because I couldn't help myself, I needed to get it out of my system somehow. But what I found is it's like, no, allow yourself to walk away. Allow yourself not to be friends with people that you don't want to be friends with, because that eliminates so much negativity from your life. You don't have to hang out with them, which is a positive thing. And you also don't have to go and talk shit about these people afterwards in order to release the frustration from your system. We don't need to be friends with everybody. We don't need to like everybody. And on the other hand, not everybody needs to like us. When we're growing up, we're sort of taught that like being excluded, whether you're excluding others or they're excluding you, is bad and wrong. And everybody should always be included. And I do think that for children, this is a good thing, because I think that kids need to learn to get past their differences with others and maybe be able to be friends through it. I also think kids are just a lot more simple in so many ways, and so there's a lot more potential for like a kid not to like another kid for just no reason, and then for them to end up becoming friends later. I think that this makes sense, you know, not excluding other kids and stuff like that. Like, that's a good principle for kids to learn. But as an adult, it's a little bit different. Including everybody on your plans and in your plans as an adult, I feel like isn't as relevant anymore, you know, because adults are adults and they can handle themselves. And so if they don't get invited to something or whatever, or they get excluded from something, I mean, it's an adult's responsibility to handle that. I think with kids, it's like kids might not be able to handle that as well. But adults, yes, I think we do have to be able to handle that. If you want to exclude somebody from, you know, dinner plans or something like that, because the person that you're excluding brings a terrible energy and isn't nice to everyone and isn't fun to be around, I think as an adult, you should be allowed to do that. And on the other hand, if you get excluded from something, as an adult, you shouldn't necessarily look at yourself as the victim in that situation. I mean, I think it depends, obviously. It's very situational. Like, let's say all your friends go out to dinner and you get excluded. And you're like, what? That might hurt your feelings. And rightfully so. But I think the thing is, when you're an adult, you have the life experience and this sort of brain power to analyze why. Like, wait, why did they exclude me? And you also have the ability as an adult, I think, to go to your friends and have a meaningful conversation about why they excluded you from dinner. Hey, why did you guys go to dinner without me? You know I'm in town. You know I'm free tonight. Why did you not invite me? And that might teach you something about you. And maybe they say, well, because we've noticed that you just complain about everything all night. Whenever we go out to dinner, you're rude to the waitress and it makes us uncomfortable, and you're really negative. Like, all you do is tell negative stories, and like, we just don't like being around that. That sort of conversation can lead you to some realizations that can make you an even better person. And in that way, sometimes being excluded can be a good thing. But also, sometimes people just exclude you for no fucking reason. They're just like, we just don't fuck with that person. That's part of life. There might be times when you're excluded or you exclude somebody and you're like, I don't even know if there's a reason. There's kind of no reason. It just, And that's okay, I think. I don't know. There's been times when I've been excluded and I've been like, damn, okay, well, all right. Like, I guess, you know, maybe this friendship just didn't work out. You know, I guess this just isn't working out, you know? And that's okay. it weeds out who are real friends, who are people that maybe aren't real friends. And I think that as an adult, excluding and not being friends with everybody is necessary and normal and healthy in a way to a certain extent in regards to more lightweight, lighthearted social interactions. You know, obviously there are exceptions. There are exceptions, I would say, but I'm talking about more generic social interaction. Not everybody's gonna like you. You're not gonna like everybody, and that's just the way shit is. As an adult, the way that you navigate through that is gonna be different than the way that you did as a kid, you know? I really need to stop saying, you know, after everything. But it's because if you really think about what I'm doing right now as I'm recording this podcast, I'm talking to myself. I'm looking at my wall. I'm looking straight at the wall. I'm talking to no one. Well, I'm not talking to no one. I'm talking to you, but I'm in this very moment, I'm not talking to anybody. And part of me like really wants reassurance that what I'm saying makes sense, but no one's here. So I'm saying, you know, just into the void, just because I'm subconsciously like looking for somebody to say, no, what you're saying makes sense. But unfortunately, nobody's here, and I am alone. And I love it this way. But that's why I constantly say, you know, it's just a bad habit. It's just a bad habit. Okay, moving on. Adults also teach us that we must dream of a traditional life. The traditional life is school, job, family, die. We know this structure all too well, right? We're told as kids, okay, listen, you guys, this is how it works, okay? You go to school, and you work really hard at school so that you can get a good job, and you can make money, and then somehow in this time, you know, you find Bay, and then you have a family, you have kids, you adopt children, in one way or another you have a family with children involved, and then you die. And that's it. Now here's the thing. I don't think it's necessarily wrong that we're fed this sort of structure as children, because I think to a certain extent teaching us this life trajectory at a young age is kind of crucial, because I do think that there's value to going to school and completing school as a means to eventually make money, and then after that point, you know, do whatever. I think that we need that structure to a certain extent in order to motivate us to go to school and work towards becoming a functioning member of society. Like, I guess that is sort of valuable to a certain extent, because imagine we didn't have that. Imagine we weren't taught as kids, okay, here's how life works. You know, we go to school, we get a job, we have a family, we die. Imagine we're not taught that at all. What would the motivation be to go to school? You know what I mean? What would the motivation be to whatever? And listen, there may be some people out there thinking, well, there's a problem. You know, I don't agree with the structure in the first place. The fact that we have to work to make money, you know, or the fact that we have to go to a good college to whatever. Listen, there may be some of you out there who think that the school, job, family, die structure is inhumane in some ways. Maybe some of you might think that. Some of you might think that it's unfair. Some of you might think that it's toxic to teach children that this is the sort of trajectory that life goes. But I think that its value is that it sort of teaches us at a young age what we're working towards. Do I think that the narrative for kids could be shifted a little bit? Sure. You know, instead of saying it's school, job, family, die, it's maybe school, job, and maybe family, and die. You know, I think the way that it's taught to us is very rigid and very matter of fact. I think it maybe could be taught to us like, yeah, when you go to school, after high school, you know, you can kind of choose what you want to do. There are some options, like you don't need to go to college, or maybe you want to go to a trade school, or maybe you want to take a few years off school and go back to school later and just like, you know, and then when you get a job, you know, maybe you want to be self-employed, but maybe you don't, and maybe you want to go work for this type of company or whatever. And then the way that your family looks might look different than some other families, but having some sort of family is a natural part of what we do as humans, and, you know, obviously, inevitably we die. I think that we're taught this sort of trajectory very rigidly. And I think that, yes, it would be valuable to teach kids, okay, there's some flexibility here, though. This is kind of how shit works, but there is some flexibility here. It's taught to us to give us a level of structure, but I think that a lot of us can become obsessed with this perfect trajectory. I was one of these people when I was younger, where I was so obsessed with following this trajectory perfectly, right? I was so obsessed with working my ass off at school to try to go to a good college, maybe get a scholarship. You know, I don't know, like I don't think I was one. But I thought at the time, I mean, I was okay. I wasn't like, I don't think I was. To get a fucking school scholarship at this point in life, like, you need to be a fucking genius. I'm not a genius in a school. I'm not a genius, okay? Like, I don't think that I had that quality. But I was obsessed with getting into a good school and then getting a high-paying job, getting a job so I could finally feel financially free in some way. And I was willing to go to college for 8 extra years. This was like my initial plan. Obviously, it did not end up going that way. But my initial plan for life was like, okay, I'm going to go to school and I'm going to go to a really good college for a long time because the job path that I wanted to take was in the medical field. And I was like, well, I'm going to have to go to school for like 8 extra years, but I'm going to do it. And then I'm going to get this job that is high paying, and it's going to be worth it. And then I'm going to have a family, and I'm going to be able to live in a house with more than one fucking bathroom for the first time in my life. And then I'm going to have my family, and my kids are going to follow the exact same path. And then I'm going to die, and I'm going to whatever. And I was so obsessed with this path and getting it perfect. I was so obsessed with getting it perfect, you know? And not everybody probably has this problem where they are obsessed with nailing this trajectory perfect. But I was one of the people that did. I was obsessed with it to an unhealthy point, you know, to a point that was obsessive and was actually negatively impacting me, because anytime anything would not go my way and would feel like it was taking me further away from that goal, I would freak out. Like if I wouldn't get a good grade on a test, I was like, this whole trajectory I have laid out in my mind for the future is now ruined because I just did bad on this one test. You see what I'm saying? And the truth is, doing bad on a test every once in a while is not a fucking bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Not getting straight A's is not a bad thing. Not getting into your dream college is not a bad thing. Not going to college at all is not a bad thing. It's like following this trajectory perfectly is not the right idea. But we're kind of taught that as a kid, that we should strive to follow that trajectory perfectly. The truth is, the loose idea of that trajectory is valid to a certain extent. It's actually a good thing to have that structure. But when you ingrain it into children too rigidly, it becomes toxic. And so as an adult, I think, or even a teenager, honestly, this can apply also to teenagers. I think as a teenager and young adult, it's up to you to sort of say, no, you know what? I'm going to take this loose trajectory and I'm going to alter it in ways that excite me and that will lead me to living a life that's fulfilling and exciting and perfect for me as an individual. Your life truly is a blank canvas. And it was so hard for me to figure this out because I had been so bogged down with this perfect life trajectory for so long. And it dictated everything I did for so many years that teaching myself that there's no exact perfect path. You don't need to follow this trajectory perfectly. This was a challenge for me, but it's so freeing to pull yourself out of that box and to say, listen, my life is sort of a blank canvas. I can kind of do whatever I want with it. Now, listen, in the world that we live in today, it is important to, you know, go to school, I think, to a certain extent. I don't think you need to, like, go beyond a certain point. But I think school to a certain point is very important. There's a lot to be learned at school, right? So I think that that loosely is valuable. Obviously, you know, you can't really survive unless you have a job in some way. So loosely, I think that that, again, makes sense. everybody's version of family is different. So the sort of family that you go and have as an adult, it might be a group of friends, and it might be a family where, you're married and you have 10 kids. Who fucking knows? But you don't have to look at this trajectory in any certain type of way. Yes, this trajectory sort of is true, but it's not true in the way that we think it is. Like, we look at it like, well, we have to go to a really prestigious college and get a really high paying job that's really impressive. And then we have to have the perfect family where, we have 3 kids and they all are so smart. My youngest plays violin. My middle child is a little bit edgy. They play hockey. And my oldest is a furniture designer who went to school in New York City for furniture design. And they are all just absolute dreams come true. They're all best friends, all the kids. And they love each other and they're best friends. And then I'm going to die, but I'm going to die at an old age because I'm so healthy and I take all my vitamins and that is my life. Like that sort of epitome of like what this trajectory is supposed to look like is just so false. We're fed that, but it's so false. As adults, we have to find this perfect middle ground where we can look at this trajectory, but look at it loosely enough where we still see life as a blank canvas. Do you see what I'm saying? We don't have to dream of this perfect traditional life. That's the moral of the story. We're taught to dream of it. We're taught to strive towards it, but we don't have to. And we can switch things around to serve us in whatever way that we feel fit. On top of that, I also have to mention that there's nothing wrong with also wanting to strive for that traditional path. Because I think that right now, there's a lot of people who are like, fuck that. I don't want to do that. I'm going to rebel against this path as much as I can. Listen, that's fine too. Don't get me wrong. That's fine. It's fine to want to rebel against that sort of structure that we were taught. But at the same time, if you enjoy the idea of that structure and the idea of that structure makes you happy and you want to strive towards that, there's also nothing wrong with that. As I said before, your life is a blank canvas. So if you want to go and live the stereotypical perfect life, that might be perfect for you. And that might be exactly what makes you happy. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing basic and boring about that. There's nothing wrong with it. But also, if you want to completely flip the structure on its head and do everything sort of untraditionally and go a completely different direction, that's okay too, as long as you're being responsible as much as you can and you're holding yourself accountable to make sure that through it all, you're not just like deciding, okay, I'm done with school. Now I'm going to go party in Las Vegas for the next 5 years. You know what I mean? Obviously, let's say you do that, you can fucking figure it out. You can figure it out. You can turn that around or something. If you end up taking the wrong path for a little bit or something, you can always turn it around. But I think as long as you are working towards a positive life in some way that will make you happy and will provide you with what you need to feel fulfilled and happy and taken care of, then that's a good thing. But there's no specific right way to do it. Last but not least, we're taught as kids not to judge other people. Now, I think that this is, again, a really good thing because as children, we're not able to figure out what's appropriate to say and what's not. We don't have that quality. We're not developed enough in our brains to be able to do that, right? And so if we were taught as kids, it's okay to judge other people, then we would probably end up saying shit that's mean to other people. We would probably end up treating people badly who we're judging, like maybe somebody who, dresses unusual or has something unusual about them, which, by the way, we all have something kind of unusual about us. There's almost nobody who doesn't. And so I think it's important to teach kids, don't judge anyone. Don't judge people. But I think that as an adult, this can kind of get tricky because it's human nature to judge people. We can't help ourselves. When we look at somebody for the first time, we've never seen them before, and we look at them, we judge them out of just nature, it just happens. It just happens. It's human nature. We cannot stop our brain from judging people internally. We can't. We cannot help it. It's just automatic. It's automatic sometimes. In a way, it's how we protect ourselves. You know, for example, let's say we're walking down the street alone late at night and we notice that somebody's following behind us. Of course you're going to judge that person. Why? Because you're trying to figure out if they're following you and if they're going to try to, I don't know, kill you or something. Like, you know, it's human nature to judge to a certain extent. But I think that as an adult, it's important to learn that having silent judgment about others is nothing to feel guilty about, because I have found myself feeling guilty about judgments that I have sort of that are out of my control and that are automatic. But that's nothing to feel guilty about. It's not about what judgments you have in the silence and safety of your own mind. It's about how you act upon your judgments. And it's about whether or not you take your judgments as facts. Like when I judge somebody, I don't ever take that as a fact. I acknowledge it and I let it pass. And then I allow people to sort of show me who they are. You know, I'm aware that I have judgments, and sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. But I'm not taking them as a fact. And I'm also not acting upon them. For example, let's say I see somebody who is so the opposite of me. You know, maybe they're like a frat boy or something, or like, you know what I mean? They're like a college boy wearing a football jersey, you know, who like, that's just not somebody that I would necessarily be inclined to talk to, just because I'm just not interested in that. I don't care about sports. I don't always enjoy people being super loud or whatever, and stereotypically the sort of frat boy football boys are loud and obnoxious and all this, right? So let's say I see somebody from across the room and I have this judgment about that person. I'm like, they're probably loud and annoying and obsessed with sports, and that's probably all they want to talk about, and like, ugh, you know, I'll acknowledge the fact that I have that judgment. But I'm not going to treat this person differently based on this judgment. I'm not going to avoid conversation with this person because I already made a judgment that I probably wouldn't like them. I'm going to say, listen, I know that I have this judgment in my mind, but I'm going to let them show me who they are. I'm not going to act upon this judgment. I'm going to accept the fact that I have it. I'm not going to feel guilty about it. And I'm not going to act on it. I'm just going to acknowledge that I have it, period. I think the nuance with this whole situation is judging in your mind is not wrong, I don't think. I don't think it's your fault. I don't think you can control it. So it's nothing to feel guilty about. Judgment is not necessarily bad or wrong by nature. What's bad or wrong is if you act upon it in a way that's not good, that hurts others, that is rude to others, is not nice to others, that prevents you from potentially making friends with somebody, you know, because you judge them. That's what's bad and not good and should be avoided. Judging as an act is just simply human, I think. And I think when we're told as kids that judging people is bad and evil, we then grow up later and realize, God, I can't help but judge people sometimes. I can't help it. I don't know how to turn it off. I must be a bad person. That's when this sort of lesson that we're taught as kids can become harmful for ourselves, because we can feel so much guilt about judging people, when in reality it's like, no, that's just human. It's how we act on it that determines our character. Oh my God, you guys. That's all I got for today. Okay. I have to pee so bad. I've been holding my pee for 30 minutes. And to be honest, I'm a little concerned because sometimes when I'm holding my pee, I talk too fast. That might have happened just now. So we'll see. But thank you guys for hanging out and listening. And I hope you enjoyed this conversation today. I truly, really did. I really, really, truly did. Oh my God, my cat just jumped on my lap and is like sitting on my bladder. Oh my God, I'm actually gonna pee my pants. Okay, I have to go. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate and love all of you so much, and am always so grateful for our conversations. And I can't wait to have another one next week, and the week after that, and the week after that. All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hello. Today we're going to be talking about nepotism. Now, what is nepotism? Nepotism is the practice among those with power or influence of favoring relatives, friends, or associates, especially by giving them jobs. So, in simple terms, nepotism is getting a job or getting an opportunity because you know somebody who is in a power position in whatever area the job or opportunity is. Okay? Now, nepotism can exist in many different types of places. Obviously, it can exist in the workplace, but it could also exist in colleges, universities. It can exist in a lot of different ways and in a lot of different places. But right now, the internet has been discussing nepotism in the entertainment industry. And so that's what I'm going to talk about today, because I feel like that's the hot topic of right now, and I need to put in my 2 cents. I need to be a part of the conversation. I have to, and that's why I'm here today to talk about it. I feel like the public is becoming more and more aware of how prevalent nepotism is in the entertainment industry, and it's pissing a lot of people off. I don't feel like this was a conversation as much a few years ago. I feel like this is sort of a new discovery. The internet has done some sleuthing and has figured out pretty much all of the people in the entertainment industry who are nepotism babies. That's what these people are called, who are famous because their family was in the entertainment industry and succeeded before them. And now they're successful too because they decided to pursue a job in entertainment, and it worked. Nepotism babies. That's what they're called online. So if I refer to them as nepotism babies, that's what I mean. There are some people out there that you would not know are a nepotism baby, but they are. Usually it's because they've been kind of sneaky or secretive in a way about their connections. And it's shocking sometimes to find out, oh my god, wait, this person had a connection in the entertainment industry? Like, they're not a self-made sort of celebrity? What the fuck? Like, this has even happened with me, where I found out certain people had some sort of connection, and I was like, what? Like, I had no idea. I think the internet as a whole is alarmed and frightened by how much of the entertainment industry is just nepotism. Because the internet moves so fast and there's constantly conversation just going on online. There's now more of an ability to research people and talk to others about what you're discovering. And I think that that's why we're all kind of having this realization all at once. Whereas back in the day, it wasn't as easy to Google somebody's family tree and figure out if they got to where they are in their career because they have connections or something. Like, that wasn't a possibility before. Or it was, but it would have been a lot more challenging. So I think that that's why this whole conversation is happening. But I think it's interesting because nepotism doesn't just exist in the entertainment industry. It can exist in any industry. It can also exist in schools, like colleges. If your dad went to a super prestigious college, there's a good chance that now you could get into that super prestigious college because your dad is an alumni, and that could help you get into that school. Or let's say your mom had a job at this technology company, and now you want to work for that technology company. Because your mom worked there or works there, you have a better chance of getting a job there because you automatically have somebody involved in that organization that can put in a good word for you and vouch for your character, etc. So it's like, this exists everywhere, but why is it such a big deal in the entertainment industry? Why is it pissing people off more than any other industry? I think it's because being an actor, being a model, being a musician, being a fashion designer, whatever, being in the entertainment industry, being in sort of the creative sphere of things is desirable. It is many people's dream. It's highly visible. It's very fruitful. You know, there's a lot of money to be made in these industries. And I think that that's why it's pissing people off. Because a lot of people want to be famous. And they want to work in these industries. They're very desirable. So, online, I've noticed two different opinions on nepotism babies from the public who is not working in the entertainment industry. On one hand, you see people who just despise nepotism babies. People who just hate them because they feel like these people didn't have to work for their extremely prestigious job. It just gets under people's skin to think that there are people out there that were just born and then they get this incredible job and opportunity and they never had to work a day in their life. You know, some people just can't swallow that pill. And I understand that to a certain extent. I think that that's fair. Do I think that it's fair to hate on these people who were born into this privileged position? Not necessarily, because it's not really their fault.
Get us out of here.
Do I think that it's valid to be frustrated by the fact that life is fucking unfair and some people just get spoon-fed their whole lives and just get opportunities placed in front of them without having to put effort in? Like, do I think it's valid to be frustrated by that truth? Absolutely, though. You know, I do think that that's fair. I think expressing it towards individual celebrities who had an upper hand, I mean, it's not their fault. It's almost like be mad at the industry as a whole, don't be mad at the individual, because it's not their fucking fault. On the other hand, I see people on the internet who are like, you know what? So what? These celebrities had a little bit of help. So what? Their dad was a movie producer and their mom was an actor. Who cares? They were born into that family. Those were the cards that they were dealt. And if I was in their shoes, I would have done the same thing. And I would have utilized the opportunity to get jobs easier in Hollywood too, you know? I would have utilized that privilege. And so I can't be mad because they were born into the situation that they were born into. End of story. Now let's discuss what it seems these Nepo babies... I don't know if that's like mean to call them Nepo babies. I don't think that's mean.
What's out there.
It's just easier. It's the only like phrase I have to describe this genre of person. But I hope it's not like rude to them. You know what I mean? Like I hope that no Nepo babies are insulted by me calling them a Nepo baby. I'm sorry. That's the only word I have. It's the easiest to just spit out. You know what I mean? It's kind of my only option. So if you are listening and you are by chance a Nepo baby and it is kind of insulting to call you that, I'm sorry. I just don't know another word to use and it just slides right off the tongue. I'm doing the best I can. I'm sorry. So what are Nepo babies' perspective on themselves being a Nepo baby? Like, how do they feel about it? I've seen a lot of different reactions, okay? Some Nepo babies are completely in denial of the fact that their connections, their family being in the industry, whatever, may have helped them. Some completely cannot swallow that pill. And that tends to piss people off. You know, people do not respond well when nepotism babies are like, well, yeah, my parents are in the entertainment industry, but I still had to go and work my ass off to get to where I am. And the reason why people don't respond well to that is obvious. It's because it's ignoring the truth. I think people feel almost like they're being gaslit by that in a way. And I think that that's why it makes them mad. Because the truth is, nobody really knows for sure what goes on behind the scenes. Nobody knows for sure why somebody was cast in a movie or why somebody was put on a runway to model. In the case of a nepotism baby, it could be that they got chosen or hired because they were just really goddamn good. They were just really good. And they just stood out and they were the best option. And that's why they got hired. Or there could be a bribe going on behind the scenes where somebody's powerful parent is like, if you put my kid in your movie or in your TV show or in your modeling campaign, I'll go be in your movie. Or I'll go be in your TV show, whatever. There could be bribes going on. There could be money exchanges going on under the table where it's like, I'll pay you this much, don't tell anyone, if you put my kid. Like, who fucking knows what's going on? So I think that when a nepotism baby is completely in denial and denies the fact that they maybe could have been helped a little bit in getting ahead in the industry, people are like, fuck you. Like, I feel like you're just lying to my face right now because I don't know for sure what's going on behind the scenes. And maybe you don't even know for sure. So saying that it didn't help or whatever is just off, right? Okay. I've also seen some nepotism babies fucking own it and be like, yeah, I had a really weird childhood. I was surrounded by people in the entertainment industry. It was really inspiring to me growing up around it, and I just wanted to be a part of it. And I know that I had an advantage because my parents did it too and whatever, and I know that, and I'm grateful for that, and I'm aware of it, and it is what it is. I'm just grateful for it. And so, you see some nepotism babies talk about it like that, and that tends to be responded to really well. People hear that and they're like, well, fucking, how can I be mad at you now? I can't be mad at you because you're just putting it how it is. You're being honest and you're grateful for your opportunity and you're humble about it, I guess. Like, how can I be mad? And I feel like based on what I've observed, that's the best way to handle it. And then you have nepotism babies who will not speak about it. They just will not speak about it. And I don't think that that's a bad way to handle it either, because it's like, you don't have to talk about anything you don't want to talk about. And if you don't discuss it, then there's nothing to be mad at, I guess. I think that's also a good way to handle it, is to just keep it out of the conversation and just leave it be, I guess, and let people talk about it and have their own sort of discourse about it, and you just stay out of it. I think that's another good nepotism baby tactic. But here's the thing. Through all of this talk about nepotism, I've been really thinking about what it would be like to be a Nepo baby. Because, I don't know, pretty much nobody empathizes with nepotism babies. Nobody has sympathy for these people, okay? And I've noticed that. But today I want to try to empathize with them. I want to try to imagine what it would be like to be in their shoes. And I want to discuss what I think the potential pros and cons would be of being a nepotism baby. Because right now, all that's being talked about is the pros, like the positive sides of being a nepotism baby, having this advantage, etc. But nobody's talking about the cons. And I think we need to talk about both right now. Okay, so let's start with the pros of being a Nepo baby. It's pretty obvious, okay? I'm not coming up with anything that we haven't all already thought of here, but we have to go through them anyway. We just have to. Number one, in an industry that is so desirable, like the entertainment industry, connections are huge. Why? because there are so many people trying to get into the entertainment industry. There are so many people auditioning for movies every day. There are so many people auditioning for TV shows. There are so many people sending their CDs to music labels. There are so many people sending their headshots in to modeling agencies. There's so much. There's so many people. It's so hard to stand out in these industries that I think for the casting directors or the big companies, having a word of recommendation from somebody that they trust is what helps set people apart, because it's just so saturated and it's just so hard to stand out, you know? So that's why having connections in this industry is so important. I think prior to the age of the internet, connections were even more important because the entertainment industry was so corporate. You know, there was no becoming a YouTuber, becoming a TikToker, becoming an Instagrammer. You know what I mean? You couldn't go and make your own content and post it anywhere prior to the internet. It was like you had to get casted in a movie or in a TV show or in a fashion show or whatever, by a casting director who worked heavily in the industry. Now it's like, oh, I can go and post shit on YouTube and like blow up. Like now it's in our hands. It's more in our hands, right? As an individual who does not have nepotism connections to have a career in entertainment if we want to. But regardless of the fact that now we have more opportunities to sort of become famous in the entertainment industry without the industry, there are still many career paths within this industry that require, to a certain extent, connections. And if not connections, such an incredible, almost impossible talent that is impossible to ignore. And that's so rare, you know? I don't know. So I think being a nepotism baby, yeah, it's helpful because this industry is incredibly saturated. It's also helpful to be a nepo baby because if your parents were already successful in the entertainment industry, that means that they have a lot of money. Okay, as we talked about earlier, this industry is very fruitful. You know, there's a lot of money to be made in this industry. And it's so much less scary to take a career risk, like to try to break into entertainment, if your parents have a lot of money. Because if you fail, or if it doesn't work out, your parents have your back a little bit. Like, for example, if you are somebody who does not have wealthy parents, pursuing a career in entertainment is extremely risky. Because, number one, in the beginning, you don't make any money at all. There is a chance that you won't make money for a long time. There's a chance you could never make money in this career. It's so rare to succeed in this industry that the risk is extremely high. And it's also a lot of work. It's very time consuming. And it would be exhausting to try to balance going to college or having a job while also trying to pursue a career in entertainment. In some situations, not in all, but in some. And so my point is, having famous parents or a famous family means having a wealthy family. And that gives you this sort of cushion so that if everything fails and all goes wrong, it's going to be okay because you can always go back to your parents' house and, you know, you probably have a really nice room there and it's probably really comfortable and clean and safe, and you won't worry about whether or not you have money for food. Like, your parents have your fucking back, and that is a huge advantage as well. Nepotism babies also grow up around the industry. From the time that they're born, they have intimate exposure to this industry, and so there's never a learning curve maybe for them. Like, for me, for example, when I first started getting into this sort of world of entertainment, I guess, I was like a deer in the fucking headlights. I didn't know what the hell was going on. You know, like, oh wait, I need to get an agent. Oh wait, do I need to get a lawyer? Oh wait, do I need to get a wait, how do I pay my taxes? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do I need to read my emails? Like, how do I respond to this type of email? Do I need a manager, or do I need a PR team, or do I need... It's like, there's so much that, you don't know when you didn't grow up around it. Also, being intimidated by the industry can also kind of hold you back, because if you didn't grow up around it, you're going to be a lot more intimidated by it, and you might not be as bullish about starting a conversation with somebody who could be an important connection to have, etc. So this sort of comfort that nepotism babies have with the industry is very beneficial for them. Also, they might have a powerful last name, which we all know that a powerful last name is a moneymaker, right? If you see a poster for a movie and you see a famous name on the movie poster, you're so much more likely to be like, oh fuck, that's gonna be a cool movie, because you recognize an actor that's in that movie. Or let's say you're looking at the Coachella lineup and you see, someone's famous name on the Coachella lineup. You're like, oh, they're going. Okay, cool. This festival's legit, A famous last name adds credibility to anything, right? And so it's beneficial to use powerful names that are famous and well known in different types of projects, because it sells. It makes money. People are more likely to trust something if they see a legitimate name attached to it. They're more likely to buy into something if they see a legitimate name attached to it. So, if somebody has a famous last name, they are more likely to get hired for a project because that name is worth money in the eyes of the industry. And for a rational reason, because it's true. Like, I, as a consumer of TV, movies, music, clothes, whatever, I feel more comfortable spending my money on something if I see credible names attached to it. It's just how our brains work. So, it makes sense. And if you're born with a powerful last name, it's like, well, there you go. You know what I mean? And then the last positive of being a Nepo baby is that you were already born in the public eye. You know what I'm saying? You were already born in the public eye. There were already eyes on you already, whether you wanted there to be or not. And that can also be a con in a lot of ways, but it's a pro because you might as well make a career out of it. You know what I'm saying? You're already in the public eye. Why not make some cash off of it? Why not get involved? You already had to be anyway. Now let's talk about the cons of being a nepotism baby. Why would it suck? Number one, and most obviously, the pressure to live up to your family's name would be really challenging to deal with. Because the thing is, if you're somebody who grew up with a normal family, parents had normal jobs, whatever, and you have this passion for acting, for example, and you're like, I'm gonna become an actor, and you start sending in audition tapes, and let's say your audition tapes suck. Okay, they're awful. The casting director is just gonna be like, oh, this one sucks. Okay, whatever. And it's like no big deal. If you are a nepotism baby and your audition tape sucks, it's gonna become a conversation within the industry, like, ooh, their parents are so-and-so and they still suck. Ooh. There's just this hyper fixation on your talent. Not only that, but also in the public eye. Let's say someone who's never been in the industry before pops up in a movie for the first time, and they're not very good, but they're like, fine, whatever.
Thank you.
People are going to be like, okay, it's not going to become this huge conversation. But if it's a nepotism baby and there's all these expectations for this person to be the best Nepo baby there ever was, the most talented prodigy that there ever was, it's going to be a fucking conversation. It's going to be all over the media. Everyone's going to be talking about it. It's going to be a big deal. And that kind of sucks. This laser focus that would be on you would be so uncomfortable and exhausting. And as a Nepo baby, you would feel like, God, I have no room to learn or get better or whatever, because the expectation on me is already so high. And there would also be pressure to sort of represent your parents or your family who was in this industry. And there would probably be a lot of guilt if you're a Nepo baby and you got a job and then you didn't maybe do the best job, and people start giving you shit about it, either on the internet or just within the industry, and then your family's disappointed because they're like, you're ruining my legacy in a way, and that would be a terrible feeling. So I think that there'd be a lot of psychological turmoil within a nepotism baby about trying to live up to their family's name, and I think that that pressure would be really awful to experience, and I think it would kind of ruin the experience a little bit, which is disappointing because in theory, you know, being in the entertainment industry is supposed to be one of the most fun and sought after career paths, which I don't think is always true. I think it can be true, but I don't think it's always true. Or I don't think it's as often true as people assume it to be. But that would just automatically be really shitty, you know? It would just be shitty. Another con of being a nepotism baby is that your family has been in the public eye. If we're talking about nepotism in the entertainment industry specifically, like if your parents were in entertainment, there's a good chance that they were in the public eye. And you know what it's, you know, we all by now can imagine what it's like to be in the public eye. There is this constant lust for drama, okay? People love celebrity drama. And so if you are a nepotism baby, there's a really good chance that your famous parents have some unsavory articles about them. You know, there's a chance that your family members have haters. When your parents are famous, you're closely attached to their identity. So, like, if there's somebody who hates your parents for whatever reason, now they hate you too. There's a lot of baggage that comes with having famous parents in the media. You know, reading nasty articles about your parents. Nasty articles about the way that your parents are raising you. Possibly even nasty articles about you because somebody just doesn't like your parents. Like, there's a lot of baggage that can come with that, and that fucking sucks. Another challenge would be that I don't think you could ever properly feel like you earned your place in the industry if you're a nepotism baby. I think in the back of your head, you would always wonder whether or not you would be where you are in your career if your parents weren't who they are. Even if you as a nepotism baby truly have a passion for the industry that you're in and would be doing it whether or not your parents were in the industry as well. Even if you're the best at your craft, whether that's music, acting, fashion, modeling, whatever, even if you're incredibly good at it and you're the best and you truly are the best, and even if you'd be doing it no matter what, whether you had an advantage or not, you still would never know for sure if you'd be there without your family. And that sucks. Because imagine you succeed and you make your dream come true in the industry that you've always wanted to work in, but you can't feel proud of yourself fully because you don't really know for sure if you properly earned it. Imagine how fucking terrible that would be. It just destroys any feeling of accomplishment. The complicated thing is that that's in some ways like a valid feeling of illegitimacy. That's not necessarily an irrational thought to have either. It sucks that they have to deal with that, and it's terrible. But at the same time, maybe that's how the universe balances itself out in a way. It's like, okay, we're going to give some people in life advantages, but we're never going to let them feel like they properly earned it, because maybe that's just how the universe balances itself out. But that sucks. I mean, I do think that it's not the most positive way to think. If I was a nepotism baby, I'd be like, yeah, you know what? I did have an advantage, but at the same time, I know I worked hard regardless, and I'm happy with that. I'm satisfied with that, and that's an accomplishment to me. And so even though I'm aware of the fact that I did have an advantage, I'm still also proud of myself for what I did do regardless, because the cards I was dealt is the cards I was dealt. Like, that's how I would look at it. But I can imagine that there are a lot of nepotism babies who don't look at it like that, and they just look at it like they're almost fraudulent, even though they may have put their blood, sweat, and tears into getting to where they are. Another con of being a nepotism baby is that there's a chance that you have been in the industry for a long time, and you've been in the public eye for a long time. That could mean starting your career at a really young age, because your parents have all these connections and they're like, well, we could put you in a children's movie, or we could put you in a children's band. You know what I mean? We could put you in all these, whatever. And working as a child would ruin your childhood. I mean, I've never heard a child actor talk about it in a positive way. Almost never. And so sometimes, parents sort of push their kids into the industry at a young age because they're like, well, I'm going to get them started now, before the child can even decide whether or not they want to be in the industry. But also, a lot of nepotism kids grow up online, from the time that they're fucking born. They're getting paparazzi pictures taken of them. They're being followed around by paparazzi. They're already losing their sense of privacy before they're even making money from being in the industry. And that would be also fucking terrible. Obviously, I mentioned this whole sort of thing as a pro earlier, but I would say that this whole situation is a pro and a con. Being in the public eye at a young age and getting your name out there at a young age can be a good thing if your goal is to work in the entertainment industry, but it can also be a terrible thing if, yeah, you did want to get into the entertainment industry, but also you kind of got forced into it at a young age, and you had to grow up with the shitty elements of it before you were even ready to make money from being in the public eye, if that makes sense. So it can be a pro and a con. I don't know. Here's my advice for nepotism babies, okay? If I could speak to them right now, I would say this. Either own that shit or don't ever discuss it. I said that earlier. I'm saying it again. Those are the two best options. If you own it and you accept it as a part of your story and as a part of your career, I think there's peace in that. Even though you might still sometimes feel like you didn't properly earn it or blah, 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 blah. Owning it and owning your reality and your truth and your experience is really empowering. And I think for nepotism babies, that's the best route. But if that doesn't work, then just don't talk about it, because you don't need to. The truth is, celebrities don't owe anything to anyone. And that's kind of a misconception I see sometimes in the general discourse online, is like, oh, this celebrity owes me this. No, nobody owes anyone anything, ever. I mean, listen, are people who are fans of celebrities, in a sense, responsible for celebrities' success? Absolutely. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that celebrities owe any type of explanation or anything to anyone, because that's just not really fair. It's up to you whether or not you want to follow somebody online or watch the movies that they're in or do this or do that, keep up with them. It's up to you as a consumer of that person, that celebrity. So if you don't like the way that they're behaving, or you feel like they aren't being transparent enough about a certain topic, or you feel like they're being a bad role model,
whatever it may be, they don't owe you anything. They don't owe you an explanation about any part about their life. They don't owe you being a good role model. They don't owe you anything. It's up to you to decide whether or not you kind of stand by them. But also, you don't owe them anything. You don't owe being a fan to them. You could stop being a fan of them any day. So, obviously, I think it's really great when celebrities are able to be open and transparent and good role models and honest and all of this stuff. But that's not realistic, you know? It's not. To expect that out of celebrities, I just don't think it's realistic. But that's the end of it. You know, if it upsets you that a nepotism baby ignores the fact that they're a nepotism baby and that they don't discuss it, and you think that that's immoral in some way or wrong in some way, then unfollow that person. Stop being a fan of that person. Don't expect them or be mad at them for not talking about it. Like, leave them alone. And that's the case with everything. It's like, just then fucking stop caring about them. You know, if you don't like what they're doing, I think it's just better to take initiative in your own life and be like, well, I'm just not a fan of this person anymore, period. So yeah, for Nepo babies, own it or just don't discuss it. Being in denial about something or lying about something doesn't tend to end well. So, whoop, there it is. To finish off this episode, I'm going to sort of share my perspective on nepotism babies as somebody who is not one, but as somebody who is in this industry. Because I'm in this weird spot, right, where I'm in the industry, but I'm not a nepotism baby. So, I don't know. I have a unique perspective, maybe. Maybe not. But, listen, at the end of the day, I don't think that being a nepotism baby would be as fun as it sounds. I also don't think it would necessarily be as easy all the time as it sounds. I think that it comes with its own slew of problems that I personally don't envy at all. And I think that as a whole, we don't need to envy these people. I don't think it's as perfect of a situation as it seems from the outside. Anyway, at the end of the day, this is a really interesting kind of conversation. And listen, do I think that nepotism is a problem in this industry? I don't know if I'd call it a problem, because it just is what it is. I mean, listen, is it unfair in a lot of ways that succeeding in the entertainment industry is 95% easier when you're a nepotism baby? Yeah, it is kind of unfair. But at the same time, so many things are unfair. You know what I mean? There are so many things that are unfair. And that's just part of life. You know what I mean? There are so many things that are unfair. And I don't know if the entertainment industry will ever get out of its routine of nepotism. Because why would they? It's a lot easier to hire people in this industry based on nepotism rather than pure talent. It's hard to sift through the thousands and millions of people who are trying to break into the industry. It's so much easier to just go based on nepotism. So it makes sense to me why they do that. I don't know. And I think that there are a lot of really talented nepotism babies who are just incredible at what they do and who deserve praise and credit for their talent. I think it's a very complicated topic. I don't know if it's ever going to stop. I don't really know if I'd call it a problem. And I think we just have to accept it for what it is. And I think nepotism babies themselves need to accept it for what it is. And just be grateful for their advantage that they had and move on, you know, and just keep working hard and trying to be good at what they do, you know? That's all I got. That's all I got, you guys. That's all I got for today. Thank you for listening. I hope you had fun. I had so much fun. This was a really fun topic for me. And it might be because I'm not a Nepo baby. Like, I think if I was, this would not be a fun conversation. Do you know what? No, if I was a nepotism baby, I would fully, like, own it. I'd be like, no, I am. Like, I am. So, actually, I don't think it would be uncomfortable for me. I don't know, though. I'll never know for sure. I loved hanging out today. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate all of you so much. Just keep being awesome and keep tuning in to Anything Goes. If you like the podcast and you like hanging out with me, I'll talk to you next week. All right. Love you. Talk later. Love you. Okay, bye.
Hello. Today's episode might get a little dark, okay, but we're gonna get through it together. It's gonna get real, it's gonna get a little freaky, but we're gonna come to some really positive conclusions together. So just stick with me and we're gonna get through it, okay? Today we're talking about mortality, because all of us, me, you, everyone you know, we're all mortals. Mortals are human beings that are subject to death. All of this to say, we're all gonna die at some point. I feel like when I was little, I knew that I would die one day, and I knew that I could die at any time. But I feel like my perspective was very one-dimensional and kind of optimistic. Like, I always felt like I had so much time. I felt like adults were constantly reminding me how much time I had in my life to accomplish my dreams and just make memories and make the most out of my life. Like, the narrative when I was a child was, oh, you have so much time. And I would look at people who were older and just think, God, I'm so far from that. It almost feels like it'll never happen to me. I just never really thought about my own mortality. But I think a part of maturing into an adult is coming to terms with the fact that we're going to die. At a certain point, we transition from this sort of youthful, optimistic view of mortality to a very painfully realistic view of mortality, where we realize we're gonna die, the people we love are gonna die, everyone's gonna die, we don't know when, we don't know how, and it's fucking real. Like, it's fucking real, and it's not this fuzzy thing that we vaguely see in our future that will happen at some point, but that we don't really need to think about right now because we're kids. Like, it becomes real when you're an adult. And I feel like I just went through this sort of realization recently, and it's fucking rocked my world. And it sounds stupid because it sounds so obvious, you know, like, yeah, idiot, obviously you're going to die. But it just feels real to me in a way at this point in my life that has been overwhelming for me. And I will say, I've been able to work my way through it and come to a place where I feel like I'm able to have this realistic view on mortality that is mature and developed, while also still finding ways to remind myself that it's okay. Like, I've found a way to balance it in my mind. But for a few months there, I was having a really hard time. I was so anxious and scared and freaked out by the idea of death as a whole, and it completely consumed me. And so today I'm going to be talking about this sort of battle that we deal with death, and how to sort of come to terms with it, or at least how I've kind of come to terms with it, and how to kind of control it. So first, let's discuss our own personal mortality. And then later we're going to talk about the mortality of those that we care about. But one thing at a time. Let's start with our mortality. I think one of the biggest fears that pops up in regards to this topic is that we're running out of time. I kind of had a mini little existential crisis recently because I started obsessing over whether or not I was making the most of my time on this planet. My first concern was that I was making no memories. Like, am I making enough memories? Am I having enough fun? Am I going to be on my deathbed looking back at my life and remembering me watching cooking videos on my Instagram Explore page or online shopping on Sephora.com? Is that what I'm gonna look back on and remember? Is that all I have to offer? Is that all I'm doing? Am I gonna look back on my life and just remember working? Am I gonna look back on my life and have virtually no memories with friends? Am I spending enough time with my friends? Am I going on enough adventures? Am I making enough memories? To combat this sort of fear that I'm not making enough memories, I made the decision to be more intentional with what I do with my time and to use discipline, because it's in my control what I do with my time. I am in control of whether or not I spend 2 hours watching cooking videos on my Instagram Explore page. I'm in control of that, right? So I think becoming aware of the fact that you're in control of what you do with your time is the first step to sort of relieving this fear. Because if you want to spend less time on the internet, wasting away hours on TikTok and Instagram, you can do that. And I think reminding myself that I'm in control, the internet, these things that I'm sort of lightly addicted to, don't own me. I am in the driver's seat. I can control if I replace those activities with other things. I think empowering yourself and reminding yourself of that and making it a goal to sort of replace those time-wasting activities with other things can just make you feel in control, which can help eliminate that fear. But I will also say that there's nothing wrong with scrolling through your Instagram sometimes. There's nothing wrong with scrolling through TikTok sometimes. There's nothing wrong with going online shopping sometimes. That stuff is enjoyable and it's mindless and it's, there's nothing wrong with that either. No one on this planet has spent their whole life only ever doing things that are valuable and memorable. That's impossible. And so, key is trying to figure out a balance. Making sure that you're not allowing yourself too much time doing, say, pointless activities like watching TV or going on your phone or whatever. Holding yourself accountable and making sure that you're not overdoing it, but also allowing yourself a little bit of that, because it's almost impossible to fully stop participating in those activities. Like, they're such a normal part of our lives now. It's like impossible to ignore. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can quit these things, but that's up to you. I don't know if you need to quit these things. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but I don't think that that's what you have to do to ensure that you're making the most out of your time on this planet. I don't think that that is necessary. That's extreme, Taking control of your time and reminding yourself that it's in your control is a really powerful mindset. But also, speaking of mindset, it seems that when you put pressure on yourself to make memories that are special, it ruins the moment. The thing about making a memory is that it just happens on its own. You can't predict when something memorable and fun and amazing is going to happen. You just can't. It comes to you. And so I think another powerful mindset to have is to kind of relinquish control and remember, memorable things are going to happen at the most unexpected times. And so I'm not going to force it. I'm not going to try to plan out a memorable moment. I'm just going to do things that make me feel good, that are constructive, that are positive, and the memories and all of that will come with it. Anything that has a positive impact on your life in some way has the potential to make a great memory. For example, let's say a positive thing you want to do in your life is learn how to cook. So you decide, okay, I'm going to start taking a cooking class. That might seem like a mundane sort of activity, but you might make some amazing memories at this cooking class. Let's say you plan a little weekend getaway with your friends. You might make some amazing memories on that trip, even if it's just a small, short, little, weekend trip, nothing fancy. You might make the most amazing memories. You might even make better memories than you would if you planned a week-long trip to Hawaii at a resort, because maybe your expectations for that resort vacation were a little bit too high and you ended up just having a terrible time because you put too much pressure on it. You see what I'm saying? You don't need to force where memories are going to happen. They're just going to fucking happen. You're not going to make memories watching TV or going on your phone, but it's okay to waste a few hours here and there doing that, as long as you're also making sure to do something positive with your time when you have the energy to do so, because that's in your control and that's where the memories are going to come from. But there's nothing to worry about. Naturally, memorable moments happen when you're doing positive things in your life, or at least you're trying to. Even if you're just trying and you're failing, that's just as amazing. Another fear I think we have around our mortality is the fear that we're not doing anything big with our lives. I think a lot of people feel pressure to leave a mark on the world that ends up in the history books. A lot of people feel like they're a failure of a human being if they don't do something big. You know what I mean? Do something big, right? But the truth is that whether or not you're famous or you're ending up in the history books doesn't really matter. I get that feeling, of feeling like, we only have one life. We gotta make it big, we want to make it big. But I think striving for that is sort of barking up the wrong tree. If you're gonna end up doing something, big and noteworthy in your life, there's a great chance that could happen. That's not an impossible thing at all. But I think that the motivation shouldn't be to be super noteworthy for something, super famous for something, super world changing. Instead, I think the goal should be something specific to you. Like, let's say you're an artist and you're like, I want to make beautiful paintings that make people feel good. And whether or not I get recognized for it or I end up in the history books, that's out of my control. But I want to make beautiful paintings that change the way people see the world. Or let's say you're like, I am really into biology and I want to invent this biology thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, the goal should be to create something or do something that impacts the world in a positive way, whether your name is attached to it or not. Does that make sense? I don't think it's a positive thing to associate success with maybe becoming famous from something positive that you did for the world. Like, that's the wrong intent, maybe. And it can lead us to doing things that are not genuine to ourselves just to try to make it big in our lives. And the other thing is, it doesn't even really matter. There's so much more to life than, I just keep saying making it big, but you get what I'm saying. I keep thinking of like ending up in the history books. You see what I'm saying? There's so much more to life than that. Because I would argue somebody who was a beam of light in everybody's life that they were in, on a small scale, just their community, right? Somebody who was a beam of light and warmth to everyone in their small community is just as impactful and special as somebody who did something famous and remarkable. Both of those things are so special in their own way. And both of those things are an example of a life well utilized. You know, you don't need to be famous or in a history book to have had a good impact on the world. You can have an impact that only spans your community, and that's still very valuable, incredibly valuable. You don't need to go worldwide in order to feel like you fully lived your life to the fullest and did the most for humanity that you possibly can. I think the pressure to do something memorable and have everybody remember your name is understandable, but I think it's maybe missing the point. I think that the goal should be to just do as much good in your life as you possibly can. And whether that reaches 10 people or 10 million people, that's enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people it reaches. As long as you do good in your life in some way, then you can be proud of that. I think a lot of people end up doing bad things as a result of wanting to be memorable on a mass scale because they're not acting genuinely. They're not behaving genuinely. And out of the kindness of their heart, they're acting out of wanting to be memorable. And that's not the right idea. If you do things out of the genuineness of your heart, you do things because you believe in them and because you want to do them and because it makes you feel good to do them, then the rest will happen as it may. It may positively impact one person. It may positively impact 10 million people. It may impact no one but yourself. But it doesn't matter. If it's coming from your heart and it's genuine, that's the most important thing. I think somebody like Van Gogh is a really good example of this, okay? Van Gogh was an artist who made art that everyone hated when he was alive, anyway. He was considered a failure of an artist. The only person that benefited from the genuine nature of his art was him. He made art from his heart. It was just his expression of the world, and that made him feel good in some ways. He was possibly the only person who benefited from it in one way or another. It also tortured him in some ways, but whatever. But he continued to make art even though everybody else gave him shit about it. But because he made art from his heart, now he's an icon. You never know if you're going to do something big or memorable with your life, and you might never even know. It might even happen after you die. The point is that if you just do things out of the genuineness of your heart, you're making the most of your life. And whether or not people see it or not, or hear about it or not, is out of your control. But that's all you need to be striving for, is just to do genuine things, rather than do big things. The last feeling that a lot of us can experience when we're grappling with our mortality is the feeling that nothing really matters. It can be hard sometimes not to torture yourself with thoughts of, well, we all die anyway, so who fucking cares? Who cares about anything? And I struggle with this sometimes because I'll be struggling with something in life and I'll be like, why am I even trying to work through this? Because I'm just gonna die anyway. Like, should I just push this aside and not deal with it? Should I just go and stop working hard at anything, trying to accomplish anything, and just go give up, basically? Like, should I just give up and just kind of rot away for the rest of my life because nothing fucking matters anyway? Because I'm going to die? Like, you know what I mean? But the truth is that sort of self-talk is harmful, and it invalidates how large and substantial our lives feel to ourselves. And that's not fair to us, because every individual deserves to feel and experience the weight of their existence. I think we can probably all agree that our world in our heads feel big to us. Our problems, our anxieties, our pressures, all of this feels huge to us because it's our world. We all have our own unique world in our mind that only we see, that's filled with our personal pressures, anxieties, dreams, thoughts, feelings, emotions. And the special thing is that we're the only ones that experience that. We're the only ones that can feel the weight of our own individual world in our mind. And when I'm finding myself obsessing over the fact that we're all going to die anyway, so nothing really matters, I remind myself, no, in my brain and in my little world that I've built in my brain, this shit really does matter. It does matter to me right now. It does matter. And I care about the stuff that's going on in the little world in my mind. And it feels important to me. It has weight to me. And that makes it important. So yes, things do really matter to me. And so it's not true that nothing really matters. Because right now, in this moment, things do matter to me. And I'm feeling those feelings of importance. Therefore, that is real. Yeah, you know, we might be living on a planet with 7 billion people, and everybody has their own individual little world in their mind. And that makes my world feel even smaller. But the existence of my little world in my little brain has nothing to do with those 7 billion other people. So my dreams, my anxieties, my concerns, my fears, my desires, all of that, that's all real and important. And even though I am going to die one day, it doesn't fucking matter. Because right now, in this moment, I'm alive and I care about things. And things are important to me. And I'm going to honor that. I think reminding yourself of that can be so powerful when you're questioning whether or not any of this has a purpose because your death is inevitable. It's like, well, yeah, I'm going to die anyway. But in this very moment, this shit feels important. Being on this planet feels important right now because I'm here. And so I'm just going to honor that feeling. But on the other hand, you can look at the fact that we're all going to die anyway, so nothing matters, as a really positive thing, as a sort of comforting thing. In moments when you find yourself taking things too seriously and the weight of the world in your imagination, the world that you've built, you know, the weight of that becomes too heavy and you're like, hold on a minute. I think I'm carrying a little bit too much. Like, this is actually painful for me. I can't handle the weight of the world right now. Reminding yourself, actually, nothing really matters because we all die anyway, can be kind of comforting. Because while it's true that our lives feel large and substantial to us and that they are important to us and that's all that matters, at the same time, our mortality can be sort of comforting to us at times too, when we're thinking too rigidly and we're beating ourselves up about not working hard enough or not utilizing our time as well as we want to, or whatever it may be, whatever we might be bullying ourselves about. Remembering the vastness of the universe and our mortality can kind of remind us that although things are serious to us, they're not as serious as we may feel them to be. There are billions of people living at the same time as us. All of us are going to die, and our problems might not be as big as we feel like they are. It's interesting how I tend to take this sort of statement, nothing really matters, and form it to fit whatever situation I'm going through. I think that I've managed to sort of see on one hand that my life does matter, and every life does matter, while also seeing that the fact that we all die at some point anyway is freeing. Like, those two things contradict each other, but in my own little mind, I've been able to sort of see both sides of that coin. The last thing we're going to be talking about today is the mortality of the ones that we love, because that's a huge part of coming to terms with death as an adult. Like, half of it is dealing with thoughts around your own death, but then the other half of it is dealing with the potential death of people that you love and care about. I find that I'm actually more concerned with other people dying than I am with myself dying, because there are a lot of people that I rely on that I love. People who support me and are a foundation for me. And they keep me solid, you know? They keep me sane in some ways, it feels like at times. It can be so hard not to constantly worry about the well-being of the people that we love. And it can be so overwhelming when we fall into a habit of obsessing over our loved ones' well-being. I go through phases where I have to call people or text people like 4 times a day just to check in and make sure that they're still okay, because my anxiety about this is so severe. And I torture myself constantly worrying about something bad happening to people that I care about, because the truth is that there are so many things that could go wrong, not only with people that I love and that, you know, we love, like, in general, but also because I'm not always there. I feel out of control of other people's lives. I feel in control to a certain extent of my own life because I'm the one living it. I'm present in it. You know, there's no surprises for me. Like, I'm here in my body 24/7. So I know what's going on. But with people I love, they're sometimes across the planet from me. They're sometimes 20 feet away from their phone, not responding to me when I'm like, hey, are you okay right now? I'm not in control of other people's lives and what they're doing. So I feel out of control of that situation. And when I start freaking out, like, oh my God, I haven't talked to this person in like 6 hours. Or are they okay? Did they get hurt? Did they die? Like, I don't know. You know, that can become so overwhelming. And the only way I've been able to remedy that fear and pain is to try to convert my fear into love and appreciation and gratitude. And I know it sounds like, oh my God, Emma. Oh, Emma, like, shut the fuck up. Like, stop. Like, that's unrealistic. But it's not. Because every time I find myself spiraling and worrying about somebody that I care about and that I feel like I need in my life, I might shoot them a text and just be like, hey, how you doing? Like, whatever. And then internally, while I'm waiting for them to respond to me or something, just to like check in, make sure that they're okay and doing good or whatever, I am trying to mindfully replace my thoughts of all the things that could be going wrong, all the ways that they could have gotten hurt over the past X amount of hours. I try to replace those thoughts with gratitude for that person. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's a way that I deal with my anxiety around people I care about dying, honestly. And it's so hard because my brain wants to be scared. Like, it wants to worry about people and whether or not they're okay at any given moment. But I can't live like that. And I find that when I am mindful and try to replace those fears with gratefulness in a way, it kind of calms me down a little bit. And I've found that over time, I've gotten better at sort of switching my mindset so that I don't spiral as often. Another thing that I think a lot of us worry about is whether or not we're spending enough time with people that we love. And this is hard because you kind of have to strike a balance in a way. You know, you can't spend every single day with all the people that you love. That's just unrealistic. But you definitely can make it a priority to spend time with people that you love, even if it isn't always the most convenient thing. We're not always in the mood to call up the people we care about. We're not always in the mood to even hang out with the people that we care about. Even though we care about them and we love them, you know, sometimes we're selfish with our time in a way, and we should be, because we kind of have to be in order to get stuff done sometimes. But it's about finding a balance and finding the time and finding the energy to give to those people that we love and care about, so that we can relax and feel less concerned about whether or not we're spending enough time with the people we love. And it doesn't need to be physical time always. Maybe it's giving them a call. Maybe it's sending them a text. Like, how much energy you give to the people you love is in your control. And so finding that perfect balance, I don't know, you guys. I'm done. I've hit my brain limit for the day. My brain's shutting down. I'm turning off. I will say, you know, the last few months of my life, sort of discovering mortality for the first time in my life, it's been really anxiety inducing. And I've been having really bad anxiety in general. And the whole experience of this sort of discovery and realization has been so painful for me. But I will say that it's getting a lot better. And I think all of the things that I mentioned can be really helpful and powerful. And I hope that if there's one of you out there who's sort of dealing with this new anxiety in their life around death, I hope that some of these things can help you. And the truth is that death is one of those things that's out of our control. And it's so hard not to feel anxious and overwhelmed about it, because we can't control it. And anything that we can't control freaks us out as humans, you know, because we're like, I can't do anything about it. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? It's this overwhelming feeling of worrying about it, but also not knowing what to do about it, because there's nothing you can do about it. And that is such an awful cycle to be in mentally, where you're going in that circle, where you're worrying about it, and then you're like, all right, well, what am I going to do about it to help myself stop worrying about it? And then you're like, oh, fuck, there's nothing I can do about it. But there are things you can do. And it's a combination of being grateful for life as it is, taking the pressure off of yourself and going a little easier on yourself, but also having discipline sometimes to prove to yourself that you can and that your life is in your control. But then also trusting the process too. Yeah, life is unfair and shit doesn't always work out the way that you expect it to, but going with the flow is always going to be a better feeling than overly controlling things and forcing things. And yeah, okay, I'm done. Okay, now I'm done. Now I'm actually done. I have to be done, you guys. I have to be done. That's all I have for today. Thank you guys for listening. I really hope that this helped someone in some way. Thank you for listening. Thank you for hanging out. It was a pleasure as always. I'm excited to talk to you again next week, and then the week after that, and then the week after that. Unless, of course, I die. Then, unfortunately, you will have to go listen to something else. But there's a pretty good chance that I won't die. But then now I'm gonna fucking jinx it, so I'm gonna knock on wood. All right. Now we're all good. Now that I knocked on wood, I will be seeing you for sure next week. Okay, I'm done. I really love and appreciate all of you, and we'll talk soon. All right. Talk later. Bye. Funny. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Whatever. So today I wanted to talk about my 2023 predictions. What I think is going to happen this year. And to be honest, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, I have no evidence to back these predictions. Okay? So if you hear something and you're like, I don't think so, you might be right. I don't know. These are just predictions that I've come up with on a personal level based on my own experience in life. Some of them are predictions And some of them are more manifestations, like things that I want to happen. And maybe by putting them in this episode, I'm manifesting them into happening. But I also can see them happening. Like they're 50. You see what I mean? Okay, let's just get right into it. First, I have a few fashion predictions. My first prediction is that there's going to be a major return to the basics. In 2022, there was a big explosion of maximalism. And by maximalism, I mean outfits that are extremely busy, lots of different colors and patterns, mixing and matching things from different eras to make something completely new. Like this sort of desperation to feel unique and to feel different, which I think stemmed from the fact that trend cycles moved so fast in 2022 to a point where the second that you'd feel like you're on trend, that trend would be out and a new thing would be in. The trend cycle was so incredibly short that the only way to feel like you're doing anything unique or different or eye-catching was to be a maximalist, was to wear a cheetah print skirt with like a crazy striped sweater and 3 scarves and 4 belts on and 2 different colored shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like one foot was a red shoe and the other foot was doing the most, okay? That was popular in 2022, but I think that can only last for so long. I think that there's going to be a collective fatigue around maximalism as a whole, and I think a lot of people are going to start to feel the desire again to just return to the basics, return to the classics, and be a little bit more minimal. Because as fun as it is to play around with fashion and be constantly doing the most, I think that even that becomes a trend within itself at some point, and that sort of becomes out of style. You know, I think maximalism happened as a result of the trend cycle speeding up so fast that it felt impossible to be individual in any way. But then I think now maximalism is a trend within itself. And I think that naturally that will fade out and people will just be more excited about things that are more simple. But again, I don't know. So that's my first fashion prediction. My second fashion prediction is that ironic fashion will be coming in. Ironic meaning like funny fashion, okay? Fashion that's sort of silly. And that might be in the form of funny graphic t-shirts, but it could also be funny in the form of a purse that looks like a fish. You know what I'm saying? I also feel like there may be a fatigue in fashion right now because everybody's taking it so seriously. And for the last few years, fashion has felt kind of serious, at least in my opinion. I think it's felt pretty serious. And so I think a lot of people are going to be hungry to make fashion a little bit more fun again, a little bit more lighthearted. I know I'm feeling this on a personal level, and I think that's why I think that this is going to happen, is because I'm feeling this personally. Like, I'm done needing like everything in my closet to be cool. Like, what about something fun and stupid, you know? I mean, I've always kind of liked that, but I think now more than ever, I'm really hungry for that. Like, for example, I bought a purse recently that is like a plain black purse, but on the front of it, it looks like it has a real carrot on it. Like, it just looks like a real carrot. And when I saw that, I was like, you know what? Thank God. Like, thank God. Like, when I was trying to find a cute, like, simple black bag online, and I see this one with the stupid carrot on it, and I'm like, thank God for this. Like, thank God I found this. This is what I wanted to find. Like, everything else was just boring to me and just too serious and too blah, blah. This bag with the carrot on it, thank God for it. It actually sparks joy. You know, it actually sparks joy in me. Like wearing it around starts a conversation. Pulling it out of my closet sparks joy. Like that's what I'm looking for in fashion right now. And I think a lot of people might start to feel this way too, where they want to have fun again with fashion. And they don't want to feel like they need to look super fucking cool and put together and everything super polished, etc. Like I think a lot of people are going to want to start having more fun and kind of joking around with fashion. My next fashion prediction is not really a fashion prediction. It's actually more of like a trend prediction. I don't know. I put this in this category, but like, I don't know if it's really a fashion prediction, but we'll see. The next prediction is that there's going to be a decrease and reversal, possibly, of Barbie-like plastic surgery. I think the last 10 years have been very fascinating when it comes to plastic surgery and the ways that people cosmetically enhance themselves. But like clothing trends, I think that plastic surgery trends come and go. And I think the sort of desire to look like a perfect Barbie and have really intense features that are completely unrealistic and not natural, I think that that is going out. And we're already kind of seeing it in the media. We're seeing a lot of people who were known for having sort of Barbie-like unrealistic features reverse these procedures or surgeries or whatever. We're starting to see a reversal of that. But I think that it's going to continue even more. I think the number of people going into plastic surgeon offices with a reference photo that looks like a Barbie, I think that that's going to stop. What's interesting is that I feel like when that sort of plastic surgery trend started, it was sort of rare, you know, like you didn't see a lot of people that looked super Barbie-like, if you will, doll-like. So when you saw it, it was more fascinating and it was more intriguing and it was kind of maybe enviable in some way. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But now it's become so popular. I mean, especially in big cities like LA, New York, whatever. It's become so popular to see people that just look like a perfect Barbie that I think it's becoming kind of stale in some ways. And I'm not saying this to insult people who have, you know, these kinds of procedures that have been done. Like, this isn't personal, you know? This is not personal to anyone. But I just think that it's sort of lost its allure. I don't think it's as desirable anymore. And I don't think that it's being perceived as attractive in the way that it maybe used to when it was more of a rare thing. I think the fact that it's so widely known about that you can get these procedures and whatever has sort of made it lose its allure. It's not a secret anymore. It used to be when you'd see somebody who had a bunch of work done, you're kind of like, oh, like, how did they get to look like that? Like, they don't even look real, but I don't even know how they did it, you know? But now there's such an open discussion about these procedures, and it's becoming so popular that I think people are almost embarrassed now to go and get those procedures done that are extreme because they're like, everyone knows what I did. You know what I mean? Like, anyone can look at me and be like, oh, she got lip injections, jaw filler, a rhinoplasty, a boob job, and a butt job. You know what I mean? Like, it's obvious. And the mystery is gone. So it's kind of a little bit less hot and exciting, you know? I think that the plastic surgery trend that's going to be in is plastic surgery that's almost impossible to point out. Minor surgeries or cosmetic enhancements that you can't necessarily tell are unnatural. Like getting work done that you could have been born with. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what's going to be popular, if anything. And again, I think we're already seeing that, so I don't think that this is like me fucking looking up at the stars and being like, the Barbie surgery is over. Like, I feel it, you know, like the universe told me. Like, no, I think this is like written on the wall, but regardless. My last fashion prediction is about red carpet looks. What are celebrities wearing on the red carpet? I predict that there's going to be a decrease in generic, in basic red carpet outfits. I'm talking about the basic sort of gown and high heels or suit with perfectly done hair, perfectly done makeup. I think that might kind of disappear this year. Not complete, actually, no, I don't think it's going to disappear. Excuse me. I think that's going to decrease. I think that there's going to be more emphasis on doing unique things on the red carpet. For example, something avant-garde, like something weird, something completely untraditional and unique, like wearing an oversized 80s work suit on a red carpet, or like wearing platform boots and capris and like doing stuff that's like weird, right? I think that's going to start happening a lot more. But I also think that another possibility is that a lot of people are going to start wanting to be more casual at red carpet events. I've actually seen this starting to happen where people are wearing like casual outfits on a red carpet. I could see that becoming a trend for red carpet fashion, where people just wear their street clothes or wear things that are pajama adjacent or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I think the reason for this is, you know, for how many years have celebrities been wearing the same types of gowns and high heels and all of this to every red carpet event? There's a bunch of plain black and white suits every time there's a red carpet. It's just becoming so stale that not only are celebrities probably becoming fatigued by this, but also the public is getting bored. Everybody's getting bored of the just obvious red carpet attire. So I think there's going to be a big shift in red carpet fashion, and things are going to start getting a little weird. I know on a personal level, I am so sick of wearing gowns. Like, I don't want to wear a gown. Sometimes, but not really. Like, I wear gowns. I've worn gowns on red carpets before, and it's fun, and it's exciting in its own way, and whatever, but I'm kind of bored of it, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I kind of want to switch it up a little bit, and I don't know exactly what that means for me on a personal level, but I feel that desire, so I can't imagine I'm the only one. Okay, next we're going to do society predictions. What is going to happen in our society in 2023? What is the popular thought going to be? Now, it's kind of hard to predict society as a whole because, as we know, there are so many nooks and crannies of society. It's impossible to encapsulate society into one, because when there's 100 people who believe one thing and who agree on one thing, there's 10 who disagree and have their own idea. You know what I'm saying? It's impossible, but I'm going to try to do my best and predict what I think a decent amount of people are going to start feeling, believing, doing, thinking, whatever. My first society prediction is I think that there's going to be a huge rejection of anti-aging rhetoric. For as long as I've been alive, there's been this obsession with anti-aging. It's all about staying young for as long as possible. It's all about talking shit about how badly people aged. It's all about buying anti-wrinkle cream, dyeing your hair if you start to go gray, getting a facelift at 60 years old. You know, it's always been about this. I can't remember a time when we as a society weren't obsessed with anti-aging. And now with this sort of open conversation about plastic surgery and cosmetic enhancements and stuff like that, anti-aging has only become even more of an obsession because it's now so known to everybody what options are out there if you don't like the way you're aging. But I've been thinking about this a lot recently, and I've been kind of hearing some other people talk about this too. Aging is like a beautiful thing. Aging is a beautiful thing. And getting wrinkles, your skin starting to become looser or saggy or whatever, that's a beautiful thing. That's a trophy almost of your years on this earth. It's like a medal in a weird way. I feel like I've been thinking of wrinkles and aging and all of this as something that represents the fact that you've survived this long on this planet and you've made it through. And through those years, you've gained wisdom and you've learned so many lessons and you've laughed so many times and you've smiled so many times. And that's why you have wrinkles. I understand why people want to reverse aging, because youthfulness is so celebrated. And we're so programmed to look at aging in a negative light that it's almost impossible to not want to change it. Like, I understand. But I think that similar to a lot of the topics that I mentioned earlier, there's going to become a fatigue within society where people are exhausted by feeling like they need to cover up aging. And I think that there's going to be a rejection of the anti-aging rhetoric, and people are going to be like, you know what? No, fuck that. I'm just going to let it go. And you know what? Maybe I'll get a little sprucing up here and there, maybe, but I think that there's just going to be this shift in tone about aging. Or at least I hope so. I think this is definitely more of a manifestation than a prediction. I do think that there's a chance it could come true, but I think this is more of a desire I have for society, something that I want to manifest for society, and something that I think has a chance of coming true. I just think that the obsession with trying to prevent something that's going to happen to everyone can't continue, I don't think, because fighting against nature and the way that the world works never works out well. I think that instead of being obsessed with anti-aging, getting cosmetic surgeries done to reduce wrinkles or spending too much money on wrinkle creams that probably don't do anything, who knows? I think there should be more of a focus on just enjoying your life, having a happy and healthy life, taking care of yourself inside and out, exercising in ways that you find enjoyable, having a good relationship with food that's balanced, taking care of your mental state in whatever way you need to. Like, I think that should be more of the focus when it comes to anti-aging, if you will, instead of trying to cover it up by spending thousands and thousands of dollars on surgery and special creams and all of this. I hope that that's the way things start to shift in this upcoming year and indefinitely. But also, that might be wishful thinking. But I know for me on a personal level, that's the way I'm trying to think of it. Because I am 21 years old and I have little lines on my forehead and I have little blah, blah, blah. And it's hard I'm 20. Well, I'm a fucking child. I literally, I am an infant, okay? When it comes to the aging journey of life. And I'm even sometimes like, ugh, a little Botox in the forehead. What if I did it? But then I think about it and I'm like, it's because I'm an expressive person. I talk a lot. I smile a lot. I'm moving my face a lot. That's why I fucking have those. And that's a beautiful thing. And my little fucking stupid, other, whatever. It's like, there's nothing wrong with that. And I don't even think I would hate that part of my face or even notice it unless it was heavily talked about that's the first sign of wrinkling is your forehead and you got to get Botox or else it's only going to get worse. You know what I mean? I don't even know if I'd notice that otherwise. But also, let's keep in mind, I live in LA, okay? And LA is the plastic surgery capital of the world. So I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to say it anyway. So I think I might have a slightly different opinion because living in LA is the most toxic, I would argue, when it comes to things like plastic surgery and looking perfect and looking young forever. And also the industry I work in, it's all of it, but whatever. My next society prediction is I think that in general, a lot of people are going to calm the fuck down. Let me explain what I mean. Okay. The last few years, I feel like there's been this underlying tone of anger in society. And I think for a lot of reasons, it's completely valid. Do you know what I mean? I don't blame society as a whole for just being angry the last few years. Because there, as always in this world, there's a lot to be fucking angry about. Don't get me wrong. But I think that the fact that everybody's been cooped up inside for so long has made this sort of anger 50 times worse. And I think that we might be coming to the end of this sort of tone of anger in society. Like, for the last few years, I felt anger and angst everywhere. When I would be driving my car, it felt like everybody had road rage in a way that was worse than normal. When I'd go on the internet, I felt like the comment section on majority of content was so judgmental and mean. And I just felt this overall vibe of bullying, anger, and angst. And maybe this is just me, but I felt it so heavily for the past few years. But I think that was a result of everybody being indoors for so long and kind of losing it. We all did. I think a lot of people became comfortable with being mean over the course of the pandemic because there wasn't a lot of face-to-face interaction. Most interaction was through a phone or through a computer or with a mask on, even when we were wearing masks. It's like you're not seeing each other fully. I think that there was a mass anger. But I think that that's kind of calming down. I think a lot of people are starting to get back into their routine. They're starting to do more things in the real world. There's a lot more real world interaction happening now. At least, I'm mainly referring to America in this instance, just because that's where I live. But I don't know. I think that people are kind of softening up again, maybe. I think in 2023, there's going to be a mass softening of people. And I think that's going to be the result of everybody kind of adjusting back to social life, I hope that this is true, because I think that an angry society is not good, so I hope that happens. We'll see. Next, I predict a desperation for connection with the real world again. A lot of people seeking in-person activities and friendships. I think that a lot of people are going to rediscover being present again, because we just didn't have to be present as much for the last few years. Everything that we did was very virtual. Not everything that we did, but a lot of us were living our lives completely through the internet. And I think a lot of people are exhausted by that now. A lot of people are sick of online friendships, online interactions, online this, online that. I think a lot of people want to get out. For people who have an office job, maybe some of them are like, I actually want to go back to the office now. For people who maybe never really cared about going out to dinner before, or all of a sudden like, I kind of want to go out to dinner tonight. I just think that there's going to be a sort of excitement about going out in the world and doing things and putting the phone down and just like enjoying the fact that we can do that. We'll see. We'll fucking see. I don't know. Because to be honest, like I like Zoom meetings. Like I prefer taking meetings on Zoom. I find it to be so convenient and I prefer it. So I don't know. I think that maybe people's desperation for connection with the real world again is going to look different for everybody. Like for me, I don't want to like I like Zoom meetings. Like I like doing my meetings virtually. But I do feel more of a desire to maybe like take a class or something, like take an art class or like take a musical instrument class, like do something present with other people, take more workout classes, you know, instead of working out at home, etc. I feel this sort of desire to go back out into the world and be present in the world. And I'm excited about hanging out with friends a little bit more than I was before. I don't know. My next society prediction is that I think that there's going to be a resurgence of minimalism. 2021 and 2022 were huge years, I would say, for consumption, like buying things. I think a big reason for that is social media, TikTok, etc., because things would go viral on the internet and then people felt like they needed to buy them. But then there was a new thing a week later that everybody had to have. And that applied to everything, not just clothes. It applied to skincare products. It applied to technology-related gadgets. It applied to literally every category. And I think a lot of people probably amassed a lot of product over the last few years. And I know from experience that having a lot of things is not as great as you think it's going to be. It's suffocating in a way. It's exhausting in a lot of ways. And I know that that sounds so fucking ridiculous because it's like there are people who would do anything to have an abundance of things. And so I don't want to sound ignorant and be like having too much stuff is like awful. It's not as awful as not having enough. And I want to make that clear. But at the same time, having too much in its own way kind of sucks. And so I think a lot of people are going to become fatigued from being a big consumer, you know, buying every viral product, buying every trendy piece of clothing for maybe a cheaper price from like a fast fashion type of place. And instead, I think people are going to want to be minimalist in a way. I've even felt this desire myself. You know, I've had a desire to get rid of all of my clothes and just keep a few of each thing and leave it at that. For me, I struggle with that because I do love things. I love going into my closet and picking out an outfit, and I've spent so much time kind of collecting things over the years that I'm too emotionally attached to go that far and be that extreme and that much of a minimalist. But I personally feel a desire to sort of scale down my belongings and to be more intentional about what I buy and to have less things, but the things that I do have I love them and I know I'm going to use them for a long time. I think a lot of people are going to start feeling this way, and I think it's going to become sort of a trend again to be a minimalist, to live off of the bare minimum. And I don't know. I mean, I know that minimalism was really popular a few years ago, and I think it's still popular now, but maybe on a smaller scale, but I think it's going to become popular again. I think that the flaw in the way that minimalism is portrayed online is it's portrayed as all or nothing. I've noticed. It's portrayed like you either wear the same shirt and the same pair of pants every day, 365 days a year, or you're not a minimalist. I think that that's the thing that deters people from dappling in a minimalist mindset because they feel like they have to be all or nothing. But I don't think that that's true. There are ideas that I've adopted from the concept of minimalism that have improved my life greatly, but I'm not a full-blown minimalist. But I think that this sort of mindset is going to become popular, and I don't think we're going to see a bunch of people who are fully in it, but I think that a lot of consumers are going to start having that mindset a little bit more, focusing on higher quality things that they only have to buy once and just simplifying their lives in that way. But we'll see. And our last category of predictions is in media. So I'm talking about social media. I'm talking about TV, movies, actors, singers, like just media, the internet as a whole. You know what I mean? Okay. My first prediction is that the show Ridiculousness with Rob Dyrdek is going to have a complete resurgence. No, I'm kidding. But if you've ever... Okay, I'm going to take a quick break to tell you a story. For Thanksgiving, I rented a little cabin. And in this cabin, the TV only had cable. Like, you couldn't watch Netflix, you couldn't watch Hulu, you couldn't watch YouTube, you couldn't watch anything. You could just watch cable. And so I watched Ridiculousness with Rob Dyrdek on MTV for fucking 72 hours straight. And when I first started watching it, I was like, this show, I can't even handle it. I can't handle it. Like, this is so 2014. Like, I can't handle it. But by the end of the weekend, I was like, this is the best show I've ever seen. I don't know why I even told that story. It's like not a good story. Like, nobody's laughing. Nobody's like, oh, damn. That's crazy. Like, I should not have told that story. I might cut it, but if you hear it, wow, it made it. Rob Dyrdek, you made the cut. Okay, moving on. Media predictions. Number 1, I think that there's going to be a disappearance of some celebrities that we know today. Not like a disappearance that's sinister. I'm talking about celebrities and internet personalities quitting the internet. Because it is so toxic in so many ways. Being in the public eye, I think, is hard right now in its own special way. It used to be hard, I think, because the paparazzi situation was so out of hand. Like 20, 30 years ago, the paparazzi situation was out of hand. They were violent, they were invasive, they were disrespectful, like it was out of hand. Now that's not really the case. But instead, the reason why being in the public eye is so hard nowadays is because the internet is just an insane machine. It's an insane machine at this point. We all know this. I don't even need to go into it. But I think that there's going to be a lot of people who are in the public eye who will come to the conclusion that they can't fucking handle it anymore, and they'll disappear. And it'll be up to them. They'll do it. They'll just be like, I can't do this anymore. I have to quit. My quality of life is terrible. I feel I can't handle it. And I think the reason for that is that the pressure is so high to kind of be a perfect person, I think, because the internet is obsessed with people failing, you know, with people fucking up, with people being embarrassing. Like, the internet loves people's downfall. You know what I mean? And I think being in the public eye is harder now more than ever because people who are in the public eye, they feel like anything that they do could be turned into something negative or something. Even people who aren't doing bad things are scared on the internet. People who are good people in their hearts are scared of being on the internet because people love a story about somebody that's negative. And that's what sells the most. So society as a whole is constantly waiting for the next story. And if you're in the public eye, then there's a chance that you might be the next one. And that's a really scary feeling. And so I think that's going to cause some people to quit soon. I don't know who it's going to be. I don't know when it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to happen at all. All of the pop culture figures that we know today might make it another year. But I could see some of them quitting just out of feeling like their quality of life is being destroyed by this fear. I mean, I know I struggle personally with this fear. It's not easy for me to sort of deal with. I'm constantly like afraid of doing the wrong thing or saying the wrong thing or doing something embarrassing or doing something cringe or what. Like, I'm constantly terrified of that. And I don't want to quit and walk away and disappear, but I think about it sometimes because I'm like, would my quality of life be better? And the truth is, I don't know and I don't care. I'm so grateful to be in this position that I'm not going to throw that away. And to me, it's not an option. I think I'm just so grateful to be in this position, and I'd rather fight through the sort of anxiety and fear and figure out a way to do this in a way that's healthy for me mentally. I'd rather do that than quit. You know what I mean? But I think that there are going to be some people who are like, I can't do this anymore and I have to quit the internet altogether. So we'll see. Next, I think a lot of people are going to become bored of social media. Like, I think a lot of people are going to be like, you know what? I'm deleting Twitter. You know what? I'm deleting TikTok. You know what? I'm deleting Instagram. I'm bored. Like, I think there are going to be a chunk of people who do that next year, like a lot more than this year. Because I know that already kind of started this year, but I think next year, a lot of people are going to become fed up and bored. They're going to be like, listen, I've had an Instagram for 15 years. I'm done. Like, it's all the same shit. I think a lot of people are going to be like, you know what? I've been on Twitter for how many years now? It's all the same shit. I'm done. So I think that there's going to be a little bit of that. But I also think that there's going to be a lot of people who quit social media apps because they come to the realization that these apps are ruining their life. And they have a toxic addiction to these apps. And so I think a lot of people are going to make this sort of executive decision in their own life that they cannot be present on these apps in a healthy way. I came to that conclusion with Twitter and TikTok for myself. And over a year ago, I deleted both of those because I knew that there was not a way that I could be on those apps in a way that was healthy for me mentally. Like, the overall discourse on those apps are negative, in my opinion. And I am a very, very sensitive person. And I know that I can't fucking handle that much negativity and fighting and arguing and bullying and drama. And I can't handle it. And so I deleted those apps. And I kept Instagram and I kept Pinterest and I kept YouTube because I use those platforms for good in my life, I would say. It can get out of hand at times, don't get me wrong, but I overall use those apps for good in my life. Like Instagram, you know, I've found cool recipes, cool fashion ideas, etc. off of Instagram. And I like checking in on what the people I love are doing, you know, even though I don't follow anyone, but I can still type in and see what they're doing. So, you know, there's that. Pinterest, I love making little mood boards and doing this and that. It's very therapeutic for me and relaxing, but also inspiring for me. So I love that. And YouTube, I learned so much on YouTube. I love watching educational stuff on YouTube. I love, you know, watching little documentaries and whatever. I love it. I think YouTube is great. And so those social media apps served me in a positive way, so I kept those. But I think a lot of people are going to start quitting apps because they're going to come to the conclusion that it's making their life worse and it's taking their attention away from things that really matter in the present world, and life without it is much better. I think this is kind of more of a manifestation for society rather than something that's actually going to happen. But even if 100,000 people do that and quit, then I consider that a true prediction. I just predict that some people are going to do it. The scale, I don't know, but I think that that's going to become a trend, is to just quit social media. I don't know, we'll see. I think that podcasting will continue to become more popular. When I first started podcasting a few years ago, it was popular, but not really. Like, I remember feeling like, God, who else is doing this? It was a lot more corporate, I felt like. You know, like there was a lot of super professional sort of podcasts, and there weren't as many casual, chill sort of podcasts. But I think that that's going to continue to explode. I think that podcasting is going to become more of a desirable career path for a lot of people. And I think there's going to be a huge influx in podcasters. But on top of that, I also think that there's going to be a lot of people who started a podcast in, say, 2022 who quit in 2023. Because the weird thing about podcasting is that it seems easy, like it seems easy, but it's like shockingly challenging in a lot of ways. And so I think podcasting is going to grow as an industry a lot, and as a source of entertainment, I think it's going to grow a lot. But I think there are going to be a lot of people who start it and then are like, wait, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of starting and stopping of podcasting, but then there are going to be also some that, I don't know. Podcasting, I think, is challenging because you have to have a lot to say, but you also have to be in the right frame of mind. Like, there are times when my mind is so overwhelmed by things that sitting down and focusing and talking for an hour sounds impossible to me. And I don't know. It's easy to run out of things to talk about, to be honest. You have to be constantly growing your wealth of knowledge of things, but also developing your opinions on things in order to continue to have things to add. And that's hard because you have to be very present in your personal life to have a podcast. And sometimes you don't want to be present in your personal life, and you don't want to be paying close attention to your own thoughts and the behaviors of others to have something to talk about. Sometimes you just want to be an autopilot and not give a fuck about what anyone else is doing and what you're even thinking yourself. So I think that's why some people start podcasts and then are like, wait a minute, I don't want to do this because I have to be sort of thinking too much in my personal life in order to do this. And that's too much. But I think that podcasting as a medium for entertainment is going to grow because I think podcasting is one of the healthiest forms of entertainment. Because number one, you can listen to it while doing other things. You could put a podcast on and go clean your room or do the dishes or draw a picture or do a puzzle or whatever. And that's something that not many other media sources can give you. With podcasting only occupies one of your senses, which is your hearing. And so you can use all of your other senses to do things that are productive and positive and good. Whereas scrolling through Instagram, it pretty much consumes all of your senses. So you can only be on Instagram when you're on Instagram. You can listen to a podcast and go and do other things, and you can still be entertained. And I think that's why podcasting is going to continue to grow, but also I think it needs to grow because I think it's a really good source of entertainment. So anyway, it's very meta of me to be talking about podcasting on my podcast. And I know I might sound biased about podcasting because I have a podcast, but no, I truly believe in it. I think it's a really great thing. And I personally lean on podcasts for entertainment a lot because I find it's the most productive and healthiest form of entertainment for me personally. My last media related prediction is that I think there's going to be a decrease in celebrity obsession online. And I think the reason for that is because there's so much information about celebrities nowadays. Like, celebrities are so accessible to us now, and we can see so many facets of their personality that we never would have been able to see 30 years ago, that I feel like the sort of worshipping that we used to participate in about celebrities might decrease a little bit because now we know so much about celebrities that, but I don't know. I don't know if I believe that this will happen because I think that we always will be obsessed with celebrities. I mean, I even think of someone like Paul McCartney. Like, if I saw Paul McCartney, I would freak out. So, okay, my last prediction, I take it back. I don't predict that anymore. I think we will always be obsessed with celebrities because that's just how we're programmed. Okay, those are my predictions for 2023. We'll see if any of them come true. A lot of them I just want to come true. Some of them I just think will come true. I don't care if they do. So, we'll see. I think 2023 has the potential to be a really great year. I'm really hoping for it. I think we all deserve it. We've had some rough times over the past few years. We'll probably have some rough times this year too. That's how the world works. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of promise. And I hope that this year brings all of us, me and you listening, peace and calmness and fulfillment, but also the energy to work hard and do things. And, I just hope it's a great year for all of us. Thank you so much for listening to today's episode. 2023 is going to be a really cool year for Anything Goes, the podcast, because I don't know, we're going to be making some changes around here. I'm really excited for what's coming up. Thank you all for listening this past year. I appreciate it more than you know. And cheers. You know what I mean? Cheers to the new year. I love and appreciate you all so much. Follow Anything Goes, subscribe to Anything Goes if you so desire. I don't know. I guess I'll just talk to you next week. Love you. Hello. My neighbor has been playing Mario Kart all morning at top volume. Like, the soundtrack of my morning this morning was Mario Kart music, which is crazy because my neighbor isn't even that close to me. Like, they're kind of far away. There's an entire yard between us, but yet somehow I can hear them play Mario Kart at 9 a.m. at top volume. It's crazy. I'll be honest, it's been kind of awful, but I think that they might be done now. Anyway, today we're talking about copying. The interesting thing about copying is that most people, when they think of it, think that it's a bad thing. They think copying is bad. But if you investigate further into the concept of copying, you'll find that copying can actually be an incredible thing as well. Copying is a complicated topic, actually. And so I wanted to talk about it today and discuss my philosophy on copying, when it's good, when it's bad, when it's useful, when it's evil, etc., etc. And maybe we'll all learn something, okay? Before we begin, let's look at the Oxford Dictionary's definition of copying. To make a similar or identical version of, to reproduce, or to imitate the style or behavior of. We all knew that, but I just wanted to read it, make sure we're all on the same page, and now we can begin. I think that copying can be three things. So first, let's discuss when copying is evil. This is what we all think of when we think of copying. The key characteristic: it's evil when you directly replicate something and then pretend it's your idea and then profit from it. That is when copying is evil. Let's give an example. You're on your Instagram Explore page one day and you see a clothing designer who doesn't have a lot of followers, just created a new cool jacket. They sewed it by hand. They completely designed it themselves. It's a design that only they have made. It is one of one. It is their thing, but no one knows about it. This person has like 10 followers, okay? They're just getting started. And then let's say you are a slightly more experienced clothing designer. You have 10,000 followers and you sell your clothes online and you're pretty successful and you're relatively well known, and you go and you steal that design from that designer who is just starting out. And then you say, "This is my design." That's when copying is evil. When you steal an idea from someone else, especially if they have less of an advantage than you do. Maybe they're just starting out and you've been in the game for a little longer or something like that. And then you profit off of their idea and you don't give them credit and you don't tell anyone, and you say, "This was my idea and I came up with it out of my own noggin and it's my creation. I created this and no one gave me the idea. This is me. I'm trademarking it. It's mine. That's kind of evil. I think the most evil part about it is that there was a scheme involved. If you copy somebody with the intent of not giving them credit and of profiting off of it, you schemed a little bit. It wasn't like this happened on accident. You know, you knew what you were doing, and that's when it's evil. See, the thing is, copying is the act of perfectly replicating something. Okay? In this example that I'm using, that would be copying the exact shape, the exact color, or maybe a slightly different color or a slightly different shape, but it's pretty much the exact same. You know, not even trying to make it different. Like, listen, you might add to it a little bit or take a little bit away from it. You might change it a little bit, but if you were to put your copy and their original next to each other, they would look almost identical. It would be obvious that they resemble each other heavily. The problem is that copying in this way is basically stealing, you know? And it's being sneaky. It's not having empathy or respect for the person who originally created that concept or that thing. It's intentionally stealing an idea from somebody for your own gain and knowing that you're doing it. That is when copying is evil. It's evil when it's like a premeditated plan. There's something about this planning that's evil. Like, I'm gonna steal this really good idea and I'm gonna make it mine and I'm gonna profit off of it, and that person is gonna get left in the dust and they're gonna look like they're copying me. The planning of that in someone's head is what makes it so wrong. Because there's also a type of copying that's evil on the outside. It looks evil, it seems evil, but it might have been an accident. For example, there have been times in my life when I have been convinced that I had come up with an idea out of my head, like just pulled it out of my head, and I've never seen it before, whatever. And it turns out I was subconsciously copying somebody because I didn't remember ever seeing it. It just entered my psyche on accident. And then I thought I had come up with the idea. And that's happened to me before. And so I think we can't ignore the fact that there might be times when someone copies someone else on accident and they're profiting off of it. Do I think it happens very often? No, I don't. I think that's far less common, but I think it probably does happen every once in a while. And that's a lot less evil in reality because the intent wasn't there. The premeditation of, I'm going to steal this idea and then I'm going to make money off of it. Like, that didn't happen. So then it's up to the person who copied on accident to make it right. Maybe that's giving credit where it's due. Maybe that's, you know, not selling or profiting off of the thing that they stole on accident. Like, whatever it may be, how they react once they find out they were a copycat on accident, that's what determines whether or not they did the right thing. Because accidentally copying somebody or something, you can't, this shit happens. I'll give an example that doesn't include profiting off of anyone, but I don't know. It's just like an example of me copying someone on accident. I remember one time I was wearing this outfit and I posted it on Instagram, whatever. And then I think I got a comment or something from someone saying, "Oh, you copied this other person's outfit." And I was like, "What?" Or, "You look like this person." And I was like, "What?" And I went and looked at their page and I was like, "Oh my God, I am literally wearing almost the exact same outfit as this other person." And I actually had never even seen this person wearing that outfit before. I had never seen it. It wasn't even like subliminally copying them. I had never seen this image. I had never seen this person wearing this outfit. I had never seen it in my life. But I posted my photo of me wearing almost the exact same outfit after they posted theirs. And I swear to God, I never saw them wearing it. But now it looks like I copied them. But that was an accident. That was just a coincidence. You see what I'm saying? And I think that stuff like that happens. And so it might seem weird to the outside world, like, oh, she copied, whatever. When in reality, it's like, it might have been an accident. It all depends on what the intent of the person was and also whether or not they're profiting from it. Because in that scenario where I just copied that girl's outfit, it's like, well, number one, no, I didn't. It was an accident, I guess. And then number two, no one was profiting from it. It was like, it's harmless. So it didn't matter anyway. You see what I mean there. Now, on the other hand, a lot of times people don't exactly copy, but instead they take inspiration, innocent copying. Seeing somebody else's outfit and thinking, oh, that is so cute. I'm going to go copy that outfit. That's innocent. Why? Because it's just flattering. It's like a compliment, in my opinion. It can be frustrating in certain scenarios. Let's say your friend starts copying all of your outfits. Yeah, that can get irritating. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I still consider it innocent because no one's getting hurt, you know? Nobody's profiting off of this. Nobody's walking around claiming I came up with this outfit, you know? It's just harmless, I guess, in a way. Innocent copying could also be replicating what somebody else does in order to learn. Now, this is huge because as we grow in life as people or as hobby pursuers, there are going to be times in our life when we need to copy in order to learn who we are. For example, let's say you are a painter. It might be helpful when you first start painting to copy famous paintings. Try to paint them yourself in order to learn how to paint. Like, that's extremely helpful. It's like reverse engineering this painting to teach yourself how to paint something like a professional. You see what I'm saying? That's extremely helpful. Or let's say you're learning how to play instruments. Playing a song that's famous and amazing and trying to learn how to play that can teach you so much about how to play an instrument. But taking it a step further, copying people's personality traits that you admire can also help you learn how to behave in a way socially that's maybe more mature. For example, let's say you have a hard time greeting people. Like when you see someone you know out and about, you feel awkward going and saying hi. But then one day you're with your friend and your friend handles that type of situation gracefully. You watch them. They go up to someone and they just say, oh, hey, good to see you. Like, what are you doing here, you know? And you're like, ooh, that's cool. Like, I like the way that they did that. And then next time you get into a situation where you need to go greet somebody, maybe you see someone you know out and about, or you're at a party and you see somebody you know walk in, and you know you need to say hi, but you're like, I don't really know how. Well, now you can copy the way that your friend did it. That's valuable as well. What would we do without copying the people that we admire socially in social situations? That's how we learn and develop our social skills. We need to copy each other in the beginning, and then eventually we can put our own spin on it. So going back to that example, it's like, let's say the first few times you have to go and greet somebody and say what's up, you copy your friend that did it so gracefully. So the first few times you copy exactly what they did. But then you start to get comfortable with it and you're like, oh, I'm going to do my own spin on it, you know? And then it becomes your own. But I think innocent copying is the type of copying that helps you learn. Copying somebody's outfit so that you can start to get comfortable, maybe dressing in a different way, and then eventually branching out and doing more things that are kind of out of your comfort zone. But it started with copying somebody who you think did it right, did that outfit right. And then after playing around, you know, kind of copying that person, you're like, hey, now I feel more comfortable experimenting with my style because I felt safe copying that person because when they wore this outfit, they looked cool. And I would have never chosen that outfit myself because it is out of my comfort zone or it's something I never even thought of. But now that I copied them a little bit, now I feel comfortable going and branching out and doing my own thing and taking my own spin on it. I think copying is valuable as long as you're using it to learn something. And also you're not claiming to anyone that it's your idea. Like if somebody were to come up to you when you're playing a Tame Impala song on the guitar, okay? If somebody were to come up to you while you're playing a Mac DeMarco song on the guitar, whatever, a Beatles song even, and they're like, oh my God, is that like your song? Did you write that? If you said yes, like, even though you're not profiting off of it or anything, that's still bad. Don't do that. But if you're like, oh no, this is this Beatles song, you know, and I'm learning how to play guitar, so I'm trying to learn that song, and they were like, oh, cool, that's awesome. You know, that's when copying is good. I don't know if anything I just said made sense, but it felt really, really good for me. But now let's talk about the difference between copying and taking inspiration. Innocent copying doesn't include profiting off of anything, right? Nobody's making money pretending that an idea that was somebody else's was theirs. It's just an attempt to learn more about you. You know, it's not, no one's getting hurt, everything's fine, nobody's being stolen from, it's just innocent. But it gets complicated when we start talking about taking inspiration. Because taking inspiration from something is not copying, but it's very close. Taking inspiration is taking something and adding your own spin to it. In theory, taking your own spin on something, looking at something, taking it as inspiration, and then adding to it and changing it enough to make it fully your own should, in theory, create something that's unrecognizable to the original. Like, if you were to put them next to each other, they look pretty fucking different. You're not like, oh, is this a spot the difference game where I'm trying to figure out if one of them has a different zipper or something? Like, no, they should look different. Because if they look the same, then that's copying. But we're talking about taking inspiration, which means that you have to change it enough that it doesn't look like a slightly different version of the inspiration object itself, right? Whatever that thing is. Taking inspiration and creating something new from that inspiration and then selling it or profiting from it is totally fair. In fact, if we couldn't do that, we wouldn't have anything. Pretty much all things were created with an inspiration of some sort in the back of somebody else's head. Like, it's very rare that somebody just comes up with an idea out of their head that has no inspiration, that just came from nowhere. Like, that doesn't happen. Ever. I don't actually know if that ever happens. People might think that it's happened to them, but it doesn't. Like, in order to have an idea, you have to have a starting point of some sort. All things that are created have some sort of inspiration. It had to, like, the idea had to start somewhere. No art, no clothing, no technology, furniture, no recipes, no jokes. Nothing would exist without inspiration from somewhere. Taking inspiration from things is crucial. And if you are somebody who profits off of creating things, you know, whether that's an object or it's a TV show or it's a podcast, whatever it is, anyone who profits from creating something has to make sure that they're either copying and giving full credit, or they're taking inspiration in a way that is respectful to the original person that they took the idea from. Do you know what I mean? You either have to give full credit or you have to change it enough where it's different from the original, like very different from the original. The problem is that it's just such a fine line. Taking inspiration and evil copying, if you will, they're so close to each other. Like, they are constantly on the verge of being the same thing. But also they're not. One can so quickly become the other. So let's look at what we have here. Okay, we have evil copying, innocent copying, and taking inspiration. Let's dig a little bit deeper into innocent copying, because even though it is innocent, it can still sometimes be fucking annoying. For example, let's say every day when you show up to school, you wear an outfit, okay? And it's cool and it's chic and you spent like an hour picking it out and it's like, so you know, it's like your thing. It's like your expression, right? And then the next day your friend comes to school and copies that outfit that you wore the day before. At first, this might be flattering, but let's say they start doing it every day. You know, you wear an outfit one day, the next day they show up to school, they're wearing that outfit. Like, they copy it. And this continues to happen over and over and over and over again. And they never branch off and start doing their own thing. It wasn't like a few times they copied you just to kind of play around with what you're doing because they're inspired by it. It becomes something a little bit deeper than that. It's like they're not even trying to maybe learn from the cool stuff that you're doing, but instead they just want to be you in a way. Like, they just like what you're doing so much that they just kind of want to be you and just do what you're doing because it's easier than maybe branching off and doing their own thing. Now, listen, is this innocent? Absolutely, it's innocent. Is anyone getting hurt? No. I mean, you might be frustrated about it, but no one's getting hurt. But at the same time, it is kind of upsetting because you're like, I feel like my identity is being stolen, you know? But also, what can I do about it? Because it is kind of flattering that they're copying me all the time and, you know, they admire what I'm doing, and that's sweet, but at the same time, I'm frustrated. That can become an issue. Or maybe your friend starts copying all of your sayings. Like, let's say, you know, you have cute little one-liners that you like throwing around, like, all right, see ya. Like, that becomes your thing. That's your new thing. Your new thing is like, whenever you're saying goodbye to a group of people, you're like, all right, see ya. That becomes your thing. And then your friend comes in and starts being like, all right, see ya. And at first you're like, okay, it's fine. They just stole that one thing, and I get it because it's kind of a contagious little saying. But then a week later, you start telling all of your friends, I'm obsessed with navy blue right now. Navy blue is the color of the season. All of the clothing I'm buying is navy blue. And then your friend is like, wait, me too. I've only been wearing navy blue. And it just starts to become something where it's like, my friend is copying all of my opinions, all of my little sayings. They're socially imitating me in every way. This happens sometimes. That can be awful as well. Again, it's innocent, but it's uncomfortable. I would characterize this sort of copying as uncomfortable yet innocent copying, okay? It's innocent and it's sweet because it's like whoever is doing this really admires you and wants to be like you, but at the same time, it can still be frustrating for the person who's being copied because they're like, I want to have my own thing. I want this to be my thing. I don't want, you know, this person to be stealing all of these original or personal ideas that I have, or opinions that I have, or sayings that I have, or fashion choices that I make, whatever. It just like, we like to feel like individuals. And so when people start to copy us too much, it can become uncomfortable. And all of it can be fixed through a conversation. You know, you can just say, listen, I feel weird. I feel like you're kind of copying everything. That's a hard conversation to have. I don't even know how I'd have that conversation, to be honest. I mean, I guess you could be like, this is like one of the first times I've ever been stumped about how I would approach a conversation like that. You know what I would do? I might not even have a conversation about it with the person. I might just distance myself in a way and just step back from the friendship a little bit. Now let's talk about when we copy people, okay? Because that happens. I think it's really good to be aware of whether or not we're taking it too far. You know, as I said earlier, copying other people can be an incredible way to learn and grow and evolve. But at the same time, you have to be doing mental checkups with yourself. Like, okay, am I taking this too far? You know, is this getting out of control? Even though, you know, I might be innocent copying here, like, am I bothering anyone in the process? Am I giving credit where it's due when necessary, you know? Is this making anyone uncomfortable? Et cetera, et cetera. I've copied people on accident before. As I mentioned earlier, that one weird time when I accidentally wore the same outfit as that girl on Instagram. And it was kind of a specific outfit too, which was kind of weird. I don't know how it happened. Like, I don't know. To this day, it like bothers me because I really, really do my best to not copy anyone, you know? So it bothered me because I was like, I didn't mean to, and I don't want anyone to think that I was like trying to steal this girl's vibe, you know? Like, because whatever. But this shit happens, you know? But I think it is about how you react to it. What do you do about it? That is my deep dive on copying. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the gray areas. Let me know what you guys think. As always, send me a DM on Instagram at anything goes or tweet me at AG Podcast. What's your opinion on copying? How do you feel about it? Have you ever copied somebody and then felt weird about it? Have you ever been copied and it pissed you off? Spill the beans. And thank you guys for listening. As always, I appreciate you all so much. And just keep being awesome. And I'll talk to you next week. Love you. Hello. I would consider myself to be a people observer. I'm constantly observing people, analyzing them, trying to understand them. What makes them tick? Why do they behave the way that they do? Etc. I find it really fascinating, for one, but also I think it helps me understand myself better. I don't know. Overall, I'm just a big fan of observing people, of analyzing people, of figuring people out. But something I've noticed about people is that they tend to fall into one of three categories. Category number one, people who are just aloof to the world around them, kind of clueless. Category number two, people who are extremely aware of the world around them. They have a lot of knowledge about a lot of different things, and they're extremely aware of what's happening in the world, what's going on around them, and even what's going on in their own brain. And then you have category number three, which is people who are somewhere in the middle. I'm not sure if you can decide what category you fall into. I think you might be born into it, just by nature. I don't know. I mean, maybe you could be naturally inclined to be in one category, but then force yourself to be in a different one. But I think most of it is just who we are as people. We're born that way. But I've always wondered which extreme was a happier life. Living with loads of knowledge, being hyper aware of the world, or being a little bit more clueless, a little bit more ignorant, maybe, about the world around you, and just being free from complex issues, focusing on simpler things instead. What's a happier life? I think that question for me stems from the age-old saying, ignorance is bliss, which basically means not having knowledge about things and just sort of being clueless is a pleasant feeling. You know, like the less you know, the happier you'll be. That's kind of what ignorance is bliss says. And I would consider myself to be somebody who falls somewhere in the middle. I'd consider myself to be in category 3, where I'm not completely clueless. You know, I have some knowledge and wisdom about things, I guess. And I'm not completely aloof to the world around me, but I'm also not all-knowing. You know, I'm not the most knowledgeable person I know. There are a lot of people that know a lot more about a lot of different things than me. So I would consider myself to be somewhere in the middle. I'm clueless about some shit, and I'm knowledgeable about some shit. I'm not really either of the extremes. But because I'm kind of in the middle, it's kind of up to me to decide which direction I want to lean into. Do I want to just enjoy being clueless about stuff, or do I want to push myself to gain more knowledge about a lot of different things? Because I'm in the middle, so I can go either way. And so today we're going to be talking about the pros and cons of ignorance and of knowledge. because I think it's interesting. When I think of people who fall more into the clueless category, I notice that in some ways they seem really happy, but in other ways they seem really unhappy. And I notice that in the other category as well. People who have a lot of knowledge. They're really happy in some ways and they're really unhappy in other ways. All right, so first let's start out with the pros and cons of ignorance and cluelessness. Number one, I've noticed that ignorant people tend to have a lot less anxiety. They don't know much about complex issues, like terrible things that are happening in the world, or all of the different ways that you can get hurt or that you can die or whatever. They don't know about those things, so they have a lot less to worry about. These people are a lot more concerned about simple things, things that are current and minor. For example, what dress am I going to wear to prom? Or what am I going to have for dinner tonight? Or did I charge my iPad last night? Because I really need my iPad for school today. That's kind of the majority of their thoughts. You know, lightweight, minor, inconsequential thoughts. Like that takes up 99% of their mind. And they tend to just run more on autopilot, you know? They're not getting all caught up in an existential crisis because they're not even thinking about what happens after you die. That's just not in the forefront of their mind. So they're just living a much simpler sort of life and existence. I also think that those who are more ignorant appreciate the small things in life more, because the more information and knowledge that you have, the larger the world is inside of your mind. Every time you learn something new, the universe that exists inside of your mind grows. And so if you have less knowledge about things, then the world inside of your mind is smaller. And when you have a smaller universe inside of your brain, you focus more on the few things that are in there. You know what I'm saying? And maybe you'll appreciate them even more. You might appreciate the small things more if you tend to be somebody who's more ignorant. Now, I want to clarify, too, that there's no right way to live your life or to look at life. And I'm not saying that people who tend to be more clueless or more ignorant are dumb or stupid or bad. Like, there's no right way to be. It just is. I don't think there's anything wrong or negative about it. I mean, there is some things, but there is also some negative things about being extremely knowledgeable in life. So I don't want this to come off as like, I'm not using the word clueless or ignorant as an insult or a negative thing. It just is the way that it is. People are just this way. And there's nothing wrong with it. So anyway, now, although there are some positive sides to living a more ignorant life, there are also some negative sides to it. I think life can lack depth and substance at times without knowledge. I think the more you know, the more color and dimension the world around you has. A simpler life may lack some purpose and meaning. For example, let's say you became obsessed with the idea of traveling the world. And so you started doing research on all of these other cultures, and you started reading books and watching movies and learning more about other cultures and their history and all of this stuff, right? All of this knowledge that you have about other cultures will allow you to appreciate them more when you get to go visit. So, for example, let's say you learned a lot about France, and then you went and you visited France. You might notice little things when you're walking around that have some sort of cool history to them. And that might be so much more magical for you. For example, let's say you see a landmark, like a sculpture or something in the middle of a park that you read about in a book. Seeing that sculpture is going to be so much more powerful and interesting and exciting for you because you have knowledge about that sculpture and about France in general. Whereas if you're somebody who's a little bit more clueless and you just don't really care to look into it, you just want to go to France and have fun and enjoy whatever comes your way, you know, that sculpture might not even have caught your eye, and it wouldn't have been as cool to you. It wouldn't have even sparked a thought. I think that that's a good example of how life can sometimes lack depth and substance without knowledge, because knowledge of things allows you to notice more things that mean something to you out in the world. Another thing is, conversations may also lack depth and substance if you don't have a lot of knowledge, because unless you know about things, you can't really have a deep conversation with somebody, a really analytical, challenging conversation without knowledge of things. Because, you know, conversation is a back and forth. One person provides their opinion or some sort of knowledge that they have, and then, you know, the other person does the same. And if you don't have knowledge about something, then you can't really add to a conversation necessarily. And so someone who may lean more on the clueless, ignorant side might not have as much to add to conversations that are beyond surface level. And I think that that's kind of a shame, because I think that conversations that have a lot of substance and depth are so crucial for growing as a person and developing your own view of the world. So not being able to participate in those types of conversations is a huge loss. When I was younger, I remember feeling frustrated because I would see adults, you know, having conversations about serious topics, and I wished that I understood what they were talking about. Part of me was kind of happy that I didn't know, because I was like, this seems like a heated, uncomfortable conversation, you know, like, I'm kind of happy to not be involved in that shit. Like, it doesn't seem that fun, but at the same time, I do feel left out, and I wonder if the passion that they're using in their voices is a negative thing, or if it's just a passionate thing. I don't know. And the only way I could know is if I understood what the fuck they were talking about. And now that I'm older, I realize, well, more serious, deep conversations can be uncomfortable and can cause arguments, and it can be a negative thing at times, but it can also be a really, really positive thing. So, I don't know. Not experiencing those types of conversations is easier and avoids potential argument or upset. But at the same time, it prevents the potential upsides of having a conversation like that as well. Like growing as a person, having an epiphany about something, becoming closer with the person you're having the conversation with through some level of vulnerability or a realization that you both had. I don't know. More ignorant people are just so much less likely to argue. I know I kind of already mentioned that before, but knowledge kind of creates passion. When you know about things, you naturally are going to become passionate about some of those things, whether it's religion or politics or art or whatever it might be, whatever you have knowledge about. You know, you're going to become passionate about those things. And passion creates argument sometimes. When you're super educated on something and you know everything about it and you care about it, and somebody else maybe has a different opinion on that topic, you might get angry if you know a lot about it, because it feels personal to you, because you have a library of knowledge on that topic in your head that you believe in. And so if somebody comes and fights against that, then you're going to feel like it's a personal attack and you're going to want to argue. But if you don't really know that much about a topic, then you're not going to get passionate about it and you're not going to argue about it. If you don't know anything about religion and you don't practice a religion yourself, then you're not going to argue with anyone else about religion, because you don't have a personal bias, a personal passion in that area. If you don't pay attention to politics, then you're not going to argue with other people about politics because you don't know about it. So you don't even know what to argue about. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's interesting. Like, the other thing is, people who are more clueless, I think, get more blindsided by difficult times. When chaos happens in someone's life, and they're used to just living in a sort of autopilot that's much more surface level and less emotionally charged, a difficult time can sort of come as a shock a lot more for these types of people, because they're used to just living a simple day-to-day life that lacks any type of extreme. When you don't have a lot of knowledge about stuff and you're just sort of enjoying your day-to-day in a more simple way, you just experience much less emotional extremes on a consistent basis. You know, like, if you have less knowledge, you're going to have less arguments because you don't really have as much to argue about. You're less worried about bad things that could happen because they're not on the forefront of your mind, because you're not really thinking about them, or you might not even be aware of them, the bad things that could happen in life. You're just overall less anxious, argumentative, etc. You're just more even, neutral. But then when a difficult time comes up, you might not know how to handle it at all because you don't have practice dealing with it in your daily life. Somebody who has more knowledge about things might constantly be thinking about difficult things. And so they're exercising that part of their brain, constantly thinking about all the things that could go wrong, having anxiety about those things. And so then when things come up for those people who have maybe more knowledge, they've already thought about how they would deal with a difficult time if it were to come up, because they already knew that that difficult time was possible to happen because they had knowledge of it. You see what I mean? All right, now let's talk about the pros and cons of having knowledge. There are a lot of pros, I would say, but there are also a lot of cons. I've noticed that there are a lot more pros and cons of knowledge than there are of ignorance. I think the more knowledge you have, the easier time you'll have problem solving. Because in life, we're constantly being hit with problems all the time that we need to solve. And there are two ways to solve a problem. You can work through it and truly solve the problem, or you can run away from it and just avoid the problem. And you never solve it, but I guess it's not really a problem anymore because you ran away from it and now it's gone. I would argue the better way to solve a problem is to work through it. But in order to work through it, you have to work, you know? And having knowledge and wisdom about the world and how it works and whatever, that can help you solve problems because you have this library of knowledge in your brain that you can pull from to just give yourself advice on how to problem solve. If you don't have a lot of knowledge or wisdom, then you have no library to pull from, or your library is very small. And so when a problem arises, you might be more tempted to just run away from that problem instead of solving it because you don't even know where to begin. Also, the more knowledge you have, the more you have to talk about. And talking to people and having things to talk about is an incredibly powerful thing because it makes social interactions so much easier. I've had moments in my life when I've just kind of been more in a state where I was just in autopilot and I was just kind of more clueless to the world around me. And there were great things about those moments in my life, and there were easy things about those moments in my life. But there were also hard times with that. And one of them was I would have less to talk about in conversation. And I'd find myself feeling stumped, like, I don't really know what to talk about. You know, because I'm just kind of checked out of reality right now. So I don't really have anything to add to a conversation. I don't really have anything to provide that's valuable. And that can be sort of a shitty feeling because, you know, having conversations with people is such a vital part of our lives. You know, we need to communicate with people and have conversations with people. And it can be a scary and uncomfortable feeling when you're like, wait, I don't have anything to talk about at all right now. We've already done all the surface level shit. Now would be time to sort of talk about something deeper, but I don't really have anything to offer. And those moments can be really uncomfortable. Some people maybe don't mind and they're like, well, I have nothing left to say. I'm walking away and I'm going to go talk to someone else, or I'm going to hang up the phone and call someone else, whatever. But for me personally, I feel weird when I don't have the capacity to like have deep conversations. When I'm like not in a mental state where I can do that, I feel weird. And it can be kind of upsetting for me personally. And I can feel sort of isolated and self-conscious that I'm not interesting or adding anything to a conversation. The other thing about the mental library that you keep of knowledge is that it is satisfying to build that. So when you say read a book or watch a documentary or have a conversation with somebody who knows more about something than you do, and you're able to add new information and facts and blah, blah, blah to your mental library, you feel satisfied about that. I don't care who you are. That's a satisfying feeling. There's something exciting about learning about something kind of complicated and then getting to a place where you understand it and then adding it to your library. It feels good. It's satisfying. And it's something that you know that you're going to be able to use later, and you get excited to sort of share that with other people. And also, less things feel like a curveball when they come up. You are less likely to be shocked by the unfortunate things that happen in life sometimes because due to your library of knowledge in your brain, you've heard of it all. You've read books about every shitty situation that can happen to a person. You've watched documentaries about every shitty situation that can happen to a person. You've watched the news enough. You know what type of shitty stuff can come true. Because you have all this knowledge about the shitty things that can happen in the world, if something happens to you, it's less of a curveball. You're not as shocked by it because you have knowledge about all the possible things that could go wrong. So although you may still struggle through a difficult time, in a weird way, you saw it coming more. But there are also some negative sides to having a lot of knowledge and wisdom. I think the biggest one is that not all knowledge is good. It's all fun and games to learn about history or, cool science or people's success stories or how to run a business. It might be cool to know about all that stuff. But what about the sad stuff, the scary stuff, the upsetting stuff? Falling deep into an upsetting topic can be really upsetting. Let's say you start learning about, times in history when awful things happened, and you start doing a lot of research on this. You start really, trying to learn more about these times. As important as it is to know about these types of things, and as powerful as this knowledge can be, and as even life-altering this type of knowledge can be, it can also make you feel depressed. It can be upsetting, and that can be challenging. Sometimes we learn about things that are upsetting or awful or terrible, and we're able to take them kind of with a grain of salt in a way for our own well-being so that we don't let it affect us too deeply and make us feel too upset to a point where we're not functioning, But sometimes you might learn about something or acquire all this knowledge about something that sort of puts you into a depressive state that prevents you from being productive. And that's not a good thing either. If you fall too deep into an upsetting topic, you can find yourself becoming depressed because you are too emotionally invested in this upsetting knowledge. And that can be a bad thing. And kind of bouncing off of that, having a lot of knowledge can also cause you to sort of experience an existential crisis. The more that you know, the less mystery that there is in the world. I think mystery is kind of comforting because I think it's easy to just accept something as being a mystery and to not dig too deep into it. Like there's something comforting in a way for some people that it's a mystery that we don't know what happens after we die and we don't know what the point of life is. You know, there's something comforting about the fact that that's mysterious for some people who are maybe more on the clueless side of things, but people who are more knowledgeable and crave to understand and learn about things might be dissatisfied with that and feel like I can't comprehend that. Like I don't like that there's no answer to this, and it can cause an existential crisis. I think when you're somebody who's more inclined to have a lot of knowledge and wisdom, you tend to think too deeply about things because your brain is trained to pick things apart. Over the course of your life, you know, you've gotten into a routine and a habit of wanting to understand and learn about everything and understand everything. And that can be a really good thing at times, but it can also be a really bad thing at times because you can sort of become obsessed with understanding everything. And if you can't understand something or there's no answer to something, that can be upsetting and confusing and make someone who is more knowledgeable feel out of control in a way. I think people who have a lot of knowledge also might have a hard time enjoying the small things in life sometimes. Small moments like high school graduation or prom or someone doing something nice to you at the grocery store, like letting you get in front of them in line. I don't know, because their knowledge of the bigger picture of the world makes small moments seem even smaller. As I mentioned earlier, the more knowledge you have, the larger the universe is in your mind, right? And so a small but magical moment happens to somebody who has a lot of knowledge. There's a chance that that might end up feeling really small to them because they have greater expectations for themselves and for the world. Whereas somebody who has less knowledge is more clueless, has a smaller universe inside of their mind. And so things that are small but magical might feel larger because the universe inside of their brain is just smaller. So small things to them seem bigger. I think the moral of the story is that there are pros and cons to both ways of living life. I've kind of experienced both sides of this in my life. There have been times when I have been kind of clueless. I would say in high school, I was pretty clueless. I was really naive about the world and what was going on around me. I was very focused on my life as an individual, and I was much more focused on the day-to-day life of myself. I wasn't really thinking about anyone else. And now that I'm a little bit older, I have become more interested in learning about different things. And I will say, you know, there's a lot of great things about it. I have much more meaningful conversations with people. I feel satisfied when I feel like my brain is growing and whatever. But at the same time, I've noticed that I have a lot more anxiety about a lot of things. I'm a lot more scared of the world in some ways. And so I sort of missed the time of my life when I was more focused about what dress I was going to wear to homecoming or what time the fucking football game was and whether or not my friends were going to meet up before to go get pretzels at the mall and a lemonade. You know what I'm saying? Like I miss that time of my life when I was maybe in autopilot and just clueless and ignorant. Like I do think ignorance was bliss at that time. But I was also missing out on some incredible moments as well, like really, really incredible conversations and the satisfying feeling of learning more things and a deeper understanding of the world around me, which can in some ways make me feel more connected to the world around me. I don't know. But even now I sort of teeter back and forth. Although I would say I lean more towards wanting to have knowledge and wisdom about things and existing in that kind of space. I still have times now when I sort of clock out and have a phase of my life where I'm just more clueless and sort of blind to what's going on around me. I'm just kind of in my own world, and I'm not really working on developing my brain or like finding a deeper understanding of anything. I'm just kind of floating along. I have times where I experience both. And I think that what I've realized is both ways of living your life come with pros and cons. And I think that there's no happier way to live your life. Maybe the ideal situation is to experience a little bit of both and sort of teeter back and forth depending on what you're craving. You know, sometimes I'm craving cluelessness in a way, and then sometimes I'm craving knowledge. But I'm in a unique position because as an individual, I fall somewhere in the middle. Some people can't, because they don't fall in the middle, they can't really choose. It just is what it is. I know some people that they can't turn off the side of their brain that just needs to know about everything and wants to learn about everything. And they wish that they could. They wish that they could, because it's exhausting at times to know a lot of stuff. It's exhausting, you know? But I also know some people who are maybe more clueless and maybe more ignorant most of the time. And part of them sort of wishes that they had a desire to learn more about the world and stuff. But they also are satisfied being in that place because that's just where they are naturally. And I also know some people that are maybe more ignorant or clueless who don't even necessarily know or care that that's how they function. They just, it just is what it is for them. And they don't know life any other way. So it's just fine. Now, I don't know what the conclusion is of all of this. I just think it's interesting. So let me know what you think. What category do you fall into? Are you somebody who's more knowledgeable or somebody who's more ignorant? Do you enjoy what category you're in? Do you wish you were in a different category? Or are you somewhere in the middle? Are you in that middle category where you can kind of teeter back and forth? If you're one of those people, which one do you prefer? Just share all of your thoughts with me. My Instagram is at Anything Goes, and podcast, and Twitter is at AG Podcast. Tweet me, DM me, let me know what you think. Is ignorance bliss? Yes or no? Or is ignorance sometimes bliss? Let me know. Anyway, that's all I have for today. Thank you for listening. Thank you for hanging out. I always appreciate it. And have fun. We have fun. Come on, we have fun. Check out my coffee company, Chamberlain Coffee. If you'd like to pick up some coffee or matcha or chai or hot chocolate or cute accessories for your favorite beverages, check it out. Use code AG15 for a little discount if you are interested. And that is all I have for today. I will talk to you next week. And until then, just keep being awesome. All right. Love you. Illy. Ugh, I hate when people say illy to me. I actually get insulted. When somebody's like, illy, I'm like, you don't fucking love me. Because that is so rude. Like, saying illy to me, ugh, it's so rude. Like, that is a deal breaker for me. I will not talk to you if you say illy to me. Say I love you or don't say anything. Okay, bye. Oh, I love you. Okay, bye. Hello? Oh my God, I'm hungover. I'm hungover today, okay? I'm gonna be honest. I am hungover. I went to an event last night. I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling it. The funny thing is, I went to bed at 11:45. Like, that's not even that late. But I am in pain today. I am in pain. But the weird thing is, when I'm hungover and in pain from a night out, the only thing I want to do is record a podcast. It's so weird. I don't want to do anything else. Nothing else sounds appealing to me. I don't want to go to the grocery store. I don't want to take a shower. I don't want to brush my teeth. I don't want to move more than 2 inches. Like, nothing sounds appealing to me except for recording a podcast. So this all worked out today. I'm really happy we could get together and do this today and just talk and just hang out. I'm just thrilled. I'm thrilled. This is exactly what I want to be doing today. So, let me tell you a story. Recently, about 2 weeks ago, I went to the Harry Styles concert in Los Angeles. It was amazing. Harry Styles is a force of nature. Harry Styles is a magician. He's incredible. The concert was incredible. I sang my heart out. It was great. I mean, it was great. But something did happen at this concert that was interesting. So I was sitting kind of far up, so I could see the whole arena, the whole concert venue. I could see all of the other concert goers. I was kind of able to see everything, right? And when Harry first came on, everybody took their phone out, which is like normal, right? Everybody took their phone out and filmed him come out and, you know, filmed him starting the show. And I didn't really think anything of it because I was like, okay, like whatever. Everybody's gonna post Harry coming out on stage on their IG story. Like, I get it. I didn't think twice about it. But then 15 minutes go by and I still just see this wave of phones up in the air. And I'm like, geez, people still have their phone out. Like, it's been like 15 minutes, like it's still happening. And then like another 15 minutes go by and I'm like, geez, this wave of phones just up in the air has not stopped. And I started to get a weird feeling in my tummy where I was like, wait, maybe this is weird. Wait, maybe this is kind of a bad sign. And at the time, I was like, I'm not going to think about this now. Like, I'm not going to analyze this now because I'm enjoying Harry Styles singing my favorite song, Satellite. I don't want to think about, you know, whether or not everybody filming everything all the time is the sign of the downfall of our society. Like, I don't want to think about that right now. I'm singing Satellite by Harry Styles. I don't want to think about this. I don't really think about this again. And then a few weeks go by and yesterday, or no, 2 days ago, I go to an event. Not the event that I'm hungover from right now, but a different event. I go to this event and everyone is taking photos and videos of everything. Like, for example, it was someone's birthday and everybody was singing happy birthday to this person. Instead of everyone just singing happy birthday to this person and enjoying this moment of appreciation for this person, everyone's phone was out filming the person whose birthday it was while they're singing happy birthday. And they're not even really looking at the person whose birthday it is. They're just looking at their phone filming the person. And I was like, this is actually weird. And you know, we've normalized it, I think. It's become so routine and so normal to see everyone film these big moments, concerts, birthdays, everyday life. Like, it's become normal to capture every moment. It's become so normal that it didn't dawn on me how bizarre it was until recently. Like, it's always been kind of bizarre to me. I was like, oh, this is weird. But I didn't really think twice about it. It was like, yeah, this is weird. It's probably not good, but also like, I don't really care. But for whatever reason recently, it's actually started to bother me. And I think the reason why it started to bother me is because I'm no longer really participating in it. I used to be someone who was the same way as everyone else, would take photos of everything, would take videos of everything. And I was a part of that pack. So although I thought it was kind of bizarre that we were all doing it and something about it maybe felt a little bit weird, I didn't really care. And I was also participating. So it just didn't hit me. But now that I don't have this desire to capture every single moment anymore, which we'll talk about later, I'm really aware of how weird this is. And so today I wanted to talk about why we are so obsessed with taking photos of everything, because it is a fascinating phenomenon. Like, if you really think about it, if you just look at the concept of people taking photos and videos of everything, objectively or subjectively, I still don't know the difference between those two words. Somebody please tweet me and let me know. You'll realize that it is bizarre. Anyway, why do we feel the need to take photos and videos of everything? Here's what I think. I think part of it has something to do with this fear of losing a memory. You know, we're afraid of a magical moment in our lives happening and us not having a permanent version of it in the form of a photo. I think that is part of it. This sort of compulsion to capture all meaningful moments out of this sort of uncomfortable fear that if we don't get it in photo version, video version, that it'll be gone forever. That our own memory in our head is not enough. The fear that our memory in our head is not enough, and that we need this photo, we need this video, we need this to be permanently frozen in time, in our phones, in photo, video version, or else it's gone forever. I feel like we've sort of been programmed weirdly in a way to think about memories in that way nowadays. You know, I know personally I've felt pressure to capture important moments in my life on photo or on video because I was like, I need to remember this forever, and I need the photo to help me do that. I need the video to help me do that. I think that's part of it. But I think that it's more than that now. I don't think that that's the core reason why people are snapping photos of every moment and taking videos of every moment. I don't think that that's the main reason. I think the real cause of this weird behavior that we're all participating in is it's social media. Woo woo, there it is. Whoop, there it is. It's social media. Of course it is, because I love talking about social media. I don't know why, but I do. If you really think about it, we're kind of building a second version of ourselves online, almost like an avatar, like a digital version of ourselves. We all joke about the metaverse and how it seems dumb. You know, if you don't know what the metaverse is, it's like this concept of like, I don't know, another world that only exists digitally that you can enter into and you have another life in there. Maybe by putting on a headset or something and, you know, being fully immersed in another reality that's digital. We joke about that being like crazy and not ever going to happen or whatever, but we're kind of already doing it by creating this specific version of ourselves online through what we post and how we edit those posts and what we're wearing or doing in those posts. We're creating this sort of ideal version of ourselves that lives on the internet permanently, you know? I mean, you can delete your account and then it's over, but unless you delete it, it's permanently there. You know what I mean? And people can scroll back and look at who you were 2 years ago, what you were doing back then. They can look at you now. What are you doing now? But it's all hand curated by you. So you're kind of creating this person that is a combination of you and who you really are and what you want people to think you are. Now, I know this is old news. We know this. But I think the reason why we're so obsessed with taking photos of videos of everything and posting those things on social media is because I think that subconsciously we all know that our identity online is not inconsequential. It's not like something, it's not like it doesn't matter. And it's not like nobody is judging us based on it. The truth is that the online version of ourselves are perceived the same amount, if not even more, than our physical being. And this begs the question, what is more real to other people? The online versions of ourselves or the real version of ourselves? Like, when people think of us, Do they think of the us that they know in person or the us that they see online? Or is it a combination of both? I would say it's a combination of both, but depending on how much you see each other, it might be more the online version of you. Like, you might be known for the online version of yourself more than the physical version of yourself. So when someone thinks of you, they think of what you're doing on Instagram. They're thinking of the version of you that's on Instagram and on TikTok and on blah, 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 YouTube, wherever. That's the version of you that they have in their mind, combined with the version of you that they know in person. But there aren't many people that you see every day. There aren't many people that you talk to every day. But there are a lot of people that see you on social media every day if you're posting on a frequent basis. And so my point of this is, whether we know it or not, whether we're conscious of it or not, we all know in some way how powerful our online identity is and how it's not just like a fun little hobby to post on social media. No, this affects the way that we're perceived by others. This is not inconsequential. And so we need to curate this image to the best of our ability for our own personal gain. Like, we all know that this has become something very powerful. And I think that that's why we feel so much pressure to capture everything, is because we want everyone to know online that we're doing shit. We're at the Harry Styles concert. We're at lunch at a park in New York City. We're at a cute cafe in Los Angeles. We're wearing a cute outfit in Paris. We're eating a croissant in a cafe in Paris. Like, we want people to know when we do these things that are exciting and fun and beautiful and ideal, because they build our online identity and make us look interesting and busy and successful and productive. There's two things going on. Number one, there's people taking photos and videos of everything so that they have as much content as they can to portray themselves a certain way on social media. And then there's also this pressure to capture every single moment out of fear that if we don't capture it, we'll lose it. This is what's happening. These are the two reasons, I think, for this behavior. Now, the next question I'm asking myself is this even a problem? Like, is this hurting anyone? Because if it's not, then it's not a problem. Well, I think it can be a problem. I think this can be a problem. I don't think it has to be, but I think it can be. And I think it's hard to find balance enough for it not to be a problem. The obsession with getting photos and videos of everything really doesn't allow you to just enjoy a moment. And I know that that's a cliche and that's something that everybody says, but it's very true. And I know that because I've compared moments in my life when I've just kept my phone down and just taken the pressure off myself and said, you know what? This is a memory I'm just going to keep for myself. I'm not going to post about it. I'm not even going to take a photo of it for my own memory. I'm just going to live in the moment and take the pressure off and not stress out about whether or not I'm going to remember this moment perfectly or if people are going to know about it. I'm just going to sit here, phone in my bag, and just exist. I've done that numerous times in my life, but I've also been concerned with capturing the moment hundreds and hundreds of times. And what I've noticed is that there is a big difference. The truth is, when you're concerned about getting a photo of something or a video of something, you're focusing on getting the photo or video right too much to a point where you're not even thinking about where you are anymore. Like, for example, when I'm at a concert and I take my phone out and start filming, I'm not even thinking about the music anymore. I'm like, wait, are they in frame? Wait, is my phone still recording? Wait, you know what I mean? Or if it's someone's birthday and I'm trying to get the perfect video of them blowing out their candles, I'm not even thinking about them blowing out their fucking candles or even the fact that it's their birthday. I'm thinking about how the video looks on my phone. Is the lighting okay? Should I like tap the exposure over here because it's like kind of bright, or like whatever? And I'm thinking about that. I'm not thinking about the moment at hand. And so yeah, I think taking photos and videos of everything can really ruin a moment. And that's not necessarily a good thing. But also, there are many moments that I've captured on my phone that I've been so happy to be able to look back at. And that's why this topic is so confusing to me, because I enjoy going back in my camera roll and looking at years and years of memories. And part of me is happy that I've done that. So I am conflicted. I would say another problem that comes with this whole situation is that what happens when you don't have anything to take a photo of? You don't have anything to take a video of. Nothing's happening. You know, what happens when there's nothing to capture? People can freak out about this. I've freaked out about this. Some of us feel like our lives are boring if we have nothing to post. It's like our obsession with wanting to record and take photos of everything has not only made us obsessed with that, but it's also made us obsessed with always having that, like always having something to take photos of and record and post about or whatever. I remember when I was younger, I don't really feel like this as much anymore, but when I was younger, if like a week would go by and I didn't do anything memorable necessarily, I didn't do anything cool or interesting, I didn't wear any cool outfits, I didn't go do any cute things with my friends, I didn't go to a concert or an event or any whatever, I would feel like my life was boring and I'd feel genuinely sad. I'd be like, oh my God, what's going on? Like nothing's going on. Like I would feel this pressure to make it seem like I'm doing things on social media when in reality I wasn't. Like I can't even tell you how many times my friends and I have gotten dressed up just to like go take pictures of us to make it look like we're out and about doing shit, when in reality we literally got dressed up to go take photos in an outfit that we're only wearing for the photo that will be taken off 5 minutes later just so that we could have like a cool Instagram photo to post. Now listen, do I think that that's fun? Actually, yes. Like I've had fun doing that before. I'm not shitting on that activity completely. It is kind of ridiculous when you think about it, but at the same time, it also is a sort of art form in a way, like putting on a cool outfit, taking cool photos with your friends. Like it's not all bad. But also what was it rooted in? When I really think deeply about it and I really look back, it was rooted in this pressure to look like I'm doing shit on social media. It was like I was creating something photo worthy because I didn't have anything in my life organically that was photo worthy. And that's just interesting. Again, I don't know if it's bad, but it is a little weird that I would put on an outfit and just to go take a photo. And I'll still do it sometimes. Like if I have a cool outfit that I'm really into, I'll be like, hey, I'm gonna wear this today so I can take a pic in it. You know what I mean? Whatever. I guess when I look back, in the moment when I was like putting on cute outfits and stuff to go take Instagram photos with my friends, I didn't really think I was participating in this sort of pressure and obsession to like make sure it seems like I'm doing shit. You know, I think in my head I was like, no, this is just like me having fun, putting on an outfit. Like this is not because we feel the pressure to constantly look like we're doing something on social media. Like, no. I think I was kind of in denial. A little bit. Because now that I don't really do that anymore, I realize that there was this insecurity looming in the back of my mind at all times, feeling like if I'm not constantly posting myself on social media doing things, then people will think I'm not doing shit, you know? And that's kind of embarrassing, whatever. So, although I used to enjoy getting dressed up and taking photos with my friends, it still was kind of rooted in insecurity and fear at the same time. So that's an interesting problem, you know, this sort of pressure to have things to take photos and videos of all the time, or else you feel boring in the eyes of social media. The unfortunate part about that is that being boring, if you will, you know, not doing crazy stuff, not getting into your coolest outfit every day for the whole week, you know, not leaving your house very much. All of that is normal and honestly incredible sometimes. Sometimes that's what you want. You just want to hibernate and live a simple life. Sometimes we just crave that. And I think that this pressure that we feel to constantly be posting ourselves doing fun shit or cool shit doesn't allow us to enjoy those moments of relaxation and solitude and quiet. It makes us feel like those moments are almost embarrassing in a weird way. I also think that a lot of people, without even realizing it, make decisions and do things for the sake of posting it on social media. They're not doing it for themselves or because they really want.
Welcome to Spotlight. I'm Colin Lowther.
And I'm Liz Wade. Spotlight uses a special English method of broadcasting. It is easier for people to understand no matter where in the world they live.
In April of 2021, Jenna Dupuy was hanging out in a local park. This park is in California in the United States. Dupuy was enjoying the park with her friends.
Teenager therapy, because we have problems too.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Teenager Therapy. I'm Gael.
I'm Thomas.
I'm Kayla.
And welcome back to the podcast. Without Mark. No Mark this time. Has been a while since like one of the members was absent. Well,
yeah,
like
no,
no excuse. We didn't get a pink slip. We didn't get a note from parent.
It's just we had some miscommunication today on my part specifically, and I apologize for it deeply.
Oh,
I deeply apologize.
no Mark. So you could blame Kayla if you were here for Mark,
you can
and
send me hate.
she is. You can send me hate mail. Holy shit.
Acting like not everybody's watching for her.
Yeah, for real. Like, come on. But anyways, we are back. Does the room look any different? Like,
There's so much more
cozy,
Ambiance.
vibey, ambiance. Like, we could put some ambiance music in there.
Ambient
but
or ambient?
I don't know.
Is it ambient and then ambiance?
ambiance is like a noun.
No, yeah, I know, but is it like
Yeah,
how
you're
it's
right.
pronounced?
Yeah,
Ambiance and then ambient.
yeah. So I don't know. It should be a little bit more vibey. Hopefully. Trying to make it look cuter. I'm excited for December because we're gonna decorate the TT room for Christmas.
Yay!
Isaac's coming back.
Isaac is coming back. Oh man, it's gonna
been
be.
a fat while.
Yeah, right.
Has. Thankfully, it doesn't feel.
I
too
wonder
long.
how he looks now. I have not seen pictures.
No,
because he doesn't
oh
even
my
like post on
God,
Instagram
wait,
or anything.
I forgot about that. Like, how does he look? Did he grow out his hair?
Oh shoot, yeah.
Who knows?
I still picture him the same.
Yeah, right?
What if he
Maybe.
grew?
Hey. Has a deeper voice. Damn. Yeah, we're all excited for that. Maybe he'll pop in. Oh my god, the podcast with Isaac again. Oh, that's gonna be trippy.
Very weird.
But anyways, yeah. Hopefully you guys like the new setup.
If you guys noticed it.
If you noticed it, yeah, and the couch. Isn't that so much nicer? Oh my god, like it.
Can they tell it's a different color? Yeah, right?
Yeah. At least it doesn't look wrinkly. Just like a wrinkled thing thrown on top. But anyways, so yeah, in this episode, it's Thanksgiving today, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, no?
I mean, yeah.
It's the 26th. Is
No,
Thanksgiving
it's
the 26th?
Thanksgiving. It's the 25th. I think.
Yeah, Thanksgiving's the 25th.
When
And
is
this
Black
being
Friday? The 28th? Completely just
isn't
said
it-
that.
Isn't
I
it the
don't know.
day after Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Because I know some people,
Oh yeah, the
like
Thanksgiving
for
is the
family
25th.
traditions, they would like go shopping with their family.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
I've never gone Black Friday shopping.
I've been like a few times, never get anything.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. You never, get anything.
Yeah.
Because the sales are always so like shit.
Yeah. Are you
Like
Just do
BOGO 50%
online.
off.
like, isn't that what you always have?
Yeah, right.
Give me something new.
Uh-huh.
80%.
For
minimum.
real.
I do a lot of online shopping during that time.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
a lot
online.
Of
Online.
online
Like
shopping.
damage is
No,
done.
damage will be done.
Dude, the most damage I've ever done to my account was like in 2017 or 18, I think, for Black Friday. Like, I've never bought that many things
What did
online.
you buy?
I was buying everything. Okay, I was buying.
There's,
I was
like, no
buying.
limit.
Yeah, I was buying knives for my kitchen. I was buying a toaster. I was buying a
Okay,
sweater.
Like, yeah,
Those
I
are
thought you were talking about
necessities.
clothes. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't
me
remember
too.
you getting like a new wardrobe.
And I did get clothes. I got like 3 things.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Treat
So
yourself.
yeah, that was a wild time with Black Friday. So, dude, speaking of the bag, chasing the bag. As you guys know, we're all about getting your money up in this bitch. Like, get your money
So
up, get your
true.
bags up. That's
Yeah,
what
that
we've
is
been.
so
That's what
true.
this podcast has always been about.
making
right?
money.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Vulnerability? No, getting your bag up. That's the message we
Yes.
hope to spread. We ever do an
By all
interview?
means.
That's so. What inspired the podcast?
We should
we'll
like
just
switch
get
it
here.
up a little.
We
make
should
it more
start lying.
interesting.
We should just start
always
lying.
the
Say something
same
different
response.
every time.
Actually, I was the one who came up with the idea, but Gael took it from me.
Actually, I, as the girl in the group, came
Yeah.
up with the idea, but
Came
then
up with
the
the
guy
idea.
just stole it.
Yeah, a guy actually
I'm
has been
just gonna hate.
claiming he
Yeah.
made it for like the past 3 years.
No, that'd be good.
Right?
Get some attention.
It would. Yeah, no, the values of our podcast has never been about mental health. It's just about getting your money up, like, chase a bag.
We started it like as a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, but talking about the bag, Instagram Reels was doing this thing where they pay you for the views you get on your Reels.
Wait, when you say was, like, it's not a thing
It's,
anymore?
they still do
Okay.
it. There's like, yeah.
So it's like a
you ha-
thing.
Yeah, you have like a
Okay.
month to get like a certain amount of views. I think it's 1 million views, and you get paid for like the amount of views. And Thomas like got like 16K views on his Reels, and he got paid from that.
Yeah, no, I got $100 like around that.
That's really good.
and, like-
no, that could be like a pair, like
Dude,
part
yeah.
of a pair of shoes.
And it was for 16K
It's like half a
views.
heavy
No,
sweater.
it's good. But that's a good discount.
Yeah,
so.
no, because when I was making my little reels, I just made it for me. Like, I wasn't expecting to make money off of it, but it like asked if I could if I wanted to connect my bank thing. I was like,
Obviously.
I mean, and I didn't think it would do well. I thought my followers, like just my followers, were gonna see it. But like it like took off a little, just a little, and like not that many views,
And a lot.
but it's still
Money.
like yeah.
They got
exactly.
money.
And then
Yeah.
I told Gael about this, and then he started making reels. How's that going?
Yeah, so he told me about that because I had seen it before, but I think when I was doing it, like said error, so I just gave up. I was like, oh, whatever, it doesn't work. So I gave up on it. Thinking like, nah, it's like stupid. You won't make it. Like you'll need millions and millions of views to actually make anything decent. And I'm like, plus his Instagram, like, do I want that on my Instagram feed? That's a whole nother
Okay,
world.
that's what I was
Oh,
saying.
yeah,
when you
no.
post it, when you post reels, does it show up on people's Instagram feed?
You could. There's an option to toggle.
Yeah, like for me, I liked how it looked on my feed, so I included it on my
Oh.
feed. But I don't know if
The thing is, like, it actually, I don't know if it shows up on like their.
I think it does.
I think it does.
Wait,
Yeah.
show up on their what?
Yeah, cause so reels. Sorry, there's an option where it says keep on your feed, which means like have it like when you scroll through your
Yes,
feed,
yeah.
you see the video. If you hide it, then you just can't see it unless you go to the Reels option. But I think regardless, it like pops up on people's feed
Really?
while they're
I know.
scrolling. I don't
think it
know.
only pops up if like
You
the
say
person
yes.
puts it on like their grid.
Oh, and if not, it's just like explore
Like
page.
Yeah.
I haven't
Oh.
seen your reels on my like,
Okay,
feed.
that's good.
yeah,
That's
so
good.
that's why I'm like, what?
That's good.
Like, I haven't seen them on my feed.
That's great. That's great news.
Okay.
That is really great news. I've been once
but
Thomas
don't you
told
want
me.
it on people's feed so that
Not on my friend's feed. Maybe I'll get on the explore page. I don't want like my
Okay.
followers. Oh
Okay.
my gosh. So yeah, when he said like he started making money, I was like, okay, maybe I'm gonna try out this real things. Like I'm gonna do it. So I was like, all right. I feel like if I shit post at least once per day, I'll at least make something. Like there has to be a chance it's just gonna get views, right? So I started shit posting. My first TikTok I think got like
You
2,000.
mean real?
1,000. My first. Oh fuck. Sorry.
Dude, Instagram is not gonna want to partner with us.
I
if
know.
this keeps
Sorry,
happening.
I'm so sorry. My first reel got like 1,000 views, and I was like, okay, I made like $1.34. Like it's
good,
not
get your
bad.
money
I
up.
know. I was like
Wow.
getting my bag up, and then I posted another reel. That one got 2.2K.
Mm.
And I was up to like
Oh,
$40.
Okay.
I was like, okay.
Very good.
I did another one, got like 100 views. My next one got like 70.
Oh no.
My next one got like
Instagram knows what you're
2,000.
doing.
Yeah, no, but here's
They
the
caught
funny part.
on.
Here's the funny part. On Friday, on Friday I go to sleep after having posted like 5 reels. I wake up on Saturday.
After working.
Yeah, after working heavily on my
Yes.
reels. On Saturday I wake up and my reels at 200K views.
How much did you make?
What?
When it was at 200K, I was at $300.
Wait, I. Oh,
No,
I
no,
need to
hold
look
on.
At your reels
No, yeah, no,
after
no,
this.
look,
I'm,
look.
I'm looking
You
at
haven't
your
seen
reels.
it?
No, I
No,
don't
here's
think
the
I
funny
have.
part.
Got it right
You wanna
now.
know what it's at now?
What? No, is it like 500,000?
2 million.
No!
Really?
That's 2
Kyle!
million
Wait,
views,
what
bro.
reel is it?
One's at 100K, 120K, like, bruh.
This is really good. Wait, how do I?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode. I missed you all. I hope everyone has been doing well. I am currently just spread out on my bed, relaxed, chilled, ready to record a new episode. Life update. I finished up my full-time internship just a couple weeks ago, and I've just been straight chilling this summer, okay? Like, I haven't really been busy. I mean, I've been busy socially, but in terms of like real productive work, there hasn't been too much of that, which I personally don't really mind, because I know that once school starts again, it's gonna be like crazy and hectic. So I'm really trying to hold on to these last seconds of just turning my head off and my brain off and not doing much of anything. It is a little bit exhausting, to be honest, to kind of like force myself to not really do too much, but at the same time I feel like I've put myself in this routine where I'm kind of settling into not really stressing over it, to be honest. But I felt like I've always just been like the type of person to be chronically online, whether it be recording all of my social outings for vlog content or just making sure I get like cute photos, because in my head everything is content worthy, and if you're someone that has been a part of like social media, or if you work in like the digital space, you know what I'm talking about. Like, your brain is just never fully off when it comes to like figuring out, you know, is this post worthy, is it not, like, should I post this? But I've noticed that since social outings have become more rare, and just ever since this pandemic has started, really, I'm just trying harder to cherish every moment, and these days I really don't even feel the need to take out my phone when I'm with friends, which is a really, really good thing for me, and it's definitely something new, but it has not been the best for my online presence, I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to get back into it, so do not worry, I'm still here. I just took a little break, working every day was a little bit draining on me creatively, and I find that for me, I need lots of downtime in order to brainstorm, and it's not something that I can constantly do 24/7, even if I wanted to. If I'm too tired or just not in the mood, like nothing will really come out of it. And it was especially difficult because for my internship, I was basically doing that, like creating content, brainstorming. So it was hard to do that like times 2 for work and for my own personal stuff. But now that everything has settled down, I feel more myself, more inspired, and it's good. It's really nice to be back. But for this episode, since it's back to school season, I kind of wanted to just dedicate this episode and offer up a gentle reminder for all those people that are just kind of worried about the direction of their lives. And I just kind of wanted to let you know that it's totally normal, and in fact, it's pretty much healthy to be anxious about it, I think, because that means that you essentially care about what you want to make out of your life. And even if you aren't super worried, then that's okay too, because this is your life and there's no right or wrong way to live it, no matter what anyone says. With school starting soon, I know that the anxiety and pressure of academics, internships, and just comparison to everyone around you, it just comes back in like full force after just being on break for a little bit. And this can, also serve as a reminder to people that may not even be in school anymore. Can really apply to anyone. I was kind of like in that place before where I would constantly worry about, if I do this and that, will it lead me exactly to the place that I want? Because I had so clearly kind of like carved out where I wanted to go, like to a T. I'm telling you, I had the Notion spreadsheet with templates, a 5-step plan. I would watch all these like videos and almost try to like mimic this plan for success and where my life should be. And I just kept on like comparing myself to everybody, when in reality I was kind of setting all sorts of like high expectations for myself, which meant that the pressure of failure kind of affected me a lot harder, and when I didn't achieve the things that I wanted, I would get extremely frustrated with myself, to the point where I would really just sit there and like cry and write in my journal, which was really refreshing and healing in a sense. My favorite thing to do is just look back on old journal entries from when I'm like super fucking sad, and I'll just be like, wow, I was really going through it. Thank God I can't really relate to that.
Yo, you guys, let's just start out this episode by discussing what happened to me a few days ago. A few days ago, I recorded a podcast episode for this week, and I sent it to my podcast editor and was like, all right, it's time to go hammy on this thing, like really just turn this thing out. Can't wait to hear it, Anyway, he responds to me and says, this file is empty, like there's nothing in this file. And I was like, what? So I go back onto my computer and I click play and I listen to it, and there's no sound at all. Like no sound was recorded. There's a 2-hour long file, but there's no audio at all. I proceed to break down and cry. Don't feel bad for me. That's not the point of this. Okay, I'm not begging for your sympathy. I'm just telling a story. Anyway, I bawl my eyes out for like approximately 2 hours. I genuinely felt an equal amount of sadness that I felt in my first teenage heartbreak. Like my first teenage heartbreak, which was possibly some of the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. I thought I would never recover. Like the pain I felt when this episode got deleted is reminiscent of my first teenage heartbreak. And that scares me. Like I thought I'd never have to feel that way again. So anyway, but we're here. It's a few days later. I am posting this podcast a few days late, which I apologize for. If you're listening to this, months down the line, ignore all of this. This is completely irrelevant to you. But if you wait for the episodes to come out, which I really appreciate if you do that, I'm sorry that this one is late. But that's what happened. And it was fucking traumatizing. But we're here. I'm ready. And, you know, coming off that traumatizing experience of having a whole episode go down the drain, I just thought it'd be fun, honestly, if I just sat and kind of talked about miscellaneous things that have been on my mind. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. But the main topic that I want to talk about is whether or not I'm lonely, okay? Because I talk a lot about spending time alone, why that's important. I've even talked about how spending too much time alone can be bad. I talk a lot about spending time alone, and that's because that's something I'm very familiar with, and also something that I've been playing around with a lot over the past year or so, because I never really spent too much time alone up until the past year or so. I always had people around. Up until I was 16, 17, I lived with my parents, so I was never really alone. And then for the first few years after I moved out, I constantly had friends around, you know? People were constantly sleeping over. I was constantly hanging out with people, and I was never really alone. And then, you know, over the past year, more and more, I've started spending more time alone, and that has led to some great things and some terrible things. One of the great things being that I've had a lot of time to self-reflect. I've had a lot of time to mature and grow. And because of my reinvigorated sense of independence, I also have a reinvigorated sense of confidence. Because with independence comes confidence. If you feel good completely by yourself and you're not relying on anybody else, then you feel confident. They go hand in hand. You feel like, I don't need anybody. You know, if somebody starts treating me like shit, I'm throwing them in the trash can because I don't need them. And I'm confident and happy by myself. So I don't need anybody. And also, you know, I feel free to be who I am in front of other people, because if they reject me, I don't care because I'm comfortable being by myself. So I don't need them, and I can wait for the person who will appreciate me for exactly who I am. So that's, you know, some of the good stuff that comes with spending a lot of time alone. Obviously, some of the bad things being that, you know, sometimes you can lose perspective because you're wrapped up in your own head by yourself with nobody to help bring you back to earth. You know, you can start to feel lonely. You can start to develop more anxiety than you might otherwise just because you have a lot of time to ruminate. You kind of have to discipline your own brain to not think irrationally and negatively at times because, again, you don't have anybody to help ground you and give you perspective. You also might focus too hard on yourself and start nitpicking at yourself because you have so much free time to do so. I've touched on these things many, many times, but I think it's an important refresher. You know, spending a lot of time alone has a lot of pros and cons. I would say generally it's a positive thing as long as there's balance and you still are seeing people and you still have people that you speak to on almost a daily basis. But I think that generally spending time alone does a person good. And, you know, recently, it's so interesting. I've gotten to a point where, and I don't know if this is just a phase or what, where not only do I really need time alone, but I also, like, don't want to see anyone. Like, I don't really want to see anyone. Like, I don't have a desire to go out with friends, really, right now. And I don't have a desire to maybe even travel with friends. Occasionally, for sure. But, like, generally, I don't really feel this strong desire to hang out with people. And obviously, You know, that doesn't mean I never hang out with anybody, and that doesn't mean that I never want to. But I would say 80% of the time, I would rather do an activity by myself right now. And I've been doing that a lot. You know, I've been traveling quite a bit by myself primarily for the past month or so. And I mean, you know, there's been moments when people that I'm close with have popped into the trip. You know what I mean? Like, my dad was with me for a period of my trip. For a few other little chunks of my trip, I was with friends. But I would say 80% of the trip I was by myself. And I like wanted it that way. And I make videos on YouTube. I show, you know, things that I do in a day on YouTube. And I've noticed that I've been getting a lot of comments of people seeming to be concerned about me because I spend so much time by myself and because I adventure and do things by myself. And there were a lot of people that were concerned about me and worried about me because of this behavior, you know, of me just doing most things by myself. And some people were pitying me a little bit, like, God, she's so lonely. It's depressing and like whatever. But I wanted to share an interesting, you know, perspective and concept to those who don't understand yet how spending time alone can be so enjoyable. I want to be by myself when I'm by myself, you know? If I wanted to go and do things with other people, I would, you know? I genuinely want to be by myself. I like having experiences by myself. And right now in this phase of my life, this is what I want the most. You know, I prefer alone time right now. And I think that the reason for that is that when I'm by myself, number one, I get to experience things however I want to experience them. You know, I don't have anybody else's perspective about what they think about what we're doing, you know? For example, let's say I go to a coffee shop and I try the coffee and I'm like, ooh, this is really good. I'm going to come here tomorrow. You know, if I'm traveling by myself and I'm trying out new coffee shops by myself, then, you know, when the next day rolls around, I can go there again and I can experience that again. And it's kind of all up to me. Whereas let's say I'm traveling with somebody else and we go and do the coffee shop together and I think this coffee shop is incredible. But the person that I'm with is like, this coffee shop sucks ass. I hate my drink and we're never coming here again. This is awful. You know, now my experience and my perception of the things that I'm experiencing starts to shift, right? Because I'm also experiencing the experience through the lens of who I'm with as well. And as much as that can be great, don't get me wrong, like there are moments when that is fun, you know, and even preferred. There are definitely moments when experiencing things with others is great, right? But for whatever reason, like I want to just experience things for me right now, like just for me. And I also think that, you know, doing a bunch of things by myself helps me to, number one, like form my own unique opinions, but also helps me grow confidence in them. And I'll explain that. Like, you know, in the past, I feel like I've always been kind of a yes man, you know? So we'll go back to the coffee shop example. If I went to a coffee shop with somebody and I loved it and they hated it, you know, I was always kind of the type of person that would be like, oh, I think this coffee shop's pretty good. And then somebody else would be like, oh, I think it's terrible. And I'd be like, yeah, well, you know, it's not the best. I think it's kind of, it's not that good. I mean, I didn't mean what I said. You know what I mean? I used to be like that because I was constantly just trying to mediate every situation that I was in and like just like be agreeable. You know what I mean? And I never really had time to like develop my own opinions because I was too busy just like agreeing with everybody. But spending time by myself is like allowing me to create and develop and form my own opinions on things and experiences and really like solidify the way that I look at things. And I know that that sounds kind of weirdly abstract, but I think it's been really good for me. And I've noticed that now, you know, when I have conversations with people, I'm less likely to adapt my answer to their opinion, you know, because I've grown a certain level of confidence and certainty in my opinions on things because I've spent so much time alone that I've had time to form those opinions, think them through, and then have a conversation about them with somebody and stand my ground more. And I mean, I don't know if I'm kind of reaching here and this is all just making sense in only my brain, but that's been really great for me. And the last point I'll make about this is that I think that spending time alone is similar to getting adjusted to running. I will explain. So people who are really good at running and they enjoy running always say that, you know, the first few months when you start running, it is brutal. It is painful. It is uncomfortable. It is awful. You hate it and you never want to do it again. But then one day it clicks and you fall in love with it. And you're like, wow, I love this. You know, you start to get a runner's high when you run. You start to look forward to it. You start to get excited about it. And it becomes the highlight of your day. Whereas before it used to be the worst part of your day. It is the exact same thing with spending time alone. And what's so funny about it is it's like, it's so true. It's such a perfect comparison because when you first start spending time alone, you know, your mind won't know what to do with itself. You're going to feel bored a lot. You're going to feel understimulated a lot. You're going to start having anxious thoughts a lot more. You might start beating yourself up in a way and like overanalyzing yourself and all this negative shit, right? But then if you do it long enough and you push through the uncomfortable parts, you'll actually learn to really love and appreciate it. But you just have to do the dirty work. You have to push through the uncomfortable parts of it. And then you'll learn to really appreciate it. And once you learn to appreciate being by yourself, your friendships will be better, your relationships will be better, everything will improve as a result. And that's just what I'm noticing right now. But for some reason, I'm not really like in a place where I'm finding a lot of balance. I'm kind of in a place where I'm like, I actually really need to be alone for like a month straight. And I don't know why that is. I think part of it is that I honestly, this is so weird and I've never said this in my entire life, but for the first time in my life, like I'm genuinely just craving silence. Like complete silence. I've never felt like that before. I've always loved talking and constantly talking to people or, you know, listening to people talk on podcasts or listening to music or I always have enjoyed noise, okay? But recently, like, I just want silence. Like, I want to just get in my car and drive to the grocery store with no music. Like, that's what I want to do. And I want to go for a walk and listen to birds. Like, I just want fucking silence. I don't want anyone to call me on the phone. I don't want anybody to text me. I don't want to speak to anybody that I know. I just kind of want...
I know you guys are probably really surprised right now. Wow, a new episode so soon after your last one. You guys are like used to me basically posting once a couple of months, but perhaps I'm turning over a new leaf, who knows? I hope that you've all been doing well since we last spoke, which wasn't that long ago, I am incredibly grateful for everyone's messages as usual. I know I basically say this like every single time, but I truly could not be more thankful for the incredibly thoughtful messages that you guys continue to send me, whether it be that you relate to an episode or that you feel like this is a safe space. It makes me so happy to know that the type of content that I'm cultivating has been helping you, because that's super healing for me too. To be honest, I haven't been doing too well these past couple of days, and not to be like selfish, but I think that's another reason why I wanted to upload a new episode, to know that you guys are always here to listen. This has become my safe space too, and I'm really happy to know that you guys all feel the same way towards it. It's kind of like a huge sleepover where we just talk about like our feelings and emotions all the time, or it's me that's talking about like my feelings and emotions. Basically an uncertified, super amateurish group therapy. I should also stop listening to Taylor's 10-minute version of All Too Well, because the night that came out I listened to it and a bitch was like sobbing over some situationship that lasted like 2 months. But honestly, maybe I'll just like dedicate a whole episode about it one day, because Taylor is really just inspiring me to just air out my dirty laundry to the internet. Ain't nothing wrong with that if they did you dirty, you know. Anyways, it's been a while since I actually cried myself to sleep. It happened last night, and it was kind of funny because I basically popped melatonin after my crying spell, thinking it would knock me out, because I honestly did not want to think anymore. I was like, okay, after I cry, I hope I black out so I don't have to be aware of my tear-drenched pillow. Joke's on me, because I didn't know it took like 20 minutes to like 2 hours for that shit to kick in. So I was kind of like hazing in and out of sleep for a bit before I fell asleep and just had like a terrible dream. Just my luck, because I thought it would be more cathartic when I woke up the next day, since I cried so much the night before. But honestly, I felt just as crappy because I couldn't stop thinking about the dream. I don't really mind admitting all of this to you guys, because we've already established this level of authenticity, and I already feel like I put on a facade to be a lot happier around everyone else. So it's nice that I can kind of let that wall down in this podcast, even if it's just for 20 minutes or however long this podcast is. I feel like this is my version of therapy, or at least it's like a very, is it a healthy way to kind of like deal with my emotions? I don't know, but it's funny that I bring this up right now, because I remember how the last time I had a crying episode, it was because I felt so exhausted from always having to be there for everyone else and always being the most positive person in whatever situation that I'm in. Like, it made me think about how drained I always feel at the end of it, and how I always push aside how I feel because I'm sort of used to experiencing that. But it, in a way, it's terrible because it makes it so much harder for me to talk about my feelings. It's weird to think that a couple years ago I was happy and almost like oblivious to the fact that I didn't mind kind of being that token friend that tried to make sure everyone else is doing okay, even if it meant at my own expense. And I think that's kind of what happens when you grow up surrounded by people that are way more expressive and way more like vocal than you are, and it's like someone has to be the one that's listening to all of that, right? Like, it's really difficult to be in a situation, friendship, relationship, whatever it is, when both individuals kind of always want to be the one talking about how they like feel, or they're just like way louder in the room. Not to say that there aren't like friendships that do work out where both people are very, very expressive and vocal, because that's like a pretty healthy kind of situation. But I think personally for me, I've just never experienced that kind of like dynamic before, and it's been pretty ingrained